1. Vivian. The icy wind whips across the field, slamming into the brown grass and weeds in front of us. They're tall, growing out of control, and they bow under the pressure of the cold breeze. I pull my jacket closer to my body when the gust hits me, wincing at the impact. It's like being smacked in the face by a cold, angry fist. I hate winter. Is it supposed to be so cold in early November? I ask Axel as I hug myself tighter, trying to block the chilly air. Don't got a clue, he says. Never left Tennessee till all this started. His eyes never stop moving, never stop surveying the area. After what happened in Vegas, he's always on the lookout, and he's been true to his word. He rarely lets me out of his sight. I step behind a small group of bushes, trying my best to ignore the shivers shaking my body. My heart is pounding like crazy, but I should be calmer than this. There's nothing around for miles. Open fields with tall grass and clumps of trees swaying in the wind. Mountains in the distance capped in white, but no houses, no cars or people other than our group. By the smell of things, no zombies either. This is how it's been since we arrived in Colorado. Miles and miles of nothingness stretched out in front of us like the world just up and vanished. The towns aren't clear, but the wilderness seems to be. It should help me relax, but it doesn't. It has me more on edge than ever. Axel's gun is drawn when he turns his back to me. I'll keep a lookout. There's no time to waste, so I drop my pants and squat. After weeks on the road, I should be used to peeing out in the open, but I'm not. Within seconds, the cool air has turned my ass to ice, and when the wind blows, pee splashes against my jeans. That should help the smell in the truck, as if it doesn't stink enough already. When I'm done, I don't even bother taking the time to drip dry. I'm shivering, and the longer I squat here, the more likely I am to fall on my ass. It's too cold and windy, and I already stink. What's a little pee after all the shit we've been through? I yank my pants up and zip them just as Axel turns toward me. The corner of his mouth flips up, but it isn't really a smile. There haven't been a lot of those from him lately, or from any of us for that matter. My turn, he says, tucking his gun away. I exhale and watch the steam rise in front of me. The quilted flannel shirt I'm wearing isn't thick enough to block out the wind, but I don't want to give it up. It's Axel's. It reminds me of the time he took care of me when I was sick, when we first met, before the world had gone completely to shit, before the dead started coming back. It's a good memory, oddly enough. That was before I really knew him, but even then I had a feeling he was more than trailer trash, more than just a redneck, more than he gave himself credit for. That's when I got my first glimpse of the goodness in Axel, and probably when I started to fall in love with him. I pull the jacket tighter, crossing my arms and hugging it closer to my body. I'll keep it forever if I have anything to say about it, even if it is starting to smell pretty rank. Axel doesn't turn his back to me when he unzips his pants, and I exhale again. Steam rises up in front of me, then disappears, carried on the wind. Must be nice to be able to whip it out like that, I say. He chuckles as I scan the deserted landscape in front of me. The trickle of Axel's pee almost echoes through the quiet wilderness. Gotta say, sure am glad you can't. I kinda like you the way you are. I shiver when a strong burst of wind whips across the field. My nipples could cut glass. I think you've mentioned on more than one occasion exactly what you like about my body. He zips his jeans, and I turn to face him. When he smiles, it's slow and easy, and only one side of his mouth turns up. The scar on his chin deepens, and I run my fingers over it. He kisses the tips when they reach his mouth. I like it all. he says, pulling me against him. I tuck my face into the crook of his neck as the wind swirls around us. He smells like sweat and dirt and the outdoors, and his skin is moist despite the cold. We've been on the road for so long, none of us has had a chance to clean up lately. It would be nice to find a place where we could rest and gather ourselves, lick our wounds after our losses in Vegas. At this point, my optimism is wearing so thin, it's like tissue paper, and I'm starting to wonder if there is such a place. It doesn't seem like it. We need to find somewhere to stop Axel. Soon. His cheek rubs against the top of my head when he nods. I know. Do you think there's even a safe place out there for us? We're gonna try and find one. Someplace we can rest, make a life, be together. My eyes sting. I blink, but it doesn't help. And before I know it, the tears have escaped. Damn, I hate to cry, and I've had enough of it. After what happened in Vegas, I feel like all I did for a while was cry. Cry from the memories and pain of losing friends, from the fear of losing Axel, and maybe even a little bit of myself. I don't want to go back to that person. Things are uncertain, but I'm stronger now than I've ever been. I rub my face against Axel's shirt to get rid of the tears, then pull back. The wind whips my blonde hair into my face, and when I run my fingers through it, I cringe. It's stringy and greasy, stiff. I need a bath and about a week of sleep. At this point, every move I make takes effort. I don't know how Axel is still on his feet. He barely sleeps at all. Let's take a break for once, okay? We'll ride in the Sam's truck and try to get some rest. Just be together. His stormy eyes hold mine for a second. Then he nods and brushes the hair out of my face. If that's what you want. It is, I say, barely able to squeeze the words out when my throat tightens. Everything we've been through, and just one look from him still gets to me. I don't know where I'd be if I hadn't met him. It's something I don't even like to think about, to be honest. We head back to the group and find almost everyone outside stretching their legs. This is our first pit stop in several hours, and we've been cooped up in the truck for days. It's been a while since we stopped somewhere to sleep and rest. 3 weeks on the road, and the longest we've spent in one place was 4 nights. Every time we got even a little comfortable, something happened and we had to move. A horde or a group of people. Nothing feels safe anymore. Hadley and John are shooting their bows, but even after all these weeks, I'm not used to them being together. He was one of the men who grabbed us in Vegas, and after what happened to Hadley, I have to wonder how she can stand to be around him. It would be hard not to blame him. Parvati is with them, shooting her bow like she does every time we stop for more than a few minutes. She's gotten good, better than even Angus or Axel. She cut her dark hair short a couple weeks ago, saying she didn't want to keep it long when she can't wash it. She has a good point. The cut is uneven and jagged, but Parvati wears a red bandana tied around her head so no one can tell. Not that it matters what her hair looks like anymore. When Trey was killed, saving Hadley and me, I wasn't sure if Parvati would pull through. It knocked her on the ass at first, but after the shelter fell, she changed. Started working with Axel so she could learn to shoot and hunt. Volunteered for runs. The little girl exterior melted away, and underneath, she was a survivor. She's impressed us all. Winston is leaning against the Nissan, his arms crossed as he silently watches the group. Axel takes a place next to him, and the men nod at each other, but don't say anything. They communicate better through silence than most of us do using words. Sometimes I wonder if they can read each other's minds. I'm going to check on Liz, I tell Axel, heading to the back of the truck. Jessica, Sophia, and Anne are with the little girl, so she isn't in any danger of being neglected. But when Nathan was bitten in Vegas, I made a promise I'd look out for his little girl, and I intend to keep it. Someone has to do it, and it sure as hell isn't going to be her mom. When I round the back, I almost bump into Angus and Darla, making out. With as far down her throat as his tongue is, I'm surprised she can breathe, and his hand is under her shirt. Sometimes I really wish we'd left her ass in Vegas. The two of them making out is one of the most disgusting things I've ever had to see. It even tops the dead. Angus pulls away from sucking my mom's face and flashes me a grin that isn't even a little charming. Sorry, Blondie. Gotta get it when we can. My stomach churns when Darla giggles. The schoolgirl bit doesn't suit her. There's nothing innocent or girly about this aging showgirl. Don't mind me, I say, forcing my way past them so I can climb inside the truck. At least they aren't trying to screw in front of the kids, again. So sensitive, Darla says behind me. Guess that from her daddy. I want to barf. A few lanterns are on, lighting up the back of the truck and making it easier for me to see. The air is stuffy and stale, the perfumed scent of body spray and deodorant not quite strong enough to cover up the smell of unwashed bodies. Dirt, sweat, and body odor mix together to form a musky odor that almost makes my toes curl. I can't get used to being unclean or being around so many people who haven't washed. Of course, it's better than smelling like one of the dead. Blankets and pillows and a few mattresses are spread out among the remaining supplies. Boxes form walls for privacy, but Jessica, Sophia, and Anne sit out in the open with the kids. Moira is with them. Kind of. She hasn't really been anywhere since Nathan died. We picked them up, along with their daughter Liz, at Sam's Club back when we made our first run into Vegas. I've never met a woman this dependent on her husband. When Nathan was still alive, Moira could go into hysterics just thinking about him leaving her sight. He went to Vegas with us anyway. Only he didn't make it back. A bite forced us to put him down. He didn't even get to say goodbye, and Moira's been a ghost ever since. If something happens to Liz, we'll lose her mom for good. "How's it going?" I ask, kneeling next to the little girl. Liz looks up at me with eyes full of questions, and the expression makes my insides constrict painfully. She lost her dad, and her mom's become as vacant as one of the zombies. I can't imagine what's going on inside her head. "She's doing great," Sophia says, patting the little girl's leg. "Right, Liz?" Liz doesn't respond, and the silence is painful. Maybe this world is just too harsh for some people. I hate to even think that when we've been fighting so hard to live, but I can't help it. Life is hard now, and some people might not be equipped for it. Jake coughs, and I turn to find Anne frowning at the little boy. Even in the dark truck, his face looks pale. He shivers, and Anne pulls a blanket up to his chin, but it isn't from the chilly air, and we know it. His fever has been high for a couple days now. "He isn't getting any better," Anne says, shaking her head. Sophia pulls little Ava against her, like if she can just hold her daughter close enough, she can protect her from catching the bug. There isn't much you can do to protect your kids these days, though. I'm proof of that. We'll check the next pharmacy we come to, but Joshua hasn't had much luck with the last two places. They've all been pretty ransacked so far. I pat her arm, but my words have no hope in them. We've been having a tough time finding certain things, antibiotics being one of them. The small towns we've passed through have been looted, but we're trying to avoid the bigger areas. Cities are too risky, and it's not just the dead we have to worry about anymore. Vegas taught us that. People have turned lawless, have morphed into something completely unrecognizable. They don't even seem human to me anymore. There's some kind of distortion that's halfway between man and zombie. something evil and twisted. I look at Jake, and something deep inside me stirs. It's that thing I buried after Emily died. It hurts whenever it tries to make a reappearance, almost like it's cutting my heart in two all over again. We have to find some medicine. Losing Trey and Nathan in Vegas and Arthur when the shelter fell was one thing. Losing them tore at my hope, but watching another kid die, that would be devastating for everyone, like the world ending all over again. We'll figure it out, Anne, I say, taking her hand. I promise. Anne nods, and Jessica looks away like she doesn't believe in promises anymore. Her hope is dwindling. I can see it in her eyes every day. Winston, her dad, is holding on to his positivity. If it weren't for him and Axel, we wouldn't have made it this far. But Jessica is struggling. We're all struggling. Jessica, Axel and I are going to try to get some rest when we get going again. If you want to ride in the Nissan, there's room. She shakes her head, then nods toward the other side of the truck. Ask Al and Lila. I think they're getting antsy back here. Okay. I give Anne's hand another pat and look all the kids over before I get up. No one else has caught whatever Jake has, but they don't really look good. Liz is as much of a ghost as her mom, and Max and Dylan are shell-shocked. I don't blame them. They both lost their parents when the virus hit. Moira and Nathan were the ones who found them. They were like adopted parents for the boys, but Moira's pretty much abandoned them now. We've done our best to help her snap out of it, but nothing's worked. I think she's a lost cause. I head over to where Al and Lila are huddled together, smiling at each other like the world hasn't ended and there are no zombies. Al is looking better every day, stronger even. I still have a hard time believing he pulled through, but he did. Having Lila helped him. I didn't know the spoiled girl had it in her, but she's been a regular Florence Nightingale. She and Al are inseparable now. You guys want to ride in the Nissan? They both look up, and Al flashes me a smile. Sure. Hey, when we stop again, do you think I can get some kind of hook or something? He holds up his stump, and I do my best not to cringe. It's covered, but it still freaks me out every time I see it. I hate remembering the day Joshua had to cut Al's hand off. There have been a lot of bad days since this all started, but that one is near the top of the list for me. I feel like I'm at a major disadvantage, Al says, shaking his head. I have to hand it to the kid. He still has his sense of humor. I roll my eyes, even though I feel like giving Al a hug. He was Trey's next-door neighbor and joined up with us in San Francisco after Trey had gone home to find his family had succumbed to the virus. Just like Al's. Just like most of the world. Things may suck, but Al knows how to keep the mood light. You'll have to talk to Axel about that one, I say. Lila groans and shoves him playfully. You're such a nerd. I thought you kind of liked that about me. He climbs to his feet and uses his good hand to help her up. Lila's grin lights up her brown eyes. Her dark hair is just as greasy as mine, and her face is streaked with dirt, but even filthy, she's beautiful. Plus, she seems to really love Al. Despite the misgivings I had about her when we first met, I can't help liking her now. A sword would be nice, Al says, almost to himself. Lila rolls her eyes as we head to the back door of the truck, and despite every worry floating around in my head, I smile. Thank you, Al. The three of us hop out and head toward the Nissan. Next to Axel and Winston, Joshua leans against the car with his shoulders hunched. His hair has gotten long, and it won't stay out of his eyes, and he's thinner than ever. We've all lost weight, but on Joshua it's shockingly obvious. He's tall and gangly and almost looks skeletal. I know he wishes he could do more, be more. No matter how often we tell him he doesn't have control over everything, he still takes it all to heart. "How's Jake feeling?" Joshua asks when I walk up, barely lifting his head to look at me. I shrug. "About the same." Joshua nods, like he expected as much, and pushes himself off the Nissan. "I'm going to ride with the kids." When he walks away, his shoulders are even more slumped. "We should get a move on soon," Winston says. Axel slings his arm over my shoulder, and I lean into him, thankful for the support. The heavy exhaustion in my body makes me feel like I might collapse at any second. "Who's riding in the car?" he asks. "I'll drive," Winston says, then nods toward the dark blue SUV. "Angus and Darla have already climbed in. Looks like Parvati, Hadley, and John, too." "We're in," Al says, still smiling. Always smiling. "Where are we heading next?" I tune them out while they make plans. It's always the same. Drive and hope we find something. Head to a town and pray it isn't overrun, that there are more supplies. Like we're just crossing our fingers and hoping we'll stumble across a warehouse full of survival gear and food. I'm too worn out to focus on it right now, and I don't have anything to add. When they've finished, Axel leads me to the back of the truck. I pull myself in with shaky arms, then head to the mattress Al and Lila were lying on a few minutes ago. Jake's coughs echo through the truck, and there are a few quiet voices in the back, but otherwise, it's silent. When the door is pulled shut, we're plunged into near darkness, and I welcome it. I curl up on the dirty mattress, and Axel follows. He groans when he lays down, and the sharp sound feels like a knife slicing through me. "Are you hurting?" I ask, rubbing his shoulder. "Where he got shot." My chest constricts at the memory. I hate thinking about him getting shot, remembering all the blood and pain and uncertainty of that day. "Not much." Not that he'd admit it if he was. I catch him rubbing it when he thinks no one is looking, so I know it still bugs him some days. He just hates the thought of appearing weak. Our mattress is mostly shielded by boxes, giving us some privacy, and I can almost pretend we're alone when I roll onto my side. Axel lies at my back and curls his body around mine, pulling me close. I close my eyes, and within seconds, the world begins to fade away. Axel's nose nuzzles my neck, pulling me out of my dream world. "You asleep?" I'm still groggy, and the gentle sway of the truck could put me right back under, but I can tell I've been out for a while. I feel more rested than I have in weeks. Axel's hand snakes up my hip, and he nudges my shirt aside. When his warm fingers touch my skin, my body starts to tingle. We haven't had more than 5 minutes alone in over a week, and I suddenly find I'm wide awake. I roll over to face him, and his lips find mine in the darkness. When I open my mouth, our tongues tangle together, and heat pulses through my body. Axel moves his hand down over my hip and ass to my thigh, then pulls my leg up, hitching it around his hip. He grinds his body against mine, causing sparks to ignite inside me. It's been much too long. "We have to be quiet," I whisper. He grunts against my lips as his hand slides across my stomach to the zipper of my pants. My heart's pounding when it comes down. Then he slides his hand inside my underwear, and I have to bite back a moan. His fingers tease me, and I close my eyes, moving against them. I need this moment with him so I can feel alive. "We need to make it fast," I whisper. "Yeah," he replies, pulling away. I barely hear the sound of his zipper as I shimmy out of my own jeans. When I yank them down, my underwear goes with them. I wiggle, trying to get them off, and they're down around my knees when the truck lurches to a stop, nearly knocking Axel over. He stumbles but catches himself, and I freeze with my pants down around my knees. Jake coughs. "I guess we found something," Anne says. "Shit." Axel grabs his pants and hops on one foot, trying to get them back on. Shit is right. I stay down, wiggling, as I desperately try to get my pants back up. My underwear got pushed down too far, though, and I can't quite find them. People start moving around in the back of the truck, making my heart beat faster, and Axel has his own pants zipped before I finally manage to locate my underwear. I pull them up, then lift my ass off the floor so I can get my jeans back on, too. I'm on my knees zipping them up when someone throws the door open and light pours into the truck. "Damn, thought you would be too goody-goody to get all freaky back here." The bright light makes it impossible to open my eyes all the way, but Angus's words are loud and clear. My cheeks burn. I really didn't want Anne and Sophia and Jessica and all the kids to know we were fooling around. Axel grabs my arm and pulls me to my feet. "Shut up, Angus." My eyes adjust to the brightness just in time to see Angus spit. We didn't find much food at the last store we hit, but he was able to find more dip. I can't wait until the day he runs out. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Angus flashes us a monkey grin, then motions for us to step out. "In a minute here, you're gonna be kissing my ass. Just wait and see where I found for us to go. Bet you two might even be able to squeeze in a little more alone time." I let out a deep breath and count to 10, biting back all the words I want to fling at Angus. Things between us have been a little better since Axel was shot, but I still want to punch him in the face about 50% of the time. "What do you have for us, Angus?" I say, when I'm finally able to get myself under control. Chapter 2. Vivian. Axel and I climb out of the truck, and when my eyes land on the sign for Whispering Woods Hot Springs, a huge grin stretches across my face. Angus was right. I am ready to kiss his ass. Everyone who was riding in the Nissan is already outside, and they're all smiling. It's something I haven't seen since the first day we arrived at the shelter. Not that I can blame them. Things haven't exactly been cheery since then. This hot spring could be the perfect thing to bring us out of the gloom we've been living in. Really, anything to distract us from the last few weeks would feel like it was sent from heaven. "Does this mean we can take a bath?" Lila runs her hand through her dark hair and makes a face. I'm sure hers feels as great as mine does, like dirty pieces of string stuck to my itchy scalp. "And hopefully get some rest, too," Winston says. "Don't they turn a lot of hot springs into luxury spas?" "With rooms and beds?" Jessica asks, still standing in the back of the truck. Her brown eyes light up as a genuine smile spreads across her face. For a second, she looks so much like her dad, I have to do a double take. It isn't just that their skin is the same shade of brown either. It's the flash of hope in her eyes. For some reason, Winston seems to be able to hold on to his optimism better than the rest of us. "Sounds 'bout right." Angus spits and shakes his head. "Course they'd want to turn the best nature has to offer into something only rich people could use." "Stop being so bitter, Angus. You're alive, and most of those rich people died. Get over it." I roll my eyes and turn back to the truck. Jessica hops down from the truck and starts helping the kids, as I turn to help Anne with Jake. When she hands him to me, the little boy feels like he weighs almost nothing. His frame is bony, and I'm afraid I may break him if I'm not careful. Anne jumps down and takes him out of my arms, smiling gratefully, but it's hard for me to return it with the pain and worry clogging my throat. Moira walks to the edge of the truck and looks around, her face as blank and emotionless as it has been for the past few weeks. Liz is at her side, and I help her down now that my hands are free. Moira doesn't even glance my way. Sometimes I want to slap her across the face just to see if it helps. "Can you grab some soap and stuff before you climb down?" I asked Joshua, who's the only one still inside the truck, with the exception of Moira. Joshua glances toward the dazed woman, then nods. Of course, he knows I'm not talking to her. We can't depend on her to eat without being reminded. There's no way I'd expect her to gather supplies. My eyes meet Anne's, and she shakes her head. The sympathy we all felt for Moira after Nathan was killed has started to wear off. Now, she's just another burden, like one of the kids, but less useful. At least the kids will help out around camp when we stop. Moira just stares at the ground like she's hoping it will open up and swallow her whole. "You going to come down, Moira?" Jessica asks in a tone a hell of a lot softer than I'd be able to manage. I guess not all of us are fed up with her yet. Moira blinks, then looks toward Liz, who is already standing at my side. When the older woman looks back at Jessica, her expression is the same. Blank. She acts drugged most of the time. After a few seconds, she finally sits and eases herself out of the truck. On the way down, her shirt gets caught, pulling up to reveal her stomach and the bottom part of her rib cage. I knew she'd lost a lot of weight, but I didn't realize how much until now. She was plump when we met, like a mother who'd never gotten around to losing her baby weight. Now, her ribs poke through her skin, and she looks like someone who is a step away from death's door. "Wait a minute there, Moira," Jessica says, hurrying forward to untangle the other woman's shirt. Moira barely reacts, but that doesn't stop Jessica from patting her on the arm. She gives the dazed woman a smile that's lost somewhere between sadness and sympathy. Maybe Jessica is more understanding because she lost her fiancé and she knows firsthand how disoriented Moira feels. After Trey was killed, Parvati was able to lean on Jessica's shoulder. Maybe Moira can do the same. Maybe she'll pull through if we can get her to open up to Jessica. Maybe. Joshua comes back with a box full of supplies, handing it to Axel before jumping down to join the rest of us. Just looking at the shampoo and soap makes my skin itch. Jake coughs, and Joshua's mouth turns down. "I realize this hot spring is good for us, but do we know if there's a town nearby? We have to get those antibiotics." Angus swears and stomps off, grumbling as he goes. "Can't make everybody happy no matter what I do." "We'll figure it out," Axel says, ignoring his brother. "Let's head on down and check the area out first. Then we can pull out the map and figure out where we are. There's got to be a place close by." Joshua doesn't look happy, but he doesn't argue. The small group of us gathered at the back of the truck head toward the others, who are waiting next to the hot spring sign. An arrow points toward a little trail that can't be more than 3 feet wide. It's paved with stones and lined with rocks and bushes that look like they were neatly trimmed until recently. They've maintained most of their square shape, but there are now longer branches that poke out, like arms reaching out, trying to grab us and yank us inside. We head down the path in silence, almost like we're all holding our breath. Out of instinct, I pull out my gun, and I'm not the only one. We never go anywhere without weapons these days. We need to be on the lookout, always ready, always listening. We never know what could be lurking in the trees. Above us, branches rustle together, and in the distance, a couple birds sing, almost like they're performing a duet. Somewhere to my right, a squirrel or chipmunk or some other small animal scurries across the fallen leaves covering the forest floor. They crinkle under the creature's tiny feet. Every sound puts me on edge, but they're all innocent, normal, not the soundtrack of horror we've almost gotten used to. We've only gone a few feet when the calming sound of trickling water becomes audible, and less than 2 minutes later, we break through the trees and step into a clearing. Ahead of us, stairs have been carved into the stone, and small boulders line them on either side. Below that are benches and tables made out of rocks and cement, along with a small building with 2 doors, one marked men and the other women. It can't hold more than a couple toilets, though. 2 other wood buildings sit on the other side of the stairs, but they're basic. The sign at the bottom of the steps says, "Changing Area," and points toward the buildings. Beyond that, steam rises from the hot springs. The main pool of water is large, as big as the pool we had at the shelter, and it's surrounded by a man-made stone wall. A smaller, more secluded spring sits to our left in a raised area. It can't be bigger than a 4-person hot tub. Water from the smaller pool flows over the rocks like a waterfall, gently falling into the bigger pool and filling the silence with the trickling sound I heard earlier. A set of stairs leads up to the smaller spring, and a sign at the bottom of the stairs says, "Adults only, clothes optional." Lila is the first one to break the silence. "Not exactly luxury." Angus snorts and pushes his way past the teen. "Speak for yourself. This is better than Axel and me ever had growing up. Back then, we was lucky if our mom was sober enough to remember to buy food." Lila frowns, and her cheeks turn red. My heart goes out to the girl. It didn't sound like she was complaining to me, just making an observation. But with her background, it's easy to understand why Angus took her words as bitching. She did grow up rich, really, really rich. She's the only one of us left who actually had a right to be in one of those underground luxury condos. "I'm sorry," she mumbles, staring at the ground. Al puts his arm around her shoulders and says something in her ear. It's too quiet to hear, but she smiles shyly. "Looks like a pretty good area," Axel says. He sets the box down and stretches. "We can start a fire over there, near them rock benches. Angus and me can see what we can hunt up for dinner." Angus nods and scratches his belly, which is significantly less round than it was when we first met. "Yeah, we can do that. Find us some squirrels at least, maybe even something bigger." "Rabbit?" I say hopefully. That was what Axel killed the first night I was with them, back on Route 66. I was a little hesitant back then, but now just thinking about eating one of the little creatures makes my mouth water. It's been over a week since we've had meat. Animals have been scarce, and we've been living on processed foods, which gets old, not to mention it doesn't always sit well with me. Axel's mouth twitches, and he nods, his stormy gray eyes holding mine and making my whole body tingle. "I'll find you a rabbit." "Sounds like the way to go." Winston turns to face his daughter, nodding toward the stairs. "Jess, why don't you run up to the truck and grab some clean clothes for the kids? That way Anne and Sophia," he glances at Moira and frowns, "and Moira can get the kids all cleaned up." "Sure thing," Jessica says, pulling out her gun as she heads back toward the stairs. She may be running low on hope, but no one, not even Angus, can complain about her. Jessica is always more than willing to help. "I'll go with you," Parvati says. Jessica pauses at the bottom of the stairs, flashing Parvati a grateful smile. "Thanks." They take off, and Winston turns back to face the group. Anne and Sophia are already busy herding the kids toward the big pool, and their young faces are lit up like it's the most exciting thing they've ever faced. Even Liz, who I haven't seen smile since her dad died. Jake is coughing his head off, but he still looks thrilled at the prospect of going for a swim. Winston gives a brief nod, like all is right with the world, then turns to Axel. "You guys want to head out and see what kind of game you can find?" Axel shoves his knife into its sheath. "Need to get some firewood, too." "Hadley and I can handle that," I say, then brace myself for Axel's usual response. Hadley nods, but Axel frowns, of course. Why don't you stick round camp? Stand guard. I knew it was coming, but it doesn't stop me from letting out a sigh of frustration. Don't do that, Axel. I'm not a child. I get why he does it, but I can't let him hold me back. I won't be like Moira, too damaged to be of any use. We all have to pitch in, and Axel knows it. Come on, little brother. Angus slaps Axel on the back as he heads toward the stairs. Leave Blondie alone. She can handle herself. Probably better than you with that bum arm of yours. Axel rolls his shoulder, and images of the night he got shot flash through my mind, making my stomach turn inside out. My arm ain't bum, you prick, Axel says, shaking his head. I can still outshoot you. Angus snorts, but doesn't turn to look at his brother. I saw how off your aim was last time we ran into a big group of the dead. Took you 3 shots to take one down. Ought to start calling you Alexis. Angus chuckles like it's the best joke he's ever heard. Come on, Alexis. Let's go get us a shotgun. Gotta see if you can still hack it. Asshole, Axel mutters, then jogs off after his brother. I roll my eyes at Hadley. I'm not sure I'll ever understand Angus. What's there to understand? She says, and I don't miss how little light there is in her green eyes. He has his demons, and being an asshole is how he deals with them. She shrugs and heads toward the stairs. Let's get some wood. I follow her, but the words sting. Hadley has demons too. We go to the top of the stairs, but instead of following the brothers up the trail, we veer left, heading into the woods. I already have my knife out, but I put it away and pull out my gun. With all the trees and bushes, it would be easy for a zombie to sneak up on us. A knife may not be enough. Hadley bends to grab a few branches, but keeps her eyes up. They're harder than they used to be. When we first met, they sparkled, like she always had a secret she was keeping, or a joke she couldn't wait to tell. Now they're flat and tortured. She's thinner now, too. Hadley was too skinny to begin with, and dropping 5 pounds hasn't done her any favors. It scares me how bony she is at times. She doesn't look anything like the celebrity she used to be. Hadley's strawberry blonde hair falls across her face, and she sweeps it aside in irritation. I should cut my hair like Parv did. Would make things easier, wouldn't it? Easier. Right. She snorts as she scoops a few sticks up off the ground. I grab a handful of branches already laying together in a pile, almost as if they've been waiting for me to show up. The wind blows, and I inhale through my nose. It's clear, though. No death. Nothing but the crispness of the morning air and the earthy smell of the forest. How are things going with you? I ask Hadley. Just peachy. I glance toward her, but she isn't looking at me. Hadley? She tears her eyes away from the ground, and when her gaze meets mine, some of the hardness leaves her features. Her eyes shimmer, and she has to swallow a few times before she says, I'm okay. Are you? I ask, choosing my words carefully. We've never spoken about what happened, not in detail. I want to be there for her, but I don't want to push her. I don't want you to disappear, Hadley. Not like Moira. I'm stronger than that. She takes a deep breath and tucks her hair behind her ears. The gesture seems violent, angry almost. I'm going to be fine. Good, I say, taking a step closer, because I kind of like you. Good, Hadley says with a laugh that doesn't sound the least bit sincere. Because you're stuck with me. She goes back to picking up sticks, and I follow her lead. I hate ignoring the elephant in the room, but Hadley has to decide she wants to talk about it on her own. I can't force her. When our arms are full, we head back toward the trail. Sticks crunch under our feet, but otherwise the woods are quiet enough we'd probably be able to hear a pin drop. Something seems off, though, like I'm being watched. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up and my pulse quicken. I stop walking and study the area, but I don't see a thing. What's wrong? Hadley pauses and looks over her shoulder at me, but she doesn't seem worried. Maybe I'm overreacting. I just feel like something isn't right. Nothing is ever right. We're living in the back of a truck. She has a point. I take one more look around, but the woods are still clear, and there's no noise except the sounds of nature. I'm overreacting, that's all. Let's go, I say, jerking my head toward the trail and picking up the pace. My arms are full, and if something sneaks up on us now, I'll be in a tough spot. I want to get back to everyone else. Before I've made it all the way to the trail, I spot Darla watching us. I knew something was off. "Thought you girls might need some help," she says when we reach her. "We're all done." Hadley snaps, then glances at me. She's one of the few people who knows about my connection with Darla, but it's only because she overheard a conversation. Axel and Angus know too, of course. Axel because I told him, and Angus because he's screwing Darla. If I can help it, the secret won't go any further. As far as I'm concerned, no one else needs to know this woman gave birth to me. I refuse to meet Darla's gaze. It isn't really a surprise that she's cornered me now. She's been trying to have some heart-to-heart with me for weeks, pretty much since we left the desert. Only I'm not interested. "We're heading back," I say. Hadley takes that as her cue to leave and steps around Darla. I follow, but of course my mother hurries after us. "Want me to carry some?" Darla asks hopefully. "Nope," I say, jogging to catch up with Hadley. Darla sighs behind me, but doesn't stop walking. She doesn't try to talk to me again either, so that's good, at least for now. She'll be back, and I know it. We've only gone a few steps when the sound of laughter makes my whole body tense. Hadley looks my way with wide eyes, and we both move faster. When the hot springs come into view, we can see the kids splashing around in the water, laughing, having fun. It should be a nice sound, but they're being too loud. I'm not used to so much noise anymore. "They should be quieter," I say. Hadley nods, and we jog down the steps. Anne and Sophia stand knee-deep in the water, shirts still on, but their jackets and pants are gone. The women are doing their best to keep the kids quiet, but it doesn't seem to be working. Jessica stands on dry land with a panicked expression on her face, while Parvati calmly surveys the area. But I don't see Moira anywhere. I look around as I follow Hadley to where Winston is setting up camp. Liz is with the other kids, but I don't see her mom at first. Then I spot Moira in the hot spring, naked. The water only goes halfway up her chest, and her breasts are mostly exposed, but she doesn't seem to care. She sits there like she's in some kind of trance. She's going to end up getting herself killed. The sun has disappeared behind the surrounding trees. From our vantage point, we can only see a sliver of orange on the horizon. The sky is dark blue, almost black, and already the stars are out, twinkling in the sky above us. It's nice and quiet, and the group is relaxed, but I can't sit still. My stomach feels like it's full of rocks. Axel and Angus haven't come back yet, and it's freaking me out. The kids are dry and dressed in clean clothes, and they're sitting around the fire looking sleepy. Moira is dressed, thanks to Jessica's prompting, and the adults have all taken their turn in the private hot spring. A quiet contentment has fallen over the camp that's nice, but feels shaky. Like we're teetering on the edge of a cliff, and if we're not careful, we'll fall over. Maybe someone should go out to look for them, I say, tapping my shoe against the stone floor so hard it makes a slapping sound that echoes through the night. They'll be back. Winston doesn't even look my way as he throws another log on the fire. Sparks fly into the air, dancing above the flames before disappearing. He's been saying the same thing for almost an hour. Hadley pats the seat next to her on the stone bench, and I reluctantly sit. Drops of water fall from her wet hair and land on her legs, but she doesn't seem to notice. You should get clean. I think everyone has except you. And Axel, I say, the words coming out sharper than I intended them to. Hadley doesn't even bat an eye. Angus hasn't taken a bath either, but I don't care. Hell, he probably doesn't either. Hadley nods slowly as she stares at the flames. Maybe we should go out and look for them. Winston shakes his head, and I have the urge to smack him. Why not? I snap. Because we can't risk it. We could go out there looking for them and get lost or hurt or killed, and that would leave the group vulnerable. I inhale slowly and clench my hands into fists. He's right. Of course he is. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Jake coughs, and Anne pulls him closer. She grabs another blanket and wraps it around them both. Joshua sits on the other side of the sick boy, staring at the map. He scoots closer to Jake, like he's trying to keep the kid warm. We can't wait much longer, he says. I need to head to that town. There's a small town not too far from here, and he's anxious to head out so he can see if they have antibiotics. I know we need them, but there's no way in hell Joshua is heading out into the unknown. As the only doctor, he's way too important to the group. You know you can't go, I say. He takes a deep breath and shakes his head. Someone has to. I'll go. We can take the Nissan. Parvati stands, grabbing her bow off the ground. She looks around, and her eyes stop on John and Hadley. You two want to come? I need the backup. Yeah. John stretches when he stands, and his back pops. Save me some meat. What are we looking for? Hadley asks Joshua. The doctor pats Jake on the back and gives Anne a reassuring smile before getting to his feet. I'll walk with you up to the truck. That way I can write a few things down. I don't want you grabbing the wrong thing. I know I don't really have to say it, Winston says, frowning, but watch your backs. He doesn't look like he's in love with the idea, but he doesn't tell anyone they can't go. It's not his style. Will do, John says, heading to the stairs with the others. I watch them walk away with a pit in my stomach. I know why they didn't ask me to go. If Axel came back and found me gone, he'd be furious. It still hurts, though, like being picked last for a team in gym class. Chapter 3. Vivian. I jump to my feet and spin around when footsteps pound against the stone behind me. The second Axel and Angus come into view, a deep sigh of relief whooshes out of me. It's about time. Unable to stay where I am, I rush forward to meet Axel halfway between the fire and the stairs. He pulls me in for a hug, and my body feels instantly lighter. What took you so long? Axel presses his lips to the top of my head. Checking out the area. If you wanted fast food, you should have gone to McDonald's, Angus mutters, practically shoving past me to get to the fire. Can we? Max asks, his eyes lighting up like the prospect is the best news he's ever heard. The question should make me laugh at the adorable naivete of children, but it doesn't. Instead, my eyes fill with tears, and I have the sudden urge to sit down and sob. All I can think about is how much these kids have lost and how different their futures are now. They don't have the hope we had when we were young. I grew up with nothing, but I never lost the desire to have more, to believe something better could happen for me. These kids will never have that. Anne sighs and shakes her head. She looks as sad as I feel. No, honey, there's no more McDonald's. Max's face falls and he stares at the ground. Shit, you don't want McDonald's, Angus says, holding up 2 rabbits. This here's real food. That stuff they fed you in them restaurants will kill you if you eat too much. He kneels in front of Dylan and Max and leans in close to the boys like he's going to tell them a secret. In fact, you want to know what I heard? The boys' eyes get big and round as they stare at the dead animals and shake their heads. Angus motions for them to get closer. They lean forward, along with everyone else sitting around the fire. Even Axel and I step closer. I heard them restaurants is what started all this mess. You mean the zombies? Max asks, his eyes once again full of wonder. Angus leans even closer. Everyone around the fire watches him, waiting to hear what he has to say, like he might actually have the missing piece of the puzzle. Sure, them places were cheap, right? The boys nod in unison. Well, they had to get real cheap stuff to make their food, meat nobody else wanted and all that. I hear they got a real bad batch right round the time people started getting sick. Max's face scrunches up and he shakes his head. I thought it was a flu. Yeah, Dylan pipes in. His tone tells me he knows Angus is full of shit. And my mom never ate at McDonald's, but she got sick and died. Angus shrugs and sits back. Just what I heard. I don't know nothing for sure. Nobody does. He holds the rabbit up in front of the boys again. I do know this, though. Rabbits didn't get that flu, right? No animals did, Max says quietly, studying Angus like he's trying to figure out if this man is telling him the truth. They didn't eat at McDonald's, neither. Angus gets up before the boys can say anything else. When he turns away, there's a big grin on his face. Axel chuckles. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I mutter. The expression on Angus's face reminds me of how he was with Emily. He was good with her, which took me by surprise. It's even more shocking to see him talk to the boys, though. He hasn't really paid the kids much attention before now. Maybe he was keeping his distance after losing Emily, guarding himself against getting hurt again. Anything is possible, even with Angus. I never did like McDonald's, Lila says, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Angus drops down on the stone bench and pulls out his knife. That's 'cause you were too busy eating gold-coated filet. Ain't that right? Lila's face turns red, and Al jumps to his feet. He points his handless arm at Angus. You have a problem with her because she had money? Angus slides his knife down the rabbit's body, then looks up at Al. Nope. I got a problem with her, 'cause every time she looks my way, she makes a face, like I'm a bum sitting outside her mansion begging for money. I ain't gonna play nice when she's busy being a stuck-up bitch. Now get that stump out of my face so I can get y'all some dinner. Just like that, Angus's soft side melts away. Damn, Axel mutters. I know he's hoping his brother will eventually settle down and fit in, but I think it's a lost cause. This is about as close as Angus is going to get, which means he's almost tolerable 50% of the time. Axel's eyes move over the group, and his body stiffens. Where'd everybody go? To town to get meds, Joshua says. Shit. Axel's arm drops from my shoulder. Thought I told you to wait. Anne hugs Jake tight and glares at Axel. Jake needs antibiotics. Axel slowly blows all the air out of his lungs. then nods. "You're right. Just wanted to go with them, that's all. Wanted to make sure they was safe." "They're good, Axel," Winston says. "You weren't responsible for everything." Axel nods, his eyes focused on the ground. "Yeah, I know." "Why don't you go take a bath? Relax for a change." Joshua tosses something Axel's way, and he catches it. He opens his hand to reveal a bar of soap. "Yeah, don't sound half bad." He looks toward his brother. "You got this under control, Angus?" Yeah. You and Blondie head on up there and get freaky. I'll make sure everybody gets something to eat." "Shut up, Angus," Axel snaps. I glare at Angus as I pick up the clean clothes I have waiting for Axel and me. The asshole just grins, of course. Whatever. I can't wait to get clean, and there's no way I'm going to let Angus ruin it. Ignore him. I grab Axel's hand and pull him toward the stairs, leading up to the smaller of the two hot springs. The soft glow of the lanterns left behind by the others help light our way. All the adults bathed up here where it was more private. Some alone and some not, like Al and Lila. They were louder than they should have been, leading little Ava to ask her mom if Lila was crying. Sophia said yes. From up here, we can see everything. The hot spring and the rest of the group sitting around the fire, as well as the forest in the distance. It's a nice view, but not nearly as alluring as the heat coming off the little pool of water in front of me. I set our clean clothes down, then pull my filthy shirt off. My pants follow, which makes Axel look over his shoulder. "They can't see us," I say. "I made sure earlier when everyone else was up here. All they can really see from down there are our heads. It was probably designed that way on purpose." "Clothes optional," Axel says. "Not when I'm up here with you." I yank his shirt over his head, then go for the zipper on his jeans. "When you're here, it's clothes prohibited." He grins, his eyes holding mine. "That right?" I ease his jeans down, smiling up at him the whole time. "That's right." The second we're both naked, I head for the hot springs. The air is chilly, and standing out in the open has me covered in goosebumps, but the water is nice and warm. Slightly hotter than a bath. It's probably the most amazing thing I've ever felt. I turn and hold my hand out to Axel, who's still foolishly standing on the top step. "Give me that soap." He looks down at the bar clutched in his hand, staring at the thing like he forgot it was there, then steps into the hot spring. Damn. He closes his eyes like he's on the brink of ecstasy. "I know," I say, ripping the soap out of his hand. The water only comes to my waist, so I sink lower until I'm submerged up to my chin. I wet my hair, then scrub every inch of my body until my skin stings. Then my hair. I've never been this filthy in my life. Once we're both clean, Axel settles onto the man-made bench lining the wall of the little pool. I move over so I'm sitting on his lap and wrap my arms around his neck like we're two people out enjoying a day at a spa rather than what we've been for the past few weeks. People running for our lives, hiding, trying to survive. I want to enjoy this moment. "What were you and Angus doing that took so long?" I know they weren't hunting that whole time, and I want to know what they were up to. "Staking out the area. Wanted to see if there was any sign of the dead." "You find anything?" "Nope. Don't look like the area's been bothered since all this started. No bodies round. Lots of animals in the woods. It's pretty secluded. Might be good to hang out for a few days. Rest up." "You think it's safe?" "Safest place we've come across since we left the desert. Bet we can make it work for a bit. Once it gets really cold, it'll be no good. But for now, we got them tents set up close to the springs. The water gives off a little heat, and we got plenty of blankets and sleeping bags." It would be nice to rest. Give Jake a chance to get better. Them wood houses they got ain't real sturdy, but we could set something up in there for him. Be warmer than the tent. Hopefully the others can find some meds and he can get better. Axel brushes some wet hair off my forehead, and I press my lips to his, then shift so I'm straddling him. He's hard already. The feel of him causes heat to move through my veins. I could get used to this, too. It seems like a shame to drive off and leave something so amazing. Yeah, he says again, moving his hands up my thighs and over my stomach to my chest, not stopping until they're cupping both of my breasts. His touch is hotter than the water. I kiss him harder, grabbing his bottom lip between my teeth and giving it a little tug. He groans. You been taking them pills, right? I have. Good. He guides my body over his, and then he's inside me. We move together, and the water swirls around us, splashing against the stone, and more than once I have to bite down on my lip so I don't make a total ass of myself. You think staying here is a good idea? Winston asks in a skeptical tone. It isn't often he and Axel disagree, but this may be one of those times. I think we need to rest, Axel says. Angus spits on the ground and drapes his arm over Darla's shoulder. Yeah, it'd be nice to take a break. Plus, that truck is starting to smell like shit. I look toward the fire where everyone else sits. Hadley, John, and Parvati aren't back yet, and Joshua fell asleep, so it's just the 5 of us making the decision right now. Anne and Sophia are preoccupied with the kids, and Jessica usually just defers to her dad's opinion. Al and Lila don't seem to care as long as they're together and safe. Then there's Moira. She's barely even a person anymore. But we can't stay here forever, Winston says slowly. No, I say. Just for a couple days, until Jake is feeling better. Hopefully the others come back with antibiotics and he can recover. Then we can move on. We realize this is a temporary solution, but we need it. We need a break. Winston nods slowly and scratches at his beard. It's long now, and he reminds me of a black member of ZZ Top. I guess he decided not to cut it anytime soon. You think it's safe? Angus spits again, and no one even blinks. We're getting too used to it. Safest place we've been, that's for sure. We lapse into silence. Since I can't read minds, I don't know for sure what everyone else is thinking about, but I can't stop reliving the past few months. The emergence of the virus in New York, which almost seems like a dream at this point, then the spread. The realization that things were not going to get better, and my determination to make it to Emily, to the daughter I gave up for adoption when I was 16. It required travel approval since the country was under martial law and a physical, but I was determined to make it happen. When my car broke down, I thought that was the end of me. But it turned out to be the best thing to ever happen. It's how I met Axel. He and Angus were running from the virus too, heading to California, just like I was. By the time we got there, the virus had taken its toll, though. 85% of the population gone in a matter of weeks. The world felt like a ghost town. Of course, that would have been a much more desirable alternative to the new reality of The Walking Dead. When we realized the dead had come back, we were floored, and the shelter in Vegas seemed like a utopia. The perfect place for us to live out the next few years while we waited for the bodies to die a second time. It should have worked. But life is cruel. The company that built the thing had financial problems, which resulted in selling off all their supplies. We had to make a run out to Vegas to find more food and fuel, and that's where we met the real enemy, Who knew there were things worse than zombies out there? The men who'd taken over the Monte Carlo were the worst kind, evil to the very core. When they grabbed Hadley and me, we had little hope of escape. If John hadn't been undercover in the casino looking for his sister, we'd probably still be there. He may have been one of the men who grabbed us, but he also helped us escape. We made it out alive, but not without a few scars. The men from Vegas got their revenge, though. They destroyed our shelter, the only safe place left as far as we knew. Since then, we've been wandering, lost, looking for a place that will sustain a group this size while we cling to the few scraps of hope we have left. We went from Nevada to Utah, wanting to make it out to Wyoming or Montana, areas that were less populated and had more open space back when people were still people. But a lot of the roads were blocked from when the country was under martial law. The route we followed eventually led us to Colorado, but before that, we drove through hundreds of miles of nothingness, looking for other survivors we could trust, or a safe place to live, or some sign there's still law in this country. We found none of that. What we found instead were bodies walking the earth or rotting in piles. Towns and cities overrun, stores looted or smashed or burnt. The few living people we came across weren't as bad as the ones in Vegas, but they didn't fit in with our group. We saw secluded areas that had been fortified where men acted like frat brothers, spending their days drinking and eating bags of Doritos while they used the dead for target practice. One house we found had the rotting bodies of zombies tied to the fence circling the property, one every few feet, like grisly scarecrows. It terrified the children and put the rest of us on edge. Who knows what frame of mind the inhabitants were in to do such a grotesque thing? We didn't wait around to find out. After a few minutes of silence, Winston finally nods, exhaling slowly. There's a good chance he was reliving the last few weeks, just like I was. He looks toward the fire, and I'm not sure since it's dark, but it looks like he has tears in his eyes. Okay then, let's get settled. When Parvati, Hadley, and John finally show back up, Joshua is out of his seat and running toward them before they're halfway down the stairs. I'm sure Anne would be right behind him if Jake wasn't in her lap. Did you find something? Joshua asks. Even in the firelight, I can see how frightened his eyes are. He's as scared of losing Jake as Anne is, but I think for him it would feel like surrendering to reality, giving in to the fact that things have changed, and an MD next to his name doesn't give him all the superpowers he hoped it would, that even he is limited. Parvati rips the bandana off her head and runs her fingers through her dark hair. Nope, the pharmacy was bare. Joshua's face falls, and his shoulders slump like all the air has left his lungs. We'll figure it out, John says, slapping him on the shoulder on the way to the fire. You guys saved me some meat? How is the town? I ask. Deserted. Hadley stands at the bottom of the stairs, looking back and forth between the fire and the hot springs. I think I'm going to take a bath. John has barely sat down, but he gets to his feet like he's ready to join her. Only she doesn't even look his way before heading toward the springs. You want to get clean, Parv? Hadley calls as she turns toward the stairs. Yeah, Parvati says. They head up to the small hot spring, and John slumps back onto the bench. How about some of that rabbit? He doesn't look surprised, but he doesn't look happy either. This thing with him and Hadley has been weird from the beginning. No one really understands what's going on between them. Hell, I'm not even sure they understand it. I think for Hadley, it started as a way for her to forget about what happened in Vegas. Probably did for John, too. He lost his sister, after all. But for him, it seems to have progressed into something more. He likes her. I can tell by the way he gravitates toward her throughout the day, and how he always has her back when we run into a group of the dead. Hadley doesn't seem to share his feelings. Maybe she's still trying to forget. I lean my head against Axel's shoulder and let out a deep sigh. It's getting late, and all the kids have turned in except Jake. Even Moira, Sophia, and Jessica have gone to bed. Angus and Darla are God knows where, doing God knows what. We're all beat, and I'm pretty sure Anne is only up because she was hoping they'd come back with meds for Jake. Now that it looks hopeless, she eases Jake to his feet and gives us a little wave. We're going to get some sleep. Night, I say, echoing the murmurs of the others. Al yawns and puts his arm around Lila. So, what are the sleeping arrangements like? I mean, the one tent has the kids and Jess and Moira. Anne and Sophia have a shelter. That leaves one shelter and 2 tents. He looks toward Lila, whose cheeks get red, even in the firelight. Where's that leave us? You mean, where can we go screw? John's mouth is full of rabbit, and a few small pieces fly out when he laughs at his own joke. Al's face breaks out into a huge grin. I have needs. Al! Lila shoves him, then buries her face in his chest. Al doesn't look the least repentant. We need 2 people on watch, Winston says. He doesn't acknowledge Al's needs. We can take the first watch, I say, just as a yawn forces its way out of me. I cover my mouth and turn my head so it doesn't spread, but no such luck. Immediately after I yawn, Al and Lila do too. Then Axel. Even Winston. I'm tired, but I'd rather stay up a few extra hours now than have my rest disturbed. Axel shifts, and I'm forced to move my head from his shoulder as he gets to his feet. What you think about walking the area? We stay down here or go on up a bit every now and then to check things out. Winston gets up too, and his eyes scan the forest as he pulls at his beard like some old-time scholar on the verge of a massive discovery. We don't want you going up too far. We wouldn't be able to hear if you ran into trouble. Just to the top of the stairs, then? Al clears his throat. No one answered my question. Axel rolls his eyes. Winston waves Al off. Just pick a tent, and for the love of God, use protection. He turns his back to the teenagers. There are too many raging hormones in this group. It's the end of the world, Al says, jumping to his feet. He's grinning when he pulls Lila up with his remaining hand. Need to celebrate life, seize the day, live life to the fullest. Axel's mouth twitches, but Winston just shakes his head. John is laughing his ass off. You're a walking cliché, Al. Don't care, as long as I get laid. When the zombies showed up, I thought for sure I was going to die a virgin. Lila shoves him, but even she's smiling. Will you shut up? Never, Al says. I want the whole world to know I'm going to have sex. Only wish I could go back to my high school and tell everyone there. They wouldn't care, Lila says, pulling him toward the tent. They're all zombies now. Al walks with her, but he doesn't let up. The kid must have been the class clown. True. Now all they're concerned about are brains. He pretends he's going to take a bite out of Lila, and she squeals. It's quiet, though. The whole conversation is. It's like we've all had the volume buttons in our bodies adjusted, and the only level we have anymore is low. Communicating in a whisper is automatic, whether we're talking, or fighting, or laughing, or joking around. It's all muted, just like the world is now. Chapter 4. Vivian. I lean against Axel, staring into the flickering flames of the campfire. Everyone has gone to sleep now, and it's just the two of us. It reminds me of when we camped on the side of Route 66. He was a mystery to me then, so silent and brooding, not transparent like his brother. Now, sometimes I feel like I know Axel as well as I know myself, maybe even better. I'm glad we found this place, I say. Be nice if we could stay. Could we make it work? He exhales and shifts, but doesn't make a move to stand. Don't know. We're in the middle of nowhere, but that don't mean nothing. They could start traveling, move away from the cities to find food. Do you think they need to eat? I mean, will they eventually waste away? Don't got a clue. How could he? None of us understand what happened or how these things work. They're dead, that's for sure. The people who died from the virus were down for almost 2 days before they came back as flesh-eating monsters. Once that happened, those of us who were immune to the original virus weren't safe if bitten or scratched. We died, just like they did, came back just as hungry for violence. There's no telling when this thing will end, or even if it will. Axel sighs and nudges me aside. He grabs his gun as he gets to his feet. Let's check things out. Even though I'm comfortable and warm by the fire, I grab my own gun and follow Axel toward the stairs. His eyes are working overtime as we walk, checking every inch of the area out. Around us, the night is dark and as silent as a cemetery, and the air is clear, just like it has been since we got here. I can't help thinking even if we do run into any zombies out here, it can't be more than 1 or 2. There's no real reason for more to show up, not here in the middle of nowhere. Plus, Hadley told us the town they went to was almost empty. Maybe they've all moved on to the cities. We pass the tents, and the quiet sound of snoring can be heard through the canvas. I know by this point it's Winston. We've been living in such close quarters, I can now distinguish each and every sound my traveling companions make. Sometimes it's annoying, but usually it just makes me feel safe. Axel pauses and points to the stone wall behind the tents. We got this wall, he whispers. It ain't the best protection. His finger travels the length of the wall, then moves toward the rocks in the distance. Them mountains at our backs are good. Means nothing could come at us from that side. Only through the woods, I say. He nods and drops his hand, then continues on toward the stairs. Problem with that is we'd be boxed in. He's right. If something or somebody. Axel doesn't look my way, but his jaw tenses. I swallow when memories of Vegas come flooding back. The thought of people coming in here scares me more than the thought of a few zombies finding us. Zombies are predictable. With people, it's impossible to tell what their real intentions are. If they came at us from the woods, I say in a shaky voice, we'd have to fight our way out. Right. Axel moves halfway up the stairs, then turns and looks around. We got the Nissan and the truck at the top of the hill where we can't see 'em, and we got no place to hide 'em. There's all these trees between us, too. We'd be taken by surprise if we got attacked. But someone would have to find us first. He purses his lips like he does when he's thinking, nodding slowly. Yeah. You think they would? Come looking here, I mean? If they saw that sign, they might. We did. He has another good point. Of course. With no electricity or gas for hot water, a hot spring like this would seem like a gold mine to anyone passing by. We take the sign down, I say. If they don't know it's here, they won't come. A cold wind blows, and the few leaves remaining on the trees rustle together above us. I shiver and wrap my arms around myself, trying to keep warm. Maybe it isn't just the cold that's making me tremble. It could be the thought of this peaceful little corner of the world being disturbed. Taking the sign down would help, Axel says, rubbing his shoulder. I don't even think he realizes he's doing it. Still gotta set up some kind of alarm. That way, if something comes through the woods, we have some warning. We still have those cans we tied together, I point out. We can use those. We've done it when we camped before. Don't got enough. This is a bigger area. We get more, I say, when a sudden feeling of desperation comes over me. We need to make this work so we can be in one place and not on the run anymore. I feel like I'm slowly going mad, shoved into the back of that truck, driving on and on, no windows to actually see what we're passing, and no idea where we're even going to begin with. I move closer to Axel. The expression on his face tells me he doesn't really believe we can make this happen. We have plenty of canned drinks in the truck. I know we haven't been using them since we didn't want to get dehydrated, but we could use them for this. Tomorrow, we could let the kids go nuts. I'm sure Angus wouldn't have a problem drinking some of that beer, too. You never let him. Axel snorts, and his mouth almost pulls up into a smile, like I could stop him. I don't know if that's true. Angus got that beer at one of our stops and has wanted to dip into it so many times, but for some reason he hasn't. He keeps bitching about not being allowed to, but I think he's holding back because he's trying to fit in. He's doing it for his brother, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Ever since Axel got shot, Angus has been softer. For Angus, anyway. Axel's eyes move back to the stairs, then sweep over the area. His lips are still pursed like he's working out a math problem. It gives me hope, as foolish as that sounds. Maybe we can stay here after all. If we get a warning system set up, can we make this work? I ask, my voice barely a whisper. We still got the problem of shelter. Axel turns my way, and his stormy eyes hold mine. Right away, I know it's no good, but that doesn't stop him from laying it all out for me. It's November in Colorado. It's gonna get cold soon, probably snow. Some of my hope slips away, but I'm not ready to give up just yet. Can we build something? I turn to face the tents, and my eyes land on the shelters. They're small. One was barely big enough for Anne, Jake, Sophia, and Ava to fit in, but maybe we could build onto them. Don't think we'd have an easy time building something down here, Axel says. The ground's rock, plus we'd have to drag supplies through the woods. Don't seem possible. I exhale what little hope I have left inside, and it blows away, carried by the wind. Yeah. Axel moves toward me, wrapping me in his arms. But we can make it work for a few days at least. Then we'll be back on the road. More driving, more wandering. We wake John and Hadley when it's their turn to take watch. Somehow they ended up in the other shelter, alone. I think it was because everyone else went to bed before them, and no one wanted to be the asshole who took the only solid building. Not even Angus, which kind of surprises me. John and Hadley get dressed and take our spots. Then Axel and I find ourselves alone in the small building. The walls are thin, rickety. They shake when the wind blows, rattling the whole building until it feels like it will collapse at any moment. Cool air seeps in through the cracks, making me shiver. Staying warm is going to be tough. The tents might be warmer than this, I tell Axel, as I stretch out on the stone floor next to him. My body is sore from exhaustion. Come here. Axel's voice is gruff when he pulls me against him. His lips are inches from my neck, and the warmth of his breath helps heat my skin. helps keep me warm. He runs his hand up my side, and even though I'm so exhausted I could sleep for a week, I twist to face him. His mouth finds mine in the darkness, and he sweeps his tongue over my lips. A shiver runs down my spine when Axel moves his hand under my shirt and pulls my bra aside, running his thumb over my nipple. "I miss them rings," he whispers against my lips. "They got in the way," I say, not bothering to tell him having the nipple rings felt stupid, pointless, in the middle of all this craziness. I drape my leg over Axel's hip, trying to pull my body closer to his. If life were normal, this is how every night would be for us. We'd live together, maybe get married. Down the road, we could even have kids. Then I wouldn't have to worry so much about remembering to take the pills that prevent a life from growing inside me. We could be a real family. But that's not how things are. And right now, I live for these moments, for the times when we're together and I can forget everything but the two of us, when Axel can wash away the pain and horror of life with his kiss, can make me forget the heartache and death and struggle we've had so much of the last few weeks. Maybe one day we'll be able to find a home and build something real, but until then, I'll cling to Axel and these stolen moments. I wake to the sound of quiet laughter. Sunlight breaks through the cracks in the shelter, blinding me when I try to open my eyes. I shield my face and roll over, and a shiver runs through my body when the blankets fall away. Axel's side of the shelter is empty, as usual. He doesn't sleep much. We talked about it once, and he told me all about waking up as a teenager to a trailer full of smoke, trying to get to his mom, finding out she was dead long before the fire started. After that, he had nightmares. I can understand why sleep would be difficult. I find my shoes tangled in with the sheets and pull them on before heading out to join the others. The small amount of light that seeped into the shelter did nothing to prepare me for the bright morning, and I find myself squinting all over again. We may be surrounded by trees, but the hot spring is in a clearing, and there's nothing to block out the bright rays. My eyes are half closed when I stumble toward the fire, but I can still make out the small group gathered around it: Hadley, John, Darla, Lila, and Al. Hadley calls out to me when I'm still 5 feet away. "You want some coffee?" Coffee? I say it like it's a foreign word. Since when did we have that luxury? We ran out of coffee a while back. Haven't found any either. Not instant, anyway, which is what we need. "Found some yesterday when we were in town," John says. I lower myself onto the bench at Hadley's side and stretch until my back pops. She holds a metal mug out to me, and the smell is practically orgasmic. "Coffee," I murmur, letting out a sigh. When I take a sip, the hot liquid scalds the tip of my tongue. It feels good, though, if that makes sense. Reminds me of burning my tongue on hot chocolate when I was a kid, then walking around the rest of the day with that raw, tingling feeling lingering in my mouth. Weird that I'd have any good memories of my childhood. I turn toward the sound of splashing. The kids are back in the hot spring, running around in nothing but their underwear, laughing and looking relaxed for the first time in weeks. Jessica and Sophia stand at the edge of the pool, talking while they watch the kids. Sophia rubs her rounded belly, and my heart constricts as memories of my own pregnancy come flooding back. Like Sophia's, it was a bittersweet event. I was young and alone, living with an abusive father. I knew I had to give her up when she was born, but there were still joyful moments that managed to overshadow all of that. Moments when I felt my baby move, and I was able to focus on the life I'd helped create, rather than the shitty circumstances I'd found myself in. Emily was a blessing, that's for sure. Even the short time I was with her made all the pain worth it. I exhale and look around for Axel, like I always do when I think of Emily. But he isn't here, and he's not the only one who's missing. Where is everyone? Anne is lying down with Jake, and I'm pretty sure Joshua is with them, Hadley says. Angus and Parvati are hunting, and Winston and Axel went up to the truck to get some supplies. I should be helping, but I'm groggy this morning, having a difficult time waking up. I slept like a log for the first time in a long time, and it's playing tricks with my body. So I lean back and try to relax, just for a bit. I've earned it. I want to head back out soon, Hadley says. Yeah. John rolls his shoulders, and just like my back, they pop. We're all full of knots from sleeping on such hard surfaces every night. Where are you going? I ask, blowing into my coffee. There's another town about 20 miles farther out. We need to see if we can find some antibiotics. Hadley gets up and pulls her hair into a ponytail. Jake needs medicine, and waiting is stupid. Axel know about this? I ask. Hadley's green eyes snap toward me, then narrow on my face. Axel isn't in charge. What? I don't have a clue where it's coming from, but Hadley sounds mad. I didn't say he was. I was just wondering what he thought about it. Doesn't matter, John says, standing, following Hadley's lead. They act like they're ready to head out right this second. We're going. We discussed this last night, before we even got back, and we aren't going to change our minds. Okay. I set my mug down, unsure of what to say or do. I've never seen Hadley lose her cool like this, except with that asshole Mitchell back at the shelter, and I'm not sure what's brought it on. Something I missed while I was still asleep? I'm not saying you shouldn't go. I just want to know what's happening. How far out is this town? You were gone for a pretty long time yesterday. Looks like it will take about an hour to get there, John says. If you don't run into any trouble, I point out, which we all know is unlikely. Hadley's face gets red, and she blows air out of her, reminding me of a bull. Why are you trying to talk us out of this? What the hell is going on? I get to my feet and take a step toward her. Hadley, I'm not. I'm just talking to you. Why don't you tell me what's really wrong? She shrugs me off when I reach out to her, then stomps away without saying anything else. John hurries after her. I have no clue what just happened, but I'm pretty sure it didn't have anything to do with me. I turn to find Al, Lila, and Darla staring at me. What's going on? Hadley already fought about this with Axel and Winston this morning, Al says, shrugging like it's no big deal. Winston doesn't want them to go, and Axel backed him up. But Jake needs the medicine. Al puts his hand and stump up like he's trying to ward off an argument. I'm just telling you what happened. There goes my hope of being able to relax. I'm going to find Axel so I can figure out what's going on. I head up the stairs, and the second I hear footsteps behind me, I know it's Darla. Damn, why can't she leave me alone? I stop at the top of the steps and wait for her to catch up. It doesn't seem like I'm going to be able to shake her for much longer, so maybe it's better if we get this whole thing out in the open, whatever it is. I force my expression to remain emotionless as I turn her way. It isn't easy. Darla brings out too many emotions in me, things I'd rather forget. She reaches the top of the stairs and stops, and I get a really good look at my mom for the first time in a few weeks. She's looking rough. Her hair has grown out, and her roots are dark brown. They're close to 2 inches long now. The weight she's lost has made her face gaunt and her boobs saggy. She's aged about 5 years in the last few weeks, but her smile is the same. I know, because it's like looking in a mirror. "You gonna talk to me?" she says, frowning. "You seem to think it's important that I do," I say, crossing my arms as if they'll protect me from her presence. "I think it's about time we put the past behind us, don't you?" 1,000 bitter words bubble up inside me. This is the woman who gave birth to me, then ran out, leaving me alone with an abusive man. She never looked back, never checked on me. I probably would have never seen her again if we hadn't run into her in Vegas. Of course, she'd want to put the past behind her. "Then what?" I ask. "You want us to develop some deep and meaningful mother-daughter bond?" She rolls her eyes, and the irises almost get lost in her skull. "Course not. I ain't dumb. But you've been holding on to all this anger for so long. Don't you think you'd feel better if you could forgive me?" I'd like to tell her no, but I know it'd be a lie. To be honest, it would be nice not to have bitterness threaten to suffocate me every time I look at her. I'm just not sure if I can do it. My life never would have been easy, but if she'd taken me with her, it could have been better. Of course, then I wouldn't be standing here. Who knows where I'd be, but I would have taken a different path. Never would have had Emily, never met Axel, never joined up with this group. Who knows if they would even be together right now? Axel is a different person than he was a few months ago, and I'd like to think I had a lot to do with that. Everything happens for a reason. Of course, acknowledging that to myself and being ready to forgive my mom are two very different things. "I'll think about it," I say. Darla frowns, and the skin under her eyes sags even more. "Think about it?" "Yeah." She lets out a deep breath, then nods like she understands. "You know, I didn't ever want to be a mom." I blink, and the sudden pain in my gut feels like someone has punched me. Is this her way of trying to make me feel better? "Thanks," I say, unable to hold back the bitterness. Darla rolls her eyes again, this time exaggerating the gesture so she looks more like a caricature than an actual person. "Don't do that. When you get all sarcastic like that, you sound like your daddy." The tension in my stomach gets more intense. This woman knows exactly what to say to get under my skin. "Never say anything like that to me again," I say through clenched teeth, digging my nails into my arm. "Forget all that." She waves her hand in the air like she can swat away the words. "I didn't say all that to make you mad. I just want to explain. It's something I never got to do. I was barely 17 when I got knocked up, but you knew that. Your daddy was a lot older, already 24. I didn't have a good home, had a dad who barely worked and drank too much, and a mom that was always pregnant herself." She pauses and looks at me. "Did you know I had 6 brothers and a sister?" I shake my head. Never met even one aunt or uncle. They didn't keep in touch. She shrugs like it's no big deal, but the look in her eyes says differently. "My mama was pregnant with my baby sister when I found out about you. She did her best, and I know she loved us, but it was all too much for her. Your daddy offered to take me on and marry me, and I think she saw it as one less mouth to feed. I dropped out of school and got married. And the rest is history." She snorts, and her brown eyes move to the ground. Something like that. "So, you never loved me?" The second the words are out, I regret it. I'm not sure I want to know. I thought I'd accepted that my parents had been indifferent to me when I was a child, but standing here in front of my mom, I'm not sure if I want to have that reality confirmed. It might feel like her running out on me all over again. When Darla looks up, her eyes are softer. Didn't say that. I was young. It don't really excuse how I acted, but you gotta remember that. When I ran off, I was only 27. A lot of people that age don't even have kids. I felt trapped. Your daddy couldn't look at me without getting mad, and it always led to me getting a black eye. Being a mom just wasn't my thing. Emily's face flashes through my mind, and I dig my nails deeper into my arms. I hate that I know what she means, but I do. All I ever thought about was Emily, but once I had her back, I didn't know what to do with her or myself. I thought it would be natural. That's what I'd always heard anyway. It's a lot harder than you think it's going to be, I mumble, unsure if I'm saying it for my benefit or Darla's. Her brown eyes grow wide, and she tilts her head to the side. You make me a grandma? Shit. Last thing I ever wanted to talk with her about was Emily, but the cat's out of the bag now. Let's just say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. 17? I was 16, actually. It was a girl. Emily. I whisper, pain radiating through my body like it's trying to suck the life out of me. What happened to her? My throat tightens, and I do my best not to think about the day she died, but it's an impossible task. What I have to say about Emily could fill a book. Darla doesn't know that Emily was the first casualty in our group. I gave her up, I finally say. I couldn't bring her back to the trailer, not with Roger using me as a punching bag. Plus, I wanted to finish high school so I could make something of myself. I wanted her to have a good life. Maybe that's what I should have done. I don't know. Things would have been so different if she'd done that. But then again, so would I. The person I am now fits into this world. I'm strong and resourceful, used to working hard. If I'd had an easy life, I might not have made it. Maybe you did the right thing. Darla's eyebrows shoot up, and I shrug. It made me strong. Footsteps come up behind us, and I turn to find Axel heading our way. He stops when he sees Darla and me standing together. It's hard to read the expression on his face. He's always so guarded, but he looks almost like he's ready to charge over and protect me. From my mom, which kind of makes me want to laugh. You guys get what you need out of the truck? I ask. He closes the distance between us and slides his hand around my waist protectively. We gotta get them drinks down to the camp. Need them cans. I can help. I turn to Darla and do my best to smile at her. I'm pretty sure it looks as fake as it feels, but it's a start. You want to help? Sure thing. When I turn to look at Axel, his eyes are wide with surprise. I guess he didn't expect to find me chatting it up with my mom like we were old friends. Neither did I, that's for sure. My arms strain from the weight of the soda cans as I head back down to the hot spring. Axel's in front of me, carrying twice as many as I am. In front of him, Darla is huffing away, and Winston is just as loaded down as Axel is. What's going on with you and Hadley? I ask Axel. He glances over his shoulder at me and frowns, the scar on his chin puckering slightly. Don't know what you mean. She was pretty pissed off this morning when I mentioned you. She wants to leave right away so they can get meds, but we told her to wait. She didn't take it well, Winston says. Jake needs them. It comes out harder than I meant it to, but I don't apologize. I don't know why I'm so upset, but I am. It's not like I think Axel and Winston plan on letting Jake die. They'd just like to be prepared. But Hadley being pissed has gotten to me, and I don't like her thinking I'm against her. I'm not. We've been through so much together, and I want her to know I still have her back. I always will. We just want to think it through, Axel says. They run off without planning, and we'll never see them again. Something just doesn't add up, but I'm not sure what. I've never seen her that mad. There has to be more to it. Emotions are running high, Winston says. I think the close quarters are starting to get to people. Maybe Hadley sees this as a way to get some alone time, too. Fresh air, so to speak. He makes a good point. Maybe that's all it is. Hadley needing some time away from the group. Being overly sensitive. It's not like I can blame her for that. The stairs come into view, and right away I catch sight of Hadley standing near the bottom. She's geared up, backpack and all, and looks like she's ready to head out. Axel swears. He's going to have to let it go, though. Hadley is a big girl, and he can't tell her what to do. Plus, she isn't reckless. What's with all the pop? Hadley asks, as I gingerly follow the others down the stairs. She has her arms crossed, and her green eyes snap back and forth between the four of us. She acts like she's waiting for us to attack and tie her down so she can't leave. Need the cans. Axel's tone is short, and he brushes by Hadley without even looking her way. Not that she's looking at him, either. There has to be more to the story than Axel is letting on. Hadley's pissed over something that has nothing to do with running off to find medicine. What the hell happened between Axel and Hadley? We're setting up a security system, I tell Hadley. Like we've done before. We don't have enough empty cans, so we figured the kids could drink some soda. Hadley nods and follows me to the fire. Her expression is softer than it was before, but now she looks uncomfortable. I wish I knew what was going on. John is sitting on the bench tying his boots, and just like Hadley, Parvati is loaded down with weapons. Her arms are crossed, and her expression is as emotionless as always. Lately, she acts like nothing bothers her, which is a huge contrast from how she was when we first met. I can still remember how freaked out she was when we raided an abandoned car for supplies. She acted like a child back then. Now, though, she seems more like a robot. Axel sets his cans down and crosses his arms. Still think y'all should wait. We're not waiting, Hadley snaps. She sets her jaw and glares, but her eyes are focused on the ground, not him. It's an expression I haven't seen on her face since the Monte Carlo. What are you so worried about? I ask Axel, trying to smooth things over. Maybe if I can talk some sense into him, Hadley will stop being so angry. Jake needs the meds and we can't all go. This is something that has to be done. Just think we should send more people, he says, his lips puckering up in a way that reminds me of his brother. I hate when he gets that look on his face. We are. Angus comes out of the tent, and his gray eyes move toward Darla. The four of us are gonna head out. Should be back by dark if we leave soon. Axel's arms drop to his side. You're going? Yep. Hollywood asked me to go, and I'm running low on dip. Figured it was a good time to make a run. Angus shoves his gun in his waistband and spits. It's a bold-faced lie. Angus has plenty of dip. He loaded up on it the last time we went out, since it was pretty much the only thing the store had left, other than gum and cigarettes. He got some of those, too. Axel doesn't call his brother out on his bullshit, though. All right, y'all know where you're headed? Got a plan? Angus nods, but he's still looking at Darla. Yep. I'm gonna grab my gear, Darla says. Come with you, folks. The hot springs are nice, but I'm feeling boxed in. Need some air. She jogs toward the tent, and Hadley lifts her head and gives Axel a smug look. I don't have a clue what's up with those two, but hopefully some time away will help them both cool down. Darla's ready in less than 5 minutes, and the 5 of them head for the stairs. Axel pats his brother on the back as he walks by, but doesn't look at Hadley once. I follow the group up the trail, feeling like I need to apologize for Axel or something. Hey, I say, grabbing Hadley's arm when we're only halfway up to the truck. I'm sorry. I don't know why Axel's being so difficult, but you know his intentions are good, right? Hadley doesn't look me in the eye, and she shrugs like she isn't sure what's going on. Whatever. I'm tired of taking orders from a redneck. What qualifies him to tell us what to do? My hand falls away from her arm, and I step back, staring at her with my mouth open for 10 seconds before I manage to find my voice. That's a shitty thing to say. Hadley shrugs again, then turns away from me, following the others up the trail. Sometimes the truth sucks. You, of all people, should know that. I don't say anything, and I don't follow her, but I do watch her until she disappears around the bend. Right before she turns, she glances back at me, and I swear there are tears in her eyes. Maybe Hadley's having a tougher time than I thought she was.
Chapter 5. Hadley. When the Nissan's engine roars to life, I'm able to relax for the first time all day. I need a break from the group. There's no privacy, no time to think. It's starting to get to me. John rests his arm on the seat behind me, and the hair on my neck prickles. His arm isn't quite around me, but it's close. Too close. I swear he acts like we're 2 14-year-olds who are going steady. It's irritating as hell. I don't know how he managed to maneuver his way in between me and Parv when we got into the car, but I wish she'd ended up in the middle. How far away is this town? I ask, leaning forward so I can't feel John's body heat on the back of my neck. About 40 miles. Angus's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. You anxious to kill some of them bastards, Hollywood? No, just want to get there and look for the meds. It's important, despite what your dumbass brother thinks. Angus's lips get all puckered up, and he looks like he's going to spit at me. He narrows his eyes, but I narrow mine right back at him. I'm tired of being bossed around like I don't have a fucking brain of my own. Axel's just looking out for the group, that's all. Don't you be too mad at him, sweetie. Darla smiles at me and pats Angus's leg. I roll my eyes. That woman makes my skin crawl. I'm not sure I ever wanted to scratch someone's eyes out as much as I do hers, especially when she tries to talk to Vivian. Bitch doesn't know how to leave well enough alone. Of course, she's right, and I know it. I'm just mad. Mad at the shit we're going through, and mad at myself for making it worse by being a dumbass bitch who's too damaged to play nice. Pissed at Axel for trying to insert himself into every inch of my life, like he's omniscient and will somehow be able to stop the worst from happening. He can't, though, and that's what pisses me off the most. John puts his hand on my back, and I jerk away. I glare at him out of the corner of my eye, and he sighs. That sigh is even worse than him trying to act like we're boyfriend and girlfriend. It sounds weak and pathetic. Why the hell doesn't he stick up for himself? Tell me to stop being a bitch, or remind me I was the one who started this whole thing to begin with. Just show some balls for a change, if nothing else. Be more like Axel. Well, the sooner we get there, the better, I say, scooting forward until my ass is half off the seat. Hit the gas, Angus. We don't have speed limits anymore. Angus puckers his lips, then slams his foot on the gas. I close my eyes and pretend we're headed for a brick wall. He doesn't slow until we reach the outskirts of town. It isn't big. One main street and a couple side streets lined with small houses. The paint is chipped on most of them, and the roofs are saggy. The place is a shithole. I'm honestly surprised there are any businesses in this town at all. Still, it's bigger than the one we went to yesterday, and they have a pharmacy. The roads are clear. No zombies, no dead bodies, no people. No sign anything ever lived in this place to begin with. It reminds me of a movie set, the way it's all perfectly laid out to look like a struggling town, but totally devoid of any life. Plus, it's eerie as hell. Angus pulls up right in front of the pharmacy and throws the car in park. Looks like we're gonna get lucky. Looks like he's right. The pharmacy windows are intact, and even from here I can tell the store hasn't been ransacked the way most of the other ones we've passed have been. Why this little corner of the world has been saved from looting is beyond me, but I'm glad. It's about time something went our way. People must have just passed right by this place, John says. Angus nods and throws his door open. Let's get a move on. We don't want to be here too long, even if it does look empty. He spits out onto the pavement before hopping down. We all climb out and pause to check our weapons. It's second nature now. Making sure my gun is loaded and I have ammo. Securing the knife to my belt. I'd feel badass if the situation wasn't so shitty it made me want to cry. Everybody armed? Parv calls out. We're all good, Rambo. Angus spits again, and even though the nickname he's given Parv is slightly mocking, he grins. Sometimes when he looks at her, he almost looks proud, like she's his kid and he taught her everything he knows. It's hard to tell what he's thinking, though, and I have even less patience for figuring out Angus than I have for figuring out myself. My hand rests on my knife as I turn and head for the store. Then let's go. I try the doorknob, even though I'm certain it's going to be locked, and surprisingly it turns easily. A bell chimes when the door creaks open, and every single one of us turns to look over our shoulders. I almost laugh. It would be ironic if the sound of that bell drew the dead, like ringing the dinner bell, so to speak. But nothing comes charging, so I head inside. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can head back to our group. Smells clear, I say, sniffing the air. The store is stale and stuffy, but there's no hint of decay. I shove the door open the rest of the way so everyone else can come in too, then pull out my flashlight. The others are right behind me. One by one their lights come on as I pan mine around, trying to get a lay of the land. It looks like a typical small-town pharmacy. The front has a few displays with cough drops and cold remedies, some first aid and personal hygiene stuff, family planning. Behind the counter there are rows of pills, all neatly lined up like they're waiting for the pharmacist to come back and fill a prescription that will cure the world of the zombie virus. No such luck, pills. Parv walks by me, holding the list Joshua gave her. Let's get moving. I turn to follow and bump right into John. Sorry, I mumble, jumping back like I think his touch will burn me. He sighs, and I swear my hand jerks forward like it's going to hit him. I make a fist at my side and swallow, trying to hold in my irritation. My emotions are starting to get the better of me, and it's got to stop soon. I don't feel like I'm in control of myself anymore. Like what I said to Vivian before I left. That was bullshit. And I don't even know where it came from. Axel's a good leader, and we're lucky to have him. I don't acknowledge John, or the awkwardness, before turning to follow Parv to the back. Angus is busy loading every box of condoms into his pack, but I can't even be annoyed. We sure as hell need them. The front of the store is illuminated by the sun shining through the windows, but the farther back I go, the darker it gets. The rows of pills are cloaked in shadows, making it tough to read the labels. "Hold the flashlight for me," Parv says over her shoulder. She's squinting at the tiny print on a pill bottle. I aim the beam toward the shelves, and she gets busy reading the labels. Joshua gave us quite a list, but most of it isn't even for Jake. It's for later, when something like this happens again. So we're prepared. As if we can ever really be prepared. "You doing okay?" Parv asks, not taking her eyes off the shelf. "Oh yeah, I feel like every day is Christmas." She nods, keeping her eyes on the pills. "Okay." I almost smile. Parv is the person I can stand being around the most lately. She's toughened up and really put effort into helping the group. But she's quiet, and most of the time I forget she's around. I'm not sure if she was always this quiet, or if it's because she lost Trey. But it's a nice change. There are people in our group, like Darla, who never shut the hell up, but it's people like Axel and Vivian who really make me squirm. They don't always talk, don't always ask how I'm doing, but they are always watching. It makes me feel like I live under a microscope. John comes up behind us, and the second he gets within 6 inches of me, my back stiffens. "Need any help?" Parv shakes her head. "This isn't really a 3-person job." John doesn't leave. I shuffle from foot to foot, waiting for him to take the hint. He doesn't. I swear he's lucky he's good-looking, because he's as dumb as a rock sometimes. After a few seconds, I can't stand still any longer. I'm going to run across the street, check out that convenience store real quick. Before John or Parv has a chance to tell me not to, I take off, practically running to the front of the store. Angus and Darla are busy making out like they're considering using one of those condoms right here, just to be sure they work. Angus pulls his tongue out of Darla's mouth long enough to say, "Well, you headed." "Across the street. See if there's any food in that store." "Watch your ass, Hollywood." I pull out my gun and stop at the door, taking a quick peek through the window to make sure it's still clear. Always do. Before all this started, I actually had my ass insured. Since I'm pretty sure the company isn't around anymore, it's my job to keep it safe now. Angus chuckles as I shove the door open. The bright sun makes me squint, but the air is cool and crisp. Clear. I close my eyes for a second and take a deep breath, feeling like I can finally breathe. Then the door opens behind me, and that feeling evaporates. I don't have to look to know it's John. "You shouldn't go alone," he says, coming up beside me. I don't even pause long enough to look over my shoulder. "It's fine." John doesn't say anything, but he doesn't go back into the pharmacy either. Damn it. I really wanted to be alone, to think and have time to pull myself together. I'm slowly starting to unravel, and that I can't get 3 seconds to myself isn't helping. I reach the convenience store and turn the knob, and just like the pharmacy, it's unlocked. When I step inside, I pause for a second to look the place over. The shelves don't look like they've been touched, and they're fully stocked, like they're waiting for the former inhabitants of this town to come back. There's a thin layer of dust on the merchandise. Just like the rest of this town, The store is clear of the dead and the living, and any sign of normalcy.
"This is weird,"
John says, stepping into the store behind me.
"It's like everyone in this town was sucked up by a UFO. There should be bodies walking around, or blood, or something. But we haven't seen a damn thing. It's kind of freaking me out."
He may annoy the hell out of me, but that doesn't mean I don't agree with him. I hear you. We should get some stuff together and get out of this town. Fast. The door clicks shut behind us just as I flip my flashlight on and pan it around. I'd feel like we hit the jackpot if I wasn't waiting for it to all blow up in my face. Something about this whole situation has my stomach in knots. I've only taken one step forward when a boom echoes through the air, shaking the entire building. There's a flash of light, and the inside of the store is suddenly 3 times brighter. John shoves me to the ground, landing on top of me. My heart is pounding, and for a few seconds I can't figure out what's happening. Then it hits me. It was an explosion. But what blew up? I shove John off me and roll over, lifting myself high enough to get a good look out the window. In the street, a fire is blazing. But before I can figure out where it's coming from, John's pulling me back. I try to shove him off again, but he won't let me go. "Get off!" I grunt, trying to break free of his grasp.
"Hadley, you need—"
Gunfire erupts in the street, and the words die on John's lips. My heart skips a few beats, and I try to move toward the door, but John pulls me to my feet, toward the back of the store. I grope for my gun, and all I can think about is Parv and Angus and Darla, but John won't stop pulling me away from our friends. "We have to help them," I cry, trying to head in the opposite direction. His fingers dig into my arm, and he won't let me go.
"We need to hide,"
John hisses. It's on my lips to tell him he's being a coward, but then Vegas and all the shit I went through comes screaming back. Suddenly, all I can feel is that asshole on top of me, holding me down. It makes my whole body shake and my grip tighten on my gun. No, that will not happen again. I yank my arm out of John's grasp and run past him to the rear of the store. He stumbles behind me and swears, and I look back long enough to see he tripped over a rug. But I keep moving. He didn't fall. He caught himself, and he's coming. And I need to get out of here, away from whoever is firing in the streets and whatever plans they have for us. I will die if someone gets their hands on me again. I reach the back door and almost jerk it open, but my brain is working just enough to tell me to stop. We need to check to be sure the coast is clear first. There's only one tiny window, and it's so high I have to stand on the tips of my toes to look out. My eyes scan the area while my heart pounds harder, making it tough to tell for sure if there's still gunfire. I catch sight of a figure as it darts through the shadows lining the building, then ducks behind a dumpster. A second one follows. Shit! I pull back just as John stops beside me.
"What?"
"They're out there, coming this way. There's no way out." My body is shaking. I can't control it. I squeeze my gun tighter, my finger poised over the trigger. I'll end it before I let them take me. John grabs my arm and pulls me back the way we came.
"There's a cellar. Come on."
I allow him to lead me away from the door, even though his words haven't really sunk in yet. The trembling that started when I thought about Vegas has only gotten worse, and the feeling of being trapped in here makes me want to scream. John stops in front of the rug he tripped over, kicking it aside to reveal a cellar door. He yanks it open and flicks his flashlight on, illuminating a set of filthy wooden stairs. The room below us is pitch black, but I don't hesitate. I charge down the stairs, and John is right behind me. He holds the flashlight in his mouth, then works on getting the rug back over the door as he lowers it. My heart is pounding as he eases it shut, and even when he's joined me at the bottom of the stairs, it doesn't let up. He clicks the flashlight off, plunging us into a darkness that feels like it's going to swallow us whole. "Is the door covered?" I whisper.
As best as I could tell from down here.
I nod even though he can't see me, and neither one of us moves. It takes my eyes a moment to adjust to the pure darkness of the cellar. When they do, I can just make out the stairs and a tiny window on the other side of the room. It's covered by a small curtain or something, blocking out the bright sunshine from the street above. We're still standing in the same position when something thumps above us. I hold my breath and have to swallow down a scream when footsteps pound against the floor. They pass over us, then move farther into the building. Who's ever above us talks, but their voices are too muffled to make out the words. Then the people walk back the way they came. John's hand wraps around my arm and he pulls me toward him. He shoves his face against mine, so his mouth is next to my ear.
"Under the stairs."
I move without hesitation, putting my hands out in front of me so I can feel my way through the darkness. When I reach the steps, I get down on my hands and knees and crawl. Cobwebs and dust tickle my face and neck. My nose tingles, and I have to sniff back a sneeze. John scoots in behind me until I'm wedged so far under the stairs I feel like I'm being crushed. Then we wait.
Chapter 6. Vivian. The kids spend the day on a sugar high. They splash in the water, drink Coke. We even find a couple packages of Oreos and some chips. It's like they're having a slumber party. All we need is a movie screen and some popcorn to make the day complete. As they empty the cans, the adults string them together. We have about 20 feet already, but we need at least twice that much to cover the area surrounding the hot spring. There are more than enough cans, but with as wild as the kids are being, I'm not sure how much more we want to give them. "Wait until they crash," Sophia says, smiling. "Then it will all be worth it." Anne nods as she hands me a couple more empty cans. They're going to sleep well tonight. That's a guarantee. With the way they're running around, having fun for the first time in weeks, they should sleep like the dead. Or how the dead used to sleep, anyway. By late afternoon, the cans are all set up, and Axel heads out to hunt. I can hardly sit still while he's gone. I'm too nervous about him being out in the woods by himself. He usually has Angus or Parvati to back him up. With the way things have been going for us, no one should be off by themselves. Trying to tell Axel that is pointless, though. If someone else tried to go off alone, he'd have a fit, but he doesn't see it as a problem for himself. Like he's all powerful and will somehow be able to keep himself safe. By the time he gets back, the sun has disappeared behind the trees. Axel has 2 squirrels, which won't go far, but it's better than nothing. The others haven't returned, and even though it makes me jumpy, I'm not worried about it yet. The town was a good distance away, and if they're being careful, they won't rush. They'll be back before long. The sky above us gets darker, turning from midnight blue to black. Angus and the others still haven't returned, and the more time that goes by, the more anxious Axel gets. "They ought to be back by now," he says, pacing in front of the fire. "We'll go out in the morning if they're not back." Winston's voice is calm, as always. "But you realize it will mean taking the whole group, right? Ain't just gonna rat them off." Axel clenches his jaw, and the words have to hiss their way through his teeth. I've never heard him sound so much like his brother. "I'm not saying that, and you know it. I'm only pointing out who we have left here. You can't go by yourself, And if you and Viv go, it leaves the rest of us pretty vulnerable. Not to mention that the two of you out there on your own is not great odds. Plus, you'll have to take the truck. We don't have another vehicle." Winston's right. We can't leave the group exposed and without a way to escape. "We'll have to pack up and leave the hot spring," I mumble. Silence settles over the group. Even the kids seem to understand the gravity of the situation. Their big eyes stare back and forth between the adults, the flickering flames of the fire reflecting in them. Things today were almost good. Yesterday, too. Even with Hadley's outburst and the stress of Darla trying to work out our issues, I've been more relaxed than I have since our first day at the shelter. The thought of leaving sucks. Jessica lets out a big sigh and gets to her feet. "Okay, kids, I think it's about time to head to bed for the night." Max groans, but Dylan gets up without even blinking. He looks half asleep as it is. Ava and Liz, too. Jake, on the other hand, just looks bad, pale and sweaty. His legs shake when Anne gets him up. Moira follows their lead like she's been programmed to do it. Jessica pauses next to her dad, giving him a kiss on the forehead. "See you in the morning, old man," she says with a small smile. Winston returns the smile, his face lighting up in a way that doesn't happen very often in this world. "Have a good night," he says, patting his daughter's hand. His eyes stay on her until she's disappeared into the tent. These days, every time someone walks away, it feels like we're saying a final goodbye. "I think we're going to turn in too," Al says. He fakes a yawn as he gets to his feet, but he's grinning. Yeah, Axel mutters and waves the teens toward the tent. "You don't gotta keep bragging." Al grins, and Lila giggles as she pulls him toward the tent. The others head off, leaving Winston, Joshua, Axel, and me alone. I settle in against Axel, laying my head on his shoulder. He's still tense, and the mood around the fire is serious. The quiet giggles of the kids helps the atmosphere, but only slightly. Jessica shushes them, and finally their chatter dies down. After that, the night is mostly silent. Occasionally, over the crackling of the fire, I catch a sound from the tent Lila and Al retreated to, but it's faint. At least they're trying to be quiet. "You two going to take the first watch again?" Winston asks, his voice low. "Yep, I want to be up when they get back." Of course, Axel doesn't say if. He has a lot of trust in his brother. Sometimes his faith in Angus is misplaced, but in this instance, Axel may be right. Angus will get them back in one piece. Joshua glances toward the tent, then leans forward. "I don't want to alarm anyone, but I have to be honest. If we don't get antibiotics soon, I don't know if Jake is going to make it. I think he has pneumonia." "Shit," Axel mutters. Joshua sits back, and once again silence falls over us. This time, the sounds coming from Al and Lila's tent are unmistakable. I'd be embarrassed for them if I didn't think what Al said yesterday was right. We do need to celebrate that we're alive. There's no guarantee we'll still be here tomorrow. After a couple minutes of silence, Winston gets to his feet. "I'm going to turn in, get some rest, so I can take watch in a few hours, since we're short on people." He gives Axel a sympathetic smile, then turns to head to the tent. He's only taken 2 steps when the sound of cans clanging together breaks through the silent night. Winston freezes, and Axel bolts up. I grab for my knife, meeting Joshua's gaze. His eyes look like they're about to pop out of his head. None of us moves while we listen, waiting to see what will happen next. The night is terrifyingly silent. "Could have been an animal," Axel whispers. Winston nods, but doesn't say a thing. Still, We don't move. Cans clatter together once again, and I swear my heart stops beating. The sound of Lila's giggle is cut off, and Al curses. There's movement in the tent, but the rest of us are still frozen in place. The zipper comes down, and Al sticks his head out of the tent. "Guys?" Axel takes a step toward Al, just as more cans clatter in the distance. This time, more follow. Then more, echoing through the forest and making my heart beat like it's on the verge of exploding. The clanging doesn't stop. If anything, it gets worse, louder and more violent. Al scrambles from the tent, zipping his pants in the process. My eyes go back and forth between the forest in the distance and the tent the kids are sleeping in, then over to the small shelters. Branches rustle together, and I can't tell if it's from the wind or something else. To my right, Winston is already rushing toward the tent where his daughter sleeps. Someone needs to alert Anne and Moira, so I take off toward the shelter. I haven't even made it halfway there when the first zombie breaks through the trees. He stumbles forward, growling, and moving faster when he catches sight of us. His feet slip on the rocks and he tumbles down, landing only 3 feet from me. The thing lurches for me as I scramble for the door, slipping on the smooth, rocky ground. Shit! I slide forward, banging into the shelter door as the dead man pulls himself toward me. He doesn't stand up, and I don't know if it's because he broke something on his way down the hill or if he's just too busy thinking about sinking his teeth into me to register he can walk. I don't even care. All I want is to get everyone out of this safely. My fist pounds against the wood 3 times before the door flies open and Anne steps out, her gun already clutched in her hand. She spins to face the zombie crawling our way, aiming her gun at the dead man. Before I can stop her, she pulls the trigger. The gunshot rips through the silence, and behind me, the cries of the kids ring out. Zombies pour from the trees, moaning and growling as they move our way. The kids scream again, and I spin around to find more of the dead coming from the trees behind me. I'm armed with nothing but my knife. Why the hell didn't I have my gun ready? "Get Jake!" I scream at Anne as the dead move toward us. Anne rushes back into the shelter just as Moira steps outside, turning to face the advancing dead with a blank expression that sends a shiver shooting through my body. She doesn't even try to run. Anne comes back out, shoving Liz and Jake forward. Jake's coughing, dragging his feet. Anne tries to pick him up, but he's too big. She'll never make it. Liz sees her mom and rushes toward her. Tears stream down the little girl's face. "Mommy!" Moira doesn't even glance toward her daughter, and she doesn't move. The zombies charge, but she just stands there, staring at them like she doesn't realize they're dangerous. Or just maybe she wants them to get her. With the way she's been acting, it wouldn't surprise me. The zombies close in on us, but all I have is my knife. I scan the area, and my eyes land on Anne's gun. Without thinking, I rip it out of her belt and shove her and Jake behind me. "Run!" I scream, aiming the gun at the advancing dead. Only there's nowhere for us to go, and we all know it. I squeeze the trigger, firing into the mass of dead coming our way. One falls, then another, then a third. But more come, and Moira still hasn't moved. "Moira!" I shout, as I scoop Liz up with my free arm. Moira doesn't budge, so I step in front of her and shove her back, trying to push the shell-shocked woman toward the rest of our group. Still, she doesn't move. In the distance, people scramble around the campsite. The flickering flames of the fire dance across the scene, reminding me of a horror movie. At my back, the zombies snarl like rabid dogs, and Moira is frozen in place. There's no one but me to help her. The dead have swarmed our little camp. Winston and Axel are busy firing. Even Al and Lila have guns. Anne has Jake, and I spot Sophia with Ava and Max. But Jessica and Dylan are nowhere to be seen, and the dead are everywhere, closing in on us. We're running out of time. Still, Moira stands frozen. No matter how hard I push, I can't get her attention. Liz squirms in my grasp, screaming and crying as she tries to get to her mom. I'm having a hard time hanging on to the child, so I try the only thing I can think to do. I slap Moira across the face. My palm stings from the impact, and she stumbles back a few inches. When she looks at me, though, her expression is still blank. It's like I'm staring into the eyes of a mannequin. It's useless. The closest zombies are less than a foot away from me now, and Moira is like a boulder. I can't make her move. I'm not even sure she knows what's happening. I'm sorry. Tears fill my eyes when I turn away from her and run toward the rest of our group, clutching a screaming Liz in my arms. Liz cries for her mom, kicking her feet. She fights and squirms until she's managed to wiggle from my grasp, falling to the ground right in front of me. My feet catch on her small body, and the gun flies from my hand as I'm thrown forward. My face slams into the stone floor, and light bursts across my vision as the world goes out of focus. I fight against it, but the screams and gunshots fade. "Vivian!" Someone pulls on my arm, yanking me to my feet, but I can barely open my eyes. I blink and try to force my legs to move. Everything around me spins. "Liz!" I reach for the child, but I can't find her, and Axel won't stop pulling on my arm. "Let's go!" he calls, forcing me to move faster. Screams rise up around me, and my brain slowly begins to focus. I blink when warm water rushes over my legs. Axel pulls me forward, deeper into the hot spring, not stopping until the water is past my waist. "What are you doing?" I ask, forcing my brain to focus on what's happening. Nothing makes sense. Why are we in the water? Where are the zombies? Where's Liz? "Got nowhere to go," Axel says, sounding out of breath. "This is our only shot." That's right. We're trapped. I turn toward dry land, and my heart almost stops. The campfire flickers across the chaos, illuminating the zombies. Dozens of them. There's no way we can take them all, and with the mountain at our backs like this, we're trapped. But they aren't trying to get us. Not yet. Why? I focus on the scene and spot a few places where they've gathered into groups. Their hands are coated in a dark, shiny liquid that can only be one thing. They fight each other, trying to get closer to whatever they're feasting on. No, not whatever. Whoever. My stomach lurches, and I have to look away. Moira, I know about. But who else did we lose? I turn from the scene and face the group behind me. My friends are huddled together in a mass at the center of the hot springs. Jake has his arms wrapped around Anne, and Max clings to Winston. Joshua and Lila and Al are here too, along with Sophia and Ava. My stomach drops. That's everyone. No Liz. No Dylan. No Jessica. I grab Axel's arm, pulling his attention away from the massacre in front of us. Jessica? Dylan? I can't even bring myself to ask about Liz, because I know what the answer will be, and the idea of failing yet another little girl makes me want to throw up. Axel shakes his head, and the raging storm in his eyes makes me tremble. They got Dylan right off, soon as they came out of the trees. They grabbed Jess when she went back to try and save him. Sobs shake my body as I clutch at my aching heart, trying to hold myself together. Then my gaze lands on Winston, and the crack in my chest spreads. In the moonlight, I can just make out the tears shimmering on his cheeks. The suffering of my companions makes it feel like something pressing down on me. The children cry, and Lila presses her face into Al's chest, sniffling quietly. Sophia and Anne are silent in their crying, but the pain etched on their faces makes my insides pulse agonizingly. I can't even think about the suffering Winston is going through right now, because it's an ache too familiar for me to face. "What do we do now?" I ask, looking back at Axel. He shakes his head again, and I throw myself into his arms. There's maybe 12 feet of water separating us from the zombies feasting on the beach. They're preoccupied now, but soon they'll realize we're here. Then we'll be in real trouble. We need to plan now, before they notice us. I pull back and look the group over. "How many guns do we have?" Axel holds up a gun, and so do Al and Winston. That's it, though. I lost the gun I took from Anne when Liz tripped me up, but I do still have my knife. "Knives?" I ask hopefully. "I have one," Lila says in a shaky voice. Al nods beside her, and so does Anne. Joshua, Winston, Axel, and I all have one. That's something, at least. "We just have to outlast them then," I say, turning away from the shore. I wade farther into the hot spring, heading to the other side. The water gets deeper the farther out I go, and soon it's higher than my hips, and then up to my ribs, but I keep moving, pushing through the steaming pool of water. It comes all the way up to my breasts before it starts to get shallower again. By the time I reach the other side, it's only up to my knees. The kids will be able to stand here, and there will be more distance between us and the zombies. There's no way anything would be able to get at us from this side. The hot spring ends at a rock wall. "Here," I call, motioning for the others to come farther out. "Here, it's shallower, and with the way they move, it will be harder for them to get to us. We'll stand more of a chance." The others wade toward me, and I do my best to block out the sound of the kids sobbing while I think. Hearing it makes my insides uneasy, and I can't lose focus right now. "What are you thinking?" Axel asks, stopping next to me. "We just need to take out one at a time." I scan the tree line in the distance, just barely illuminated by the campfires still burning. The light flickers over the mass of bodies, sending a shiver down my spine. So many. But they haven't moved toward us yet, and as far as I can tell, there's no more movement in the forest. I point toward the shore with a shaky hand. No more zombies have come out of the trees, so this must be the whole horde. When they head this way, it will be staggered. We need to focus on the closest one, then move on to the next. Just one at a time, I say again. That's it. "It could work." Winston nods slowly, staring out over the mass of dead. I can't even imagine what he's going through right now. His cheeks are still damp with tears, but he doesn't wipe them away. He scans the feeding zombies with a determined expression on his face. We all know his daughter's body is lying there, but he doesn't allow it to affect his focus. "So, we just have to outlast them?" Joshua asks. I nod, but Al shakes his head. "Assuming they don't swim." Shit. I hadn't even considered they might be able to swim to us. I was counting on them having to wade through the water, on it slowing them down. But they can't possibly swim. Can they? "Did they swim?" I ask, looking the group over, like one of them will have the answer. My eyes meet Al's, and the kid shrugs. If anyone had a theory, he'd be the one, but he looks as clueless as everyone else. This is something we haven't had to face yet. Who knew we ever would? They could fly for all we know, I mutter as I turn back to face dry land. We just have to see what happens. No one argues with me, and why would they? I'm making this up as I go, and it's not like anyone else has any ideas. We lapse into tense silence as we wait to find out our fate. No matter what, we won't go down without a fight. Not now, not ever. Jake's coughs draw the attention of the first zombie only a few minutes later. The creature stands and sniffs, then stumbles forward a few steps. It's obvious when he catches sight of us, because he staggers toward the water while he grasps at the air, like he's trying to rip into us from 20 feet away. Here we go, Axel mutters, moving forward. The water swirls around me as everyone moves to get ready. The zombie steps into the hot spring, and a part of me hopes the warm water will somehow deter him. It doesn't, of course. He lurches forward without hesitation, and I hold my breath as he gets deeper. The water goes higher, and he slows. It's up to his waist, but he doesn't try to swim. He just keeps wading toward us. I guess that answers that question, Winston says. The dead man moves slowly, but by the time he's made it halfway to us, another zombie has followed him into the water. Then more come, but just like I thought, they're spread out. With as slow as they're moving, we should be able to take them out pretty easily. Of course, I don't want to get my hopes up too much. There are a lot of bodies on dry land still eating, and if they all decide to move toward us at once, we could be in trouble. It's possible. Nothing else has gone our way since this whole disaster started. The first zombie is 6 feet from us when Axel moves forward to meet him. I follow so I can back him up, but I doubt he'll need it. This should be an easy kill. He slams the blade of his knife into the side of the dead man's skull, and the body drops to the water, bobbing on the surface like a buoy. Axel shoves the body away, and it floats off to the side. Then he turns to face me. It's gonna work. He looks back at everyone else, and my heart thumps against my rib cage. It isn't often I see such uncertainty on Axel's face. I can't blame him, though. His brother is missing, and we've suffered even more losses. Now we're cornered, stuck in an impossible situation unless we work together. Which, let's face it, hasn't been our strength the past few days. But we can do it. I know we can. We're a family now, and families go through rough patches. That doesn't mean they don't love each other. We're going to get through this. Al wraps his good arm around Lila, and she turns her face into his chest like she's trying to hide herself from the horrible reality in front of us. The moans grow in intensity, and I turn back to face land. More are up, leaving the mangled pile of our former friends behind in favor of fresh meat. Us. There are 6 headed our way now, chomping at the air with their rotten mouths. Sweat drips down the side of my face, and I wipe it away. Standing in the middle of the hot spring like this, I feel like we're being cooked in a soup, some kind of zombie delicacy. More sweat beads on my forehead as I wade through the water to Axel's side, ready to meet the next zombie headed toward us. This one is old, so rotten it's hard to tell if it was a man or woman. Only the tattered remains of the shirt give her away. There are little blue flowers on it. Axel takes her out with ease, slamming his knife into her skull. But less than 30 seconds later, another is on top of us. I try to move forward, but Axel blocks me. He stabs the next zombie, and it falls, but his blade gets stuck. Axel swears and struggles to free it as another dead man lurches toward him. I cut through the water to face the zombie. He's taller than I am, by a lot. His fingers curl when he reaches out to grab me, but I'm careful to stay just out of reach. Then I flip my knife over so it's pointing up, and when I have a good shot, I strike, driving the blade up and back as hard as I can, right through the bottom of the zombie's chin and into his useless brain. He splashes into the water just as Al lets out a yelp, and I turn just as he pulls his own knife out of the body floating in front of him. Lila is at his back, ready to fight if needed, but staying out of the way for the moment. At my side, Axel frees his knife, just in time to drive it into the head of yet another monster. Winston does the same on his other side, and Joshua too. But the creatures keep coming, more and more of them, wading through water toward us in a thick mass of rot that seems almost never-ending. "There are too many," I call, backing away. Axel doesn't move from his position, and it makes my heart pound even harder. The children cry behind me, and Lila screams when one of the bodies lurches forward, trying to get Al. The dead man's fingers barely miss the teen. If it wasn't for the water slowing them down, Al would be in trouble. "Bastard!" Al spits out as he jabs his knife into the zombie's left eye. Axel takes out the next closest, but another one is right behind it, practically on top of Axel. "Axel, get back!" I yell, continuing my retreat. He doesn't even look my way, and his lips are pursed like he's thinking something through. Hopefully he comes up with some kind of magical plan that will get us out of this situation. Shit! Al turns and heads toward the group, pulling himself through the water as fast as he can, pushing Lila forward as he goes. "Lost my knife." We're low on weapons, and the bodies are still coming. All of them are in the water now, headed our way. I scan the group and count 26 still standing. It makes my stomach tense with dread. We aren't going to make it. It's impossible. "Guns!" Axel yells, finally coming back to join the rest of us. "No point in trying to be quiet now." He reaches my side as the horde of zombies closes in. All around us, dead bodies bob. The hot water seems to be cooking their rotten flesh, making the air thick with the stench of decay. Every breath I take feels more toxic than the last. My lungs burn, and it feels like I have a layer of rot forming on the inside of my mouth, coating my tongue. Thick and vile enough, I can taste it. Axel, Al, and Winston are the only ones with guns, and the few bullets they have won't last long. I grip my knife as my heart jumps to my throat. Why the hell did I drop that gun? I feel useless right now, and thanks to my stupidity, we're in real danger. "Every shot counts," Winston says. He puts himself in front of the kids, and Al takes a place at his side. Axel pushes me back and lines up with the other two men. They stand in a straight line, putting themselves between us and the zombies, raising their guns, aiming at the advancing dead. Shots ring through the air as the three men fire into the horde. The zombies scream and a few fall, but the ones left just keep wading toward us. I hold my breath as gunshots echo in my ears, making them ring. Al's gun is the first to click. "I'm out." He falls back, taking his place next to Lila, who's crying. I can't blame her. My own eyes are moist. The screams of the children mix with the boom of the gunfire as I count yet again. There are still 17 zombies. There's no way we have enough ammo for that many. As soon as the thought enters my mind, Axel's gun clicks. He swears and rips his knife back out. Winston fires off 2 more shots, then his gun is empty as well, leaving us with nothing left but our knives. I ignore the tension in my body and pull myself through the water to Axel's side. Will we make it? Axel shakes his head, but doesn't take his eyes off the horde in front of us. Can't say. Which means no. At least not all of us. A zombie lurches forward and grabs Winston's arm. They struggle for a second, but somehow he manages to jam his knife into the bastard's skull before the thing can take a bite out of him. Winston pulls the body in front of him, then grabs for the next closest one. He piles it on top of the first before going for another, like he's making a barricade out of the floating bodies. He's a genius. "Axel!" I call, as I grab the motionless body bobbing closest to me. I push it toward him, then go for the next. I don't know if it will work, but it's worth a shot. Anything that might buy us some time. All we need is time. We work together, piling the bodies on top of each other in front of us. The zombies coming our way bump into the wall and scream. They reach out for us, but they can't quite dig their fingers into us from this distance. Hope sparks inside me, but it's just a flicker. We aren't out of danger yet, but the barricade seems to be working. Bad thing is, it also makes it tough for me to reach the dead. My arms aren't as long as Axel's and Winston's, so I can't quite reach their heads. The best I can do is hack away at their hands, maybe take out a finger or 2. Joshua and Anne join us with their knives, and we do our best to take the zombies out without getting too close. Some fall, but some just get cut, which releases more of the stinking black goo. Most we can't get to, though, and they're pushing us back, closer to the wall. Something bumps into my back, and I let out a yelp of surprise, even though I know it's just one of the kids. I look over my shoulder and find only a foot of space between me and the rock wall at our backs. Lila screams, and Al swears, making me spin their way. A zombie is gripping the kid's arm, pulling Al forward, his mouth chomping frantically as he tries to take a bite. Winston lurches toward the dead man, and his knife slams into the zombie's skull. Just then, a gunshot cuts through the moans of the dead, and the creature furthest from me drops to the water with a splash. I freeze, with my knife halfway to a zombie, my heart pounding harder than ever before. Where did that gunshot come from? I scan the group, but no one has magically produced a gun, and they all look as confused as I feel. A second gunshot draws my attention toward dry land, and a shout of joy rips its way out of me when Angus comes charging down the stairs in the distance. Darla comes next, with Parvati right behind her. She stops at the bottom of the steps, raising her bow, and a split second later an arrow flies through the air, taking out a zombie to my left. Some of the dead turn and head toward the people on land, but most stay focused on us. We're still in danger, but we're better off now that Angus and the others have arrived. Angus and Darla fire their guns into the horde, while Parvati takes them out with her bow. Those of us stuck in the water continue to hack away at the dead. Every time one falls, my heart jumps a little higher until it's lodged in my throat again. We're going to make it. We're going to be okay. Push, Axel yells, moving forward, taking the bodies bobbing on the surface of the water with him. I follow his lead, putting all my strength into pushing the dead in front of us. The wall of bodies we created presses against the advancing zombies, forcing them into deeper water. The zombies still on their feet stumble back. One loses his footing and goes down. He splashes in front of us, trying to get up, but the bodies bobbing in front of him and the dead pushing at his back make it impossible. Winston leans forward and slams his knife into the rotting skull, and the bastard finally stops splashing. Angus wades out so he has better aim. He fires, and the head of the zombie in front of me explodes. A second shot makes the one behind him drop. Only 3 left. Axel reaches across the rotting wall in front of us and grabs hold of the nearest zombie. The thing screams and claws at Axel's arm, and even though he doesn't have any exposed skin, my heart almost stops. Axel slams his knife into the zombie's temple, and the rotting body drops to the water. Seconds later, the last 2 zombies fall, and the night goes deathly silent. My chest is tight, and my pounding heart makes it tough to catch my breath. Tears fill my eyes as I'm able to take in the full weight of the situation. We almost didn't make it this time. One of these days, our luck is going to run out. Chapter 7. Vivian. The sobs of the children bring me back to reality. The once welcoming hot spring is now littered with the dead. Their black blood has mixed with the water, making it dark and murky. We need to get out of this infected water, and fast. Who knows how dangerous it is for us to be in here? I push my way through the bodies floating around us, heading back toward the kids. We need to get them out, I say when my eyes meet Anne's. She nods as she hoists Jake up. He coughs, and even in the darkness of the night, I can tell how ill he really is. He can barely hold on to Anne, making it tough for the small woman to carry him. "Keep your head up," she tells Jake, "out of the water." The kid nods, and Anne moves forward, pushing her way through the mass of rotten bodies. Only she's so short, I'm not sure she's going to be able to keep her own head up, let alone Jake's. Before she's gone 2 steps, Joshua is at her side, holding his hands out. "Let me have him." Anne smiles gratefully as she passes the sick child to Joshua, and I breathe a little easier. The doctor is 6'7", so I know Jake and Anne will be safe in his hands. When I turn back for the others, I catch sight of Sophia struggling with Ava. Without asking, I take the little girl from her mother's arms. Winston grabs Max, and as a group we push our way through the dead, heading toward dry land where Angus, Parvati, and Darla wait. Axel meets me halfway and holds his arms out for Ava. When his eyes meet mine, they're full of emotions too conflicted for me to read. "What is it?" I ask, as I hand the sobbing girl over to him. He jerks his head toward land. "Don't see Hadley and John." All the air leaves my lungs. He's right. It hadn't occurred to me before now, but it should have. If they'd come back with the others, they would have helped kill off the dead. Something must have happened to them. I can't talk as I move through the water, focusing on Angus. All I can think about is how angry Hadley was when she left, how the last words we spoke to each other were bitter. Please don't let that be the last conversation we ever have. I move faster, pushing through the hot spring. I want to know what happened, need to know if Hadley and John are gone. When the water is down to my shins, I start running, taking big steps so I can move faster. I stop in front of Angus, huffing. "What happened?" we say at the exact same time. It's one of those moments in childhood when I would have burst into laughter and yelled, "Jinx!" But there's nothing funny about what we just went through, especially not with Hadley and John missing. "Are they dead?" I demand, ignoring his question completely. I know he wants me to tell him what happened here, but I have to know about Hadley and John first. Angus spits, then shakes his head. Darla and Parvati come over to join him. None of them look happy. "Don't know," he finally says. "We got split up." "So the town was overrun?" Winston asks, stopping beside me with Max still in his arms. Not by zombies, Parvati says. My stomach tightens, and all I can think about are John and Hadley and where they might be, what they might be going through. Hopefully they didn't get captured by another group of crazy rapists. Hadley wouldn't survive that. Blew up the Nissan, Angus says, glancing toward his brother. Damn, Axel mutters. You see who it was? Didn't see nothing. Darla speaks for the first time, and her voice is shaky. We were in the pharmacy, Parvati says. John and Hadley went across the street to check out this little convenience store. They wanted to see what kind of supplies were left. There weren't any zombies in town, and the pharmacy had barely been touched, so it seemed likely the store would still have bottled water and— You got the meds? Joshua says, cutting her off. Parvati gives him a curt nod, then pulls off her backpack. Joshua exhales, but I'm too freaked out by our missing friends and what just happened with the horde to be relieved. This is good news for Jake, but we've lost so much already today. How much more can we realistically take and still be able to move forward? They was gone for less than a minute when there was an explosion. Shook the whole damn building. Angus purses his lips. He looks like he's going to spit, so I take a step back, but he doesn't. We ran out and found the Nissan in flames. Somebody started firing at us, so we took cover. Went back into the pharmacy, then out the back door. Snuck through town till we found the store, but they wasn't there. You just left them? I can't believe they would just drive off like that. Hell no, Angus says. We waited. Hid in the store and waited to see if they'd come back. They didn't. Parvati tucks a few loose strands of hair under her bandana. We waited until it got dark. Then we had to make a decision. The longer we stayed, the more likely it would be those men, whoever they were, would find us. We had to go. John and Hadley know how to get back here, so we figured it was our best option. If they were taken, we have no idea by who or where they went. If not, they'll head back to camp. You walk? Axel asks, shaking his head like he can't believe any of it. Walked some, then found us a car, Angus says. Little piece of shit nobody in their right mind would take. Probably only reason it was still sitting around with gas in it. It's almost out now. I still can't believe you just left them, I mutter. Good thing we did. Look at this. Angus waves his arm across the camp. We hadn't got here when we did, you'd all be screwed. We saved your asses. Damn it. I hate it when Angus is right, but he is. Who knows what would have happened to us if they hadn't shown up when they did. Plus, Parvati was with them. There's no way she made the decision to leave them behind on a whim. It must have been the only way, or they'd still be sitting there. You're right, I say. Angus sniffs, but doesn't acknowledge my admission. Not that I expected him to. He looks around, and his mouth turns down. We lose people here? Axel nods slowly, and his eyes focus on something behind me. I turn to find Winston sitting on the ground. There's a blanket over what I can only assume is his daughter's body. Damn. Dylan, Axel says. Moira and her little girl. Poor kid. That woman was batshit crazy, though. Bound to happen eventually. Angus's eyes are focused on Winston, and for maybe the first time ever, there isn't a look of disgust on his face. No hint of the racist redneck we all know him to be. He looks almost sympathetic when he tilts his head toward Winston. That his girl? Yup. Shit. Angus takes a deep breath and looks around. He points to the water. First thing we gotta do is get y'all cleaned off. Don't think it's a good idea to keep walking around with that zombie blood all over you. Plus, you smell like shit. His eyes sweep over his brother, and he purses his lips. You got any open wounds? Axel pulls his shirt over his head and tosses it on the ground. Nope. Anne and Sophia strip the kids and rush them toward the raised hot spring to get them cleaned up. For probably the 100th time since we found this place, I'm thankful for the secluded little pool of water, and this time it has nothing to do with sex. Without it, we'd all feel pretty contaminated about now. I'll look through the antibiotics so Jake can take some when you're done, Joshua calls after them. He dumps the paper bag Parvati gave him on the ground, and 4 white pill bottles fall out. What do we do now? Angus asks. He spits, but it doesn't even faze me. There are bodies everywhere, covering the ground and floating in the water. The overwhelming stench has my stomach twisting with each inhale. Then there are the mangled remains of our friends. A little spit is the least of our concerns right now. Axel exhales slowly and shakes his head. His eyes are still on Winston, who's sitting next to Jessica's remains. We gotta bury our dead. We gonna waste time on that? Angus says, pursing his lips. Yeah. Axel walks away, heading toward Winston. Angus swears, but he goes after his brother. Darla is standing next to the stairs looking dazed, while Parvati walks through the carnage, staring at the ground. She acts like she's looking for something. Al and Lila are huddled together on the beach, staring into our dwindling fire. It's going to die soon if we don't throw more wood on it. I'm not sure what to do with myself. Parvati stops and kicks something aside, then leans down. When she stands up, she's holding a gun. She's looking for anything salvageable. Smart. We need to get moving. It's the middle of the night, and we're all tired, but we can't stay here. Not with all the bodies. I head toward the fire. You two should get changed, I say, when I'm close enough Al and Lila can hear me. I scoop a few sticks up off the ground and gently toss them onto the fire. Sparks jump into the air and swirl around for a few seconds before fading away. The fire crackles. It sounds deafening in the silence. Al gets up, pulling Lila with him. Yeah. You okay? I ask. They both look toward me, and the stupidity of the question hits me. Of course they're not okay. How dumb. Yeah, Al says again. He pulls Lila toward the hot spring, and I exhale slowly. Everyone is going to need a change of clothes. I head toward the tents so I can find something for everyone to wear. When I get closer, I hear Angus, Axel, and Winston talking. We don't got no shovels, Angus says. We have rocks. Winston gets to his feet, but he doesn't take his eyes off his daughter. We'll pull rocks from those piles and cover the bodies. That's what we do, Axel says, nodding. Angus sniffs. What about the zombies? We just leave them? Don't want to waste energy on that. I just want to give her a proper burial, Winston says, and the sharp pain in his voice feels like a knife stabbing me. My heart can't take much more of this world. I duck into the tent and dig through the blankets and pillows until I find some clothes. We don't have a lot clean at this point, but somehow I managed to find things that will work for the kids and Sophia and Anne. Then I head to the other tent, so I can get Lila and Al something. Al's stuff is easy to find. He has about 5 boxes of condoms sitting on top of his bag. Unfortunately, the rest of the clothes are all pretty spread out. So many people have been using this tent, it's hard to know what belongs to who. I pick up a purple shirt I'm pretty sure I've seen Lila wear, then sift around until I find some jeans. When I pick them up, a box falls to the ground, and the second I see what it is, my legs give out, and I collapse on the floor of the tent. Holy shit. Vivian? Axel's footsteps pound across the ground, right outside the tent. My heart jumps to my throat. I scoop up the box and stuff it in the middle of the clothes I'm holding. My body is shaking so badly I don't dare stand up, though. I'll fall on my ass for sure. The tent door moves aside, and Axel sticks his head in. "What are you doing?" Just getting some clothes. For the kids. And Sophia and Anne and Lila. And Al." Holy shit. What's wrong with me? You'd think I was the one who'd hidden a pregnancy test in the tent, not Lila. "They're going to need something to wear when they're done getting cleaned up. What's the plan?" Axel's eyebrows shoot up, and he purses his lips. He looks around the tent, then back to my face. But he doesn't ask what's wrong. Thank God. I don't even know what I'm going to do about it yet. Now isn't the time to talk to him or anyone else about the possibility of a teen pregnancy during a zombie apocalypse. Shit. I suddenly feel like I'm on a very twisted episode of 16 and Pregnant. "We're gonna bury Jessica, Moira, Liz, and Dylan, then get our shit together." I pull myself up and almost let out a sigh of relief when my legs don't give out. "Good. I'll help. Let me get these clothes to everyone first." I push past him and head toward the hot spring, holding the clothes close to my body. I can feel Axel's eyes on me every step of the way. There's no way in hell he doesn't suspect something is up. Anne, Sophia, and the kids are already clean when I reach the top. Al and Lila are in the water washing themselves off while the two women dry the kids. I hand Sophia the clothes, but keep the stuff I have for Al and Lila pressed close to my body, the test included. "Thanks," Sophia says. Anne works fast to get Jake dressed, but it doesn't help. He's shivering, and by the time she's done, his teeth are chattering together. "We need to get you some medicine," she says. The two women usher the kids down the stairs, but I stay where I am. I want to have a moment alone with the two teens, although I have no idea why. Maybe to let them know we'll be here for them. Things are bad enough without them thinking they have to face this thing alone. Once the women and kids are gone, I turn toward the hot spring. "I brought you 2 clothes." "Thanks," Al says, giving me a grateful smile. Even some of his humor has melted away. "I think we're about done here." Lila pulls herself out, and the water runs over her body. She's wearing nothing but her bra and underwear, and she has the figure of a swimsuit model. I can't help staring at her flat stomach, imagining what it will look like in a few months. How the hell are we going to be able to sustain 2 pregnant women in the middle of all this? "Vivian, are you okay?" Lila asks. She's wrapped in a towel, and Al stands behind her. I didn't even notice him get out. He looks too young to have to face this. They both do. I've been in their shoes, so I know how scary and horrible it is. And that was when the world was still whole. "We need to talk," I say. "Get dressed." I hold the clothes out to them, but keep the box. Neither one seems to notice it. While they dress, I look over my shoulder to make sure no one's coming. Only Axel, Joshua, Winston, and I still need to clean off. The men are too busy with other things right now, so we should have at least a few minutes to ourselves. "Can you just tell me what's going on?" Al says. "Because I'm not going to lie, you're really freaking me out." "Is there anything going on you want to tell me?" I ask, staring at Lila, who squirms as she twists her hair back into a ponytail. "No?" I don't really feel like playing guessing games, so I pull out the box and hold it in front of them. "I found this in your tent." Al's mouth drops open, and he looks at Lila like she's betrayed him. "Shit. Are you serious, Lila? Did you take it yet? Was it positive?" Lila stands there shaking her head for a few seconds before she says, "That's not mine." I blink, feeling suddenly like God is trying to punish us. If it isn't hers. "What?" I say, hoping I hadn't heard her right. Lila shakes her head again and turns to Al. It's not mine. I swear. I just had my period, remember? Al's shoulders slump and he exhales. Shit. Yeah, you did. Oh, man. Oh, shit, you really scared me. I thought... He laughs and runs his hand down his face. Shit. It's not yours. I stare at the box for a few seconds, hating the possibilities presented to me right now. Who else used that tent? Pretty much everyone but Sophia, Anne, and the kids, Al says. Parvati, Hadley, or Darla, I mutter, still shaking my head. And Moira, Lila says. Then her face falls. But I guess it wouldn't matter if it had been hers, would it? Damn. I'd rather Lila be pregnant than any of the 3 suspects I have now. I shove the box under my shirt and narrow my eyes on the teens in front of me. Don't tell anyone. Understand? This is between us for now. Who do you think it is? Lila asks. I don't have a freaking clue. Winston is sweating by the time the final stone is placed. When he steps back and stares down at the mound of rocks in front of him, I slip my hand into Axel's and take a deep breath. She's the last one. We laid Liz and Moira together, then took care of little Dylan. When that was done, Winston started covering his daughter. He wouldn't let anyone help. I'm sorry I let you down, Winston says. I should have been there. He closes his eyes, and no one else speaks. After a minute or so, he turns and walks away. Axel sighs. We should get a move on. What's the plan? I ask. What are we going to do about Hadley and John? We can't go back there, Parvati says. We don't have anything but the truck now. If we roll in there with the Sam's Club truck, they'll slaughter us. I squeeze my hand into a fist. Damn it, she's right. If we leave here, they won't be able to find us, Darla says. Angus spits into the fire, and it sizzles across the silence. Gonna have to. Can't stay with all these bodies, and we can't just hang out on the road, sitting in the truck. We'll leave them a message, I say. They'll head back this way, so we need to let them know where we're headed. Where is that exactly? Al asks, hugging Lila to him. Her face is streaked with tears. Because as far as I can tell, we don't have a plan. We're low on gas, Axel says. We're gonna have to hit the closest town, try and find us some fuel. The first place we went was pretty dead, Parvati replies, and it's only about 30 miles away. Then that's what we gotta do. We pack up, load up, and head out. Axel turns and looks toward Winston, who is just standing there, staring out over the polluted hot spring like he wishes it would suck him under. 15 minutes. He gives me a kiss on the side of my head, then slips his hand out of mine, heading toward Winston. Everyone gets busy packing up, and when Parvati starts up to the truck with an armload of supplies, I head after her. I have 3 suspects on my list, and even though it's going to suck big time to bring pregnancy up to her, Parvati is the only one I can deal with right now. Hadley's missing, and I don't even want to think about the possibility of Darla being pregnant. I scoop some stuff up and jog to catch up with Parvati. She doesn't even look back at me, and we're more than halfway up the trail before I work up the nerve to talk. How you been doing, Parvati? Fine. She may be short, but she walks fast. I have to trot to keep up with her. You seem like you've been adjusting pretty well the last few weeks. Doesn't mean I don't think life is shit, she says. Just means I'm not ready to give up yet. That's good. We reach the truck and slide the boxes in. Sophia and Anne have the kids already set up inside. It's going to really suck to have everyone crowded into the back like this. We're going to have to find a car to replace the Nissan, and fast. Parvati heads back down the trail, but before she can get far, I grab her arm. "Wait, I need to talk to you." When she turns around to face me, her brown eyes are wide, full of worry and hurt and pain. She may have toughened up, but that doesn't mean she's heartless. We lost Jessica today, and I know they were close. Jessica lost her fiancé back when the virus hit, and when Trey died, she helped Parvati get through it. Now there's this situation with John and Hadley. Parvati's right. Life is shit. "I'm sorry," I say. "I hate to do this, but I can't let it go." I pull the box out of my pocket and hold it out to her. "I found this in the tent, and I just wanted to know if it was yours." Parvati barely glances toward the box before she shakes her head. "No, if I were pregnant, you'd know about it. I've lost enough people, and there's no way I'd risk Trey's baby." Her shoulders slump, and she looks away. "I miss him. He was there for me when everything was falling apart, and it made me feel like things might not be bad forever, that there could be a future. When he died, I felt like the rug had been pulled out from under me, and I was falling. I'm still not sure when I'm going to hit bottom." The more she talks, the more my stomach knots. Trey died trying to save Hadley and me, but I've never really spoken to Parvati about the whole thing. So much happened so fast. Angus beating Mitchell, him and that asshole Brad running off, the shelter falling, taking out the casino and losing Nathan. Then we were on the road. It never seemed like the right time. "I'm sorry Trey put his life on the line to get me out. It shouldn't have happened." "None of it should have," Parvati says, then turns and heads down the trail. I take off after her. "I'm sorry for bringing it up." "Don't be," she says. "I get it. I'm not sure whose test that is, and I'm not sure I want to know. Losing people is tough enough without knowing shit like that." She shakes her head and walks faster. "Don't tell me. Whoever it is, don't tell me about it." I kind of hate that she assumes we're going to lose more people. The ball clangs against the inside of the can when Axel shakes it. Somewhere nearby, a bird screeches and takes off. Leaves rustle as another animal mistakes the sound for trouble and scurries away. I can't really blame them. The loud sound has my heart beating harder than a stampede. "I'm just gonna ride it in the middle of the road," Axel says, heading into the street. "Keep it vague," Winston calls after him. "We don't want anyone picking up our trail." Everyone else is already in the back of the truck and ready to go, so Winston pulls the door down while Axel writes the message on the road. The hiss from the can sounds louder than a car alarm when it cuts through the silence. "I hate how every little noise makes me jump," I say. Winston nods and leans against the truck. He doesn't talk, and he doesn't look at me or Axel or anything, really. He looks ancient, standing here in the middle of nowhere with his tattered clothes and scraggly, unkempt beard. His face is thinner than it was a few weeks ago, and he has circles under his eyes. His dark skin has taken on a gray quality that makes him look unhealthy, like he's slowly starving to death. "I'm so sorry, Winston." I can't stop myself from saying it, even though I know he doesn't need to hear it, and it might even hurt him more to talk about it right now. The words are out before I can think better of it. "We've all lost," he says. "You'd think after everything that's happened it would get easier. I thought I'd accepted I might one day lose her. Thought I'd dealt with it. Maybe you can't ever really prepare yourself for something like that, though. With my wife and son, it was so sudden, it almost knocked the life out of me. If Jess hadn't survived the virus, I'm not sure I would have ever left that apartment in San Francisco. But she did, and it gave me something to live for. Then the dead came back, and I knew all this was only temporary. How long can we really expect to survive when every sound we make could bring death to our door? He pauses and finally looks up. His dark eyes meet mine, and for the first time, I can see exactly how little hope he has left. How long has he been hiding it from the rest of us? I didn't give up, don't get me wrong. I made up my mind to fight for as long as I could and do everything in my power to keep Jess alive, to help the group and forge a future for us out of this mess. But inside, I knew we were living on borrowed time. I knew this day would come. Somehow, I thought knowing it would make this less painful when it happened. I was wrong. I didn't know he felt that way. Winston has been strong this entire time, never negative, always ready to move to the next place, always ready to reassure everyone we'll find more water, more food, more gas, that eventually we'll get to a place that will be able to sustain us all, keep us going. If he doesn't have any hope left, then we're really screwed. We stare at each other for a few seconds before Axel comes back to stand at my side. He shakes the can once, and this time, when the ball bangs around, it doesn't make my heart beat faster. "We ready?" Axel asks, looking back and forth between Winston and me. Winston nods and pushes himself off the truck, then heads toward the driver's side. When he's out of sight, my entire body slumps, and I have to lean against Axel for support. Suddenly, the future seems bleaker than ever before. "You okay?" he whispers, his lips brushing against the top of my head. I have to force my legs to move. "Yes, let's get out of here." We walk toward the passenger side of the truck, and as I pass by, I glance toward the note Axel left for Hadley. "H and J. Got overrun. Need fuel. Head back to the first town." It's short and sweet and should get the point across if they show up. The problem is, I'm not sure they will. Not now. Not after everything we've been through and everyone we've lost. I'm worried we're never going to see John and Hadley again.
Chapter 8. Hadley. We've been squeezed into the same damn spot for what feels like hours. I swear if John says we're screwed one more time, I'm going to cut his balls off and shove them down his throat. It's not like he's using them anyway. "It's been quiet for a while," I say, moving to get the blood flowing to my arm.
I was thinking the same thing.
He shifts positions, and his arm shoves my head back. It also sends up a puff of dust and dirt that tickles the back of my throat when I inhale. I cover my mouth when I cough, hoping it will stifle the sound. It seems insanely loud in the tight space. "Let's get out of here." I twist my body until I'm able to wiggle out from under the stairs. My knee makes contact with John's spine, and he grunts. I just shove him harder. "Move it." He slides forward, and it gives me a chance to get free. I swear my back creaks like old floorboards when I stand up. My arms and legs are stiff, and I suddenly know how the damn Tin Man felt in The Wizard of Oz. Only an oil can isn't going to help me. "How long have we been here?" I whisper as I tiptoe my way across the room.
Hours.
Shit. I stand on my toes and shove the curtain aside so I can look out through the tiny cellar window. It was still light when we climbed under those stairs, but now the street is dark, and the moon provides just enough light to show me it's empty. But that means shit. It was empty when we got here with Angus, Parv, and Darla. We drove right down the main street and didn't see a single moving thing. Dead or alive.
"What do you think?"
John asks. I pull my backpack up higher on my shoulders as I turn to face him. I can only see his outline in the darkness. We have to go out the back. It's a risk, but the front is too open. It's right on the main road.
Then what?
We need to get to the pharmacy. Try to find the others. I head for the stairs and John's footsteps pound against the ground at my back. I can't wait to get out of this cellar. Not only is it musty and full of cobwebs, but being this close to John is starting to make me feel like I'm going to suffocate, especially being alone like this. There are times when I need his closeness so much, my skin literally itches for his touch. When the memories come back, and I'll do anything to erase them. Then there are times like this when just hearing his voice makes my insides feel like they're made of stone. The stairs groan under our weight as we make our way up. I hold my breath when we get to the top, waiting to make sure there isn't any noise. Whoever these people are, they hung out in the store for a while. Their footsteps above our heads made my body so tense I found it difficult to breathe. That's why John and I wedged ourselves under the stairs. We didn't know if they were from around here, and if they knew about the cellar. The only thing I know for sure was there was no way in hell I would let them take me alive. When I don't hear a sound, I slowly ease the door open and stick my head out. The store is dark, but the moonlight shining in through the front window helps me get a good look around. Empty. At least as far as I can tell. "Looks good," I whisper. "But be ready." I ease the door open with one hand, holding my gun with the other. When I pull myself out, I'm holding my breath, waiting for someone to jump out of the shadows, ready to pull the trigger and take him out. Or myself. Either way, if we get attacked, one of us is going to end up dead by my hand. Nothing happens, though. John comes up behind me and carefully shuts the door. I kick the rug back over it, just in case we need to use the cellar again. You never know what's going to happen these days.
"It's clear,"
John says. I nod and head to the back room. The small window overlooking the alley reveals more of the same. Nothing. "Let's make a break for it," I say. John doesn't answer, so I turn the knob and ease the door open. The air is cold, crisp, just like it feels before the first snowfall. I exhale, and a puff of steam rises up in front of me. The tip of my nose starts to tingle, and within seconds it feels like ice. The temperature really took a nosedive while we were in there. "This way," I say, taking off through the alley. I keep close to the walls, staying in the dark shadows. The air is clear of the stench of death, and the night is more silent than a tomb. Every little sound is magnified, but none of the noises can be attributed to people or the undead. Birds. Trees rustling in the wind. Possibly some other animals, but that's it. We make it to the end of the road, and that's when things get sticky. The pharmacy is on the other side of the street, which means we're going to have to be out in the open for at least a few seconds. I don't like it, but there's no way around it. I crouch down next to a dumpster and study the main street. John kneels next to me, and neither one of us says a word for a full minute. I'm sure he's looking at the same thing I am. The Nissan. Or what's left of it, anyway.
"That must have been where the explosion came from,"
he says. I nod and swallow when my throat tightens. Shit. We're going to have to make a break for it. I move forward a few inches so I can get a better view. It looks okay, but it did when we got here, too.
"Yeah."
John sounds like he thinks it's a horrible plan, but I don't see him coming up with anything. I swear I had no idea he was such a pussy when we met. He was hard as nails then. The way he acted in that van after he grabbed Vivian and me from the hospital. He was rough and in charge. I don't know if that person died along with his sister, but I've barely glimpsed him since. I'm sure before all this I would have found his personality attractive. He's thoughtful, gentle, caring. Now I just find it annoying as hell. Give me a man like Axel any day. I exhale and squeeze my eyes shut. Damn. Please let us make it back to them. I hate how I left things with Axel and Vivian. Things have just been off. So confusing and horrible and painful. I wasn't myself, and I want to be able to explain that. To give them a reason, so they don't remember me the way I was before we left on the run. A cold, selfish bitch.
You ready?
John says behind me. I open my eyes and take a deep breath. Starting at 10, I silently count down. When I get to 1, I dart across the street without giving John any warning. He swears behind me, and within half a second he's right on my heels. My heart's beating so hard it almost takes my breath away, and it doesn't ease up when I make it to the alley. John runs up behind me and we slam our backs against the wall. Neither one of us moves, talks, or breathes while we wait, listening for gunshots or talking, or the sound of footsteps running after us, anything. But the night is as silent now as it was before. I can't believe it.
Now what?
John asks. I fight against the annoyance building inside me. It should be flattering that John thinks he can depend on me, that he believes I'll bring him through. But it isn't. For once, I want him to take control and give me a break. Let's head to the back. I push myself off the wall and jog through the alley. John follows, and every breath he takes sounds like a scream compared to the stark silence of the town. I keep moving, though, trying to ignore how tense everything is making me feel, trying to ignore the heaviness in my limbs and how dry my throat is, the headache that has worked its way over the back of my skull to my forehead, the way my stomach lurches without the slightest provocation. We reach the back of the pharmacy, and I let out a sigh of relief when I see the door wide open. But as soon as it's out, dread spreads through me. There's no way Angus, Parv, and Darla would be hiding in there with the door wide open like that. We don't even slow, which I know is foolish. But at this point, my insides are tense from the suspense of the situation. I feel like they'll implode if I wait a second longer. I charge inside, and the second I'm through the door, I know the place is empty. It has the same hollow feeling most of the world has taken on. Our footsteps echo through the emptiness, and the air has the stale smell of neglect I've almost gotten used to. Shit. I stop in the middle of the store. They're not here.
What do you think happened to them?
I don't know, John. If I knew, we wouldn't be here looking for them. Shit. Why does everything have to be on my shoulders? Can't you fucking help me out and take on some of the responsibility for a change? I walk away from him before he can answer, heading to the front of the building. As if it holds any more answers than the back does. It's just as empty, just as silent and depressing and lost as everything else. I sink into one of the old wooden chairs lining the walls and close my eyes. John sits in the chair next to me, but I don't look up.
They could be okay, you know. Maybe they got out.
I nod, but keep my eyes closed. My mouth fills with saliva, and suddenly my stomach is uneasy, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to keep it from emptying everything I've eaten today. I suck in a deep breath through my nose, then slowly exhale through my mouth, trying to keep myself from throwing up on the pharmacy floor.
We should see if they left a note.
John says when I don't respond. I nod again, keeping my voice down. You check. I'm not feeling so great. John doesn't ask me if I'm okay. He gets up, but I don't open my eyes or really pay attention to what he's doing. All I can focus on is the churning in my stomach, the exhaustion in my bones, the hopeless feeling swirling around in me. Sometimes I wonder if I should just end it. Hadley! The excitement in John's voice forces my eyes open. There's light coming from between the rows of pills at the back of the pharmacy. I pull myself up and head that way, and when I get closer I can see the beam from his flashlight more clearly. It's focused on a few words scrawled across one of the shelves. All the pills are on the floor like someone shoved them aside so they had room to write the message. Headed back. It's simple and straightforward and provides us with enough information without giving the assholes who live in this town a way to find our camp. And it lets me know we have one hell of a long night ahead of us. We're going to have to walk. We can't risk tiptoeing around this town to look for a car, and there wasn't much between here and the hot spring. Maybe we'll get lucky, but maybe not. Either way, we're on foot for a few hours at least. My legs ache just thinking about it. So, I guess we head out, I say. John nods and looks up. He doesn't turn off the flashlight, and in this light he looks devastatingly handsome, like someone playing a role in some post-apocalyptic movie. His 5 o'clock shadow and dirt-stained face seem perfectly scripted. His green eyes are enough to make every female and some male moviegoers swoon. But John wasn't the movie star in this group, I was. Only, I have no idea who that person is anymore. It seems like 1,000,000 years ago. John gets to his feet and lets out a deep breath.
Might as well get moving.
I nod slowly, but instead of heading to the back, I turn and go to the front of the store. There's something I need to get before we leave. I have a killer headache. Let me grab some Tylenol first.
Chapter 9. Vivian. We're not going to make it. Winston's hands tighten on the steering wheel, and he glances down at the dashboard for the 100th time. We're running on fumes. Axel leans forward, like it will change the outcome if he's the one looking at the gas gauge. He shakes his head and sighs, and it's one of the most defeated sounds I've ever heard. We gotta stop. Try and stash the truck someplace so it ain't out in the open. Winston nods. The tight set of his lips makes me doubt he could talk if he tried, but he doesn't even try to say anything. He just stares out the window at the passing forest, looking for a good place to pull off the road. We're in the middle of nowhere. I catch sight of a small opening in the trees just to our right and lean forward. It looks like an overgrown driveway, but it isn't paved. It would be easy to miss if we weren't looking. What about that? I say, pointing to the break in the trees. Winston nods again, then slows the truck. It's narrow, but it might work. Plus, we're kind of out of options here. We go any farther, and we're going to risk running out of gas in the middle of the street. We can't leave our only supplies out in the open like that. He turns the wheel, maneuvering the big vehicle onto the path. It's narrow, and branches scratch against the outside as we move forward, reminding me of nails on a chalkboard. Winston drives until the path ends, then puts the truck in park. In front of us sits a crumbling house that was taken over by weeds decades ago. The roof has collapsed, and the windows no longer have glass. The front door hangs open, swinging on its hinges. It sure as hell isn't a place we can hide out in. The three of us sit in silence for almost a full minute, staring out the window at the house, thinking about our lost and missing friends, wondering what the future holds for us next. I can barely breathe, and it doesn't seem like Axel or Winston are either. We just do nothing, like we aren't sure where to go next. When Winston finally exhales, it makes me jump. Guess we should get out and let everyone know what's going on. He opens the door and hops down, and Axel is right behind him. I don't say a word as I slide out and slip my hand into his. Together, we head to the back of the truck, and on instinct, I pull out my gun and sniff the air. It's clear and colder than it was when we left the hot spring. There's a bite to it now that makes me think of snow. I'm not sure if it's too early for that, but I do know we're in serious trouble if it happens. We've been having a tough time finding warm clothes. Raiding houses has helped, but finding stuff to fit the kids has been a real challenge. The stores were still stocked with summer things when the virus hit, so going to a mall didn't help. Other than a few lightweight jackets and sweatshirts, we don't have a lot to choose from. Angus is standing at the back when the door rolls up. He has his gun drawn, like he's ready for a fight, but he relaxes when he sees us. He spits, then jumps down. Shit, don't look like a town to me. We ain't gonna make it, Axel says. Parvati hops down and Darla follows. Al and Lila come to the back of the truck, but they don't get out yet. They're all staring at us, waiting to hear what we have to say. I hate that look. It makes me feel like I should have more answers. We're about 2 miles outside of town, Winston says. We can send a few people out while everyone else waits here. Hope they're able to find gas or another car. Or we can all go for a walk, find a building in town and hang out, get some rest while we look for gas and supplies. What do you think? Al asks, looking at Axel. Axel purses his lips and glances toward Winston, but he's staring at the ground. I'm not sure if he doesn't know what to do or if he just doesn't care anymore. Maybe a little of both. I think we all ought to go. We got no guarantees we'll find gas in that town, and leaving everybody out in the open like this ain't good. It's getting colder. Probably gonna snow. What about people? Or zombies? Lila asks, gnawing on her bottom lip as she clings to Al. The town was empty when we were there before. Nothing around, Parvati tells her. I agree with Axel. I don't know if there's going to be any gas there, and that means we could be stranded for a couple days. It would be smarter for us to go now instead of having to walk back to get everyone. Angus spits again, then nods. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Be better to find a building than hang out in the back of this truck. We gotta pack up some shit, though. Blankets and stuff. Make sure we're prepared in case we gotta stay for a day or two. It's going to be a tough walk with the kids, especially with Jake being sick, Winston mumbles. He still hasn't taken his eyes off the ground. We're gonna have to carry him, take turns. Axel goes to the back of the truck and pulls himself inside. We better get moving. It doesn't take us long to get everything together so we can head out. Joshua carries Jake, while Sophia, Anne, and the kids huddle together in the middle. Parvati and Winston take the lead. Angus and Darla walk to the right of the kids, and Lila and Al take the left, which leaves the back for Axel and me. We're all armed with guns and knives. Parvati carries her bow. The ammo we picked up back in California is running low, and conserving it is as important as conserving our food. If we don't find a way to get more weapons soon, we're going to be in real trouble. I pull my quilted jacket closer to my body when a cold breeze whips across the road. My pack is loaded down with water and food. Plus, I have a couple rolled-up blankets attached to it. Axel carries his own bag, along with another bundle of blankets. I can't stop thinking about John and Hadley. They have nothing. Even if the Nissan hadn't been destroyed, we didn't have any supplies stored in it, just in case it got stolen. They left with almost nothing, and it's gotten a hell of a lot colder since then. I'm not sure Hadley was dressed warm enough. Then there's the mystery of the box I found. If it's hers and she's out there, she's even more at risk. Part of me wants to talk to Darla so I can confirm exactly who the owner is, but another part of me doesn't want to know. Both alternatives sound horrible. If it's Darla's, that means Angus is going to be the father of my half-sibling. Shit. But if it's Hadley's, just thinking about it makes me nauseous. I never thought there would be a scenario where my mom getting knocked up by Angus was the best alternative, but after what Hadley's been through, it is. You think they're okay? I ask Axel. We've been walking in silence for 10 minutes or so. It's slow going since we're all loaded down with supplies and we have the kids to worry about. At this rate, it's going to probably take us an hour to get there. Hard to say for sure, but I'd put money on Hadley. She's a survivor. You going to tell me what was really going on between you two before she left? Axel glances my way briefly before focusing on the road ahead of us. Don't know what you mean. You're a shit liar. Something was so far up Hadley's ass, she couldn't wait to get away from you. What happened? Axel sniffs, then shakes his head. Can't say. Because you don't want me to know, or because you don't know? Both. I force all the air out of my lungs and watch as it rises in front of me. He's lying, but I don't know why. Sometimes Axel is still a mystery to me, even though we're together almost 24 hours a day, and I've gotten to know him so well, I feel like we're the same person at times. Maybe there will always be a part of him that's blocked off. My nose feels like an icicle by the time the first building comes into view. Winston slows down, and Axel and I jog to join him and Parvati. Just like she said, the place seems deserted. It's silent, and the air is fresh, which is always a good sign. "What are you thinking?" Winston asks. Axel looks back at the group behind us, then down the street. The place is one of those single stoplight towns. There are a few old houses, then the main square with some ancient-looking stores that probably went out of business 20 years ago. A small grocery store is the only thing that looks like it still might have been open when the virus struck. A gas station sits at the end of the street, but it's small, one pump. Probably wasn't even set up for credit cards. Other than that, the only thing I see is a post office. "Want to avoid the grocery store," Axel says. "Gonna smell like shit in there, and chances are the windows are busted out anyways." "They are," Parvati says. Axel moves forward, and everyone shuffles after him. The farther into town we get, the easier it is to see why Parvati and the others weren't able to find anything useful when they came here before. The place looks like it was deserted a long time ago. Probably only had a few inhabitants to begin with. "Post office," Axel says. He picks up the pace, and I jog after him. I can hear Parvati's heavy breathing at my back. "Was the other town you went to bigger than this?" I ask Parvati. "Yeah, but not by much. I think if we want to find anything useful in this area, we're going to have to go east. There's a small college town out that way. Trouble is, it's going to be overrun." "Could be our only chance, though." Her eyes meet mine, and she nods. "Yeah." We come up behind Axel, who has stopped outside the post office. He's studying the building, and right away I can see it's a good place to hide out. If we can get in. There are no windows, and the front door is solid. "We gotta break the lock," Axel says. He jiggles the door, but I can tell he's only doing it out of curiosity. It rattles, but doesn't budge. There's no real way to break in, since there aren't any windows. He steps back and surveys the building, then turns to Angus. "Let's head on back, see if we can get in that way." "Sure thing." Angus nods and spits, then heads to the side of the building. "Everybody stay here," Axel says, following his brother. "We're going to check out back." We stand in a huddled mass outside the post office, trying to keep warm. No one talks. Ava shivers, and Sophia hugs her daughter close, rubbing her little arms to try and keep them warm. Jake is still in Joshua's arms, his head leaning against his chest. The little boy doesn't even open his eyes, and there's worry etched in every line on Joshua's face. There's a blue tint to the little boy's lips that makes my insides constrict until it feels like they're being crushed. We found antibiotics, but it may be too late for Jake. If he dies, it will be a major blow to our group. Worse than what we just went through. Zombie attacks we expect, but death from an illness is something we should be able to prevent. It's terrifying to know something so small could take one of us down. I pull my eyes away from the sick child and focus on the town, keeping my eyes and ears open. It's silent, though, like every living thing has been sucked off Earth except us. It's the silence that gets to me more than anything, I think. I've never known such emptiness. There was always noise before. Cars or planes, people yelling or laughing, living. This nothingness is something I'm not sure I'll ever get used to. The door rattles behind me, and I jump, spinning to face the building. My heart pounds, even though I know with almost 100% certainty it's Axel and Angus. Something clicks, and the door is shoved open. Angus grins. "We got us a clean building with lots of open space." No one really acts excited about it, but we all move inside anyway. It's better than being out in the cold, but when I step in, it isn't that much warmer. I exhale, and steam rises up in front of me again. Damn, we have to find someplace warmer. Maybe coming north was a bad idea after all. Once I'm in the main part of the building, I'm able to really appreciate what a good hiding place this is. The walls are thick and solid, and even though there aren't any chairs and the floor is hard, there's plenty of space to spread out. There's nothing in here any passing survivors would want to break in to get, and the door is solid steel. We'll be safe here for a while. "We got that map?" Axel calls. Angus nods and jogs over to his brother, holding the map in his hand. They spread it out across the floor, and I go over to see what the plan is. Parvati and Winston head over too, but everyone else seems to be getting settled. They're exhausted, so I can't blame them. We've been up all night. "This here," Parvati says, pointing to the map. "It's a small college town, probably had a good-sized population. There are lots of stores and gas stations, a Walmart and Target, even a little strip mall. We were hoping to avoid it because there's no way it won't be overrun, but we've had no luck with the smaller towns, and it's the next closest place." Axel nods slowly as his eyes sweep over the map. "It's got to be 30 miles from here." "We have to find a car," I say. Parvati snorts and rolls her eyes. "Good luck." Nothing in town was gassed up, and the station at the end of the street had a sign in the window saying they were out of gas. Probably ran out before the virus even made it this far. "On foot, it's going to take a good 10 hours to get there," Angus says. "We could find something on the way." Axel trails his finger across the map. "There's got to be houses." Parvati sits back and looks the group over. "So who's going with me?" "We'll go," I say, speaking up for both me and Axel. Angus clears his throat and stands up. "I ain't staying here." 4 of us should be good." Winston gets to his feet as well, then glances toward the rest of the group. "We shouldn't divide ourselves too much." Axel stands and stretches. There are dark circles under his eyes, reminding me we haven't slept all night. It's going to be a rough trip. "Yeah, we'll be good," he says. "More than that would be too tough anyways. This way we don't gotta find a big car. Something small will work just fine." "When do you want to go?" I ask. Axel grabs his pack and dumps it out, searching through the contents littered across the floor. "No time to waste." "Let's get our shit together," Angus says, heading over to where Darla stands. She looks as exhausted as I feel. I follow Axel's lead, dumping my pack on the floor so I can go through it. We're going to need some water, but not as much as I have stuffed in here. I want to get some food and more ammo, maybe even some first aid supplies, just in case. When I look up, I catch sight of Angus and Darla making out at the back of the post office. They're hidden from most people, but I'm lucky enough to be sitting in the ideal spot to get the full view. Yay for me. I wonder why Darla didn't volunteer to go. My stomach twists, and I close my eyes. Shit. Does that mean the test belongs to her? It would explain why she's suddenly feeling so maternal, why she keeps wanting us to put the past aside. Darla doesn't have the best track record when it comes to being a mom, and if this test really is hers, I want to make sure she's taking care of herself. We have prenatal vitamins for Sophia already, and if we need to get more, that's something we should know. Plus, Darla will need a bigger food ration. She may not be thinking ahead about all this, but I am. I can't stop thinking about it as I get my stuff packed up. So the second I'm done, I head toward the 2 lovebirds. They're still going at it, and even though it grosses me out, I do my best not to look disgusted when I clear my throat. Angus detaches himself from my mom and glares my way. "What's the deal, Blondie? You ain't getting any, so you don't think anybody else should either?" "I'm getting plenty, Angus. Don't you worry about me." I focus on Darla so he'll get the point and leave. If she hasn't told him yet, I'm not going to be the one to spill the beans. "I need to talk to you." Angus grumbles but says, "I'll leave you 2 alone so you can gab. I gotta get my shit together anyways." He heads off, but Darla doesn't watch him go. Her brown eyes are on me. "What's on your mind?" "Are you pregnant?" She lets out a half laugh, half snort. "Don't beat around the bush or nothing. I'm serious." I look over my shoulder to make sure no one is watching us, then turn back to face her. "I found a pregnancy test in the tent you and Angus were sleeping in." "I ain't the only one getting laid. You know that, right?" "I know, but you're the only one with a history of neglecting your responsibilities." Her face hardens, and her mouth scrunches up, making her look like she took a bite of something bitter. "Guess you decided not to let all that shit go." "I want to know, Darla. If you are, things need to be done." She flicks her blonde hair over her shoulder, then crosses her arms. This time, she doesn't look directly at me. "You can rest easy. We're being careful, taking precautions. Condoms aren't 100% effective, and you know it. Well, there are other ways to be sure, if you're getting my drift. I'd spell it out for you, but I doubt you can handle all the dirty details." My stomach rolls. Gross. I hold my hand up before she decides to tell me. I wouldn't put it past her to throw all the details out there just to piss me off. "I don't need you to describe it for me. I'll take your word for it." "Good. That test ain't mine." She stomps off, and I'm left staring at the wall. The little progress I made with my mom is gone, but that isn't even the worst part of it all. The test didn't belong to Lila, Parvati, or Darla, which only leaves one person. Hadley. I close my eyes and let out a deep breath, hoping it will ease the pressure in my chest. It doesn't. All I can think about is that chubby, bald asshole from Vegas. Is it his? It could be John's. They started sleeping together right after we got back to the shelter. There was a 2-day gap at most. There's really no way to know for sure, though. I can't even imagine what Hadley's going through right now. "Vivian," Axel calls. "Let's go." I pull my pack up higher on my back and head after the others, ignoring the glare from Darla when I head by her.
Chapter 10. Hadley. When I open my eyes, the sun is just coming up, sending little rays of light shooting through the windows. With no electricity to run the heat, the air in the house feels like it's reached Arctic temperatures. At least the bed is warm, and I slept relatively well. If it were up to me, I'd stay snuggled up in these blankets for another 6 hours. But I need some privacy, and John is still out cold. I roll out of bed and shiver when my feet hit the floor. It's colder in here than I thought it was. There weren't a lot of options when we started looking for a place to sleep, though. We left that town behind and started walking, hoping to find a car. We found shit, of course. After 2 hours, we were too exhausted to go on. This place was the first thing we came to. It's just a shack, really. I slip my feet into my boots and tiptoe out of the room, scooping my backpack up on the way by. The test I took from the pharmacy is shoved in the bottom. I didn't want John to see it. Not until I knew what was going on. Even then, I'm not sure. I took one from the first town we went to, but never got around to using it. It's hard as hell to find some alone time these days. If you even suggest going off by yourself, everyone freaks out. What little bit of time I did manage to get to myself was interrupted by Axel before I could take the test. Then I decided to go ahead and make a total ass out of myself. The back door creaks when I push it open, but I don't even pause before stepping outside. It's cold as balls. There's frost on everything, and it sparkles in the early morning sun. It'd be pretty if everything wasn't so screwed up. I drop my pants just outside the door and pull the test out. It's not the first pregnancy test I've taken, so I don't have to read the instructions. I had a scare back in high school when I was only 17. Crazy thing is, I'm less equipped to deal with it now than I was then. Shit. Back then I had my parents who would have supported me. And friends. Even the dumbass baby daddy would have been better than what I have now. John, who means well but annoys the hell out of me. And the memories of a rapist whose head I blew off. It's like a fairy tale. My hand shakes as I hold the test between my legs and pee. My stomach has been uneasy for days, so that's nothing new, really. But right now it has more to do with anxiety than anything else. I was pretty sure I had a bug at first. We've been cold and eating like shit and not getting enough sleep. It would have made sense. Plus, there was always the possibility I drank some water that hadn't been boiled long enough. But it didn't get any better. Then I skipped my period, and I knew I was in deep shit. When I'm done peeing, I stick the cap back on the test and pull my pants up. But I don't make a move to go back inside. I'm shivering, and my nose has started to run, but I can't go anywhere until the test tells me what I want to know. Moisture spreads across the little window on the stick, and the blue control line pops up. I hold my breath and count while I wait to see if the other one will show up. The box says it could take a few minutes, but it doesn't. Less than 10 seconds later, a second blue line slowly appears in the window. It's lighter than the first one, but there's no missing it. The test is positive. My arm falls to my side and the test drops from my hand, and my legs wobble and all the air leaves my lungs. I can't move, think, react. I collapse on the ground, try to catch my breath, gasping like a fish out of water. I can't breathe. I'm still sitting on the ground when John walks out. My ass has turned to ice and my whole body is shaking. A steady stream of snot flows from my nose, but I'm in such a daze I can't even wipe it away. His green eyes get huge when he sees me sitting on the icy ground. "Hadley?" He scrambles toward me, pulling me to my feet and wrapping his arms around me. Then he drags me inside. It isn't much warmer in the house. John forces me to sit on the filthy couch in the living room, then drapes a blanket over my shoulders. "What's wrong? Are you sick?" I look up, but I can't concentrate on his face. It takes a few seconds and about a dozen blinks for his eyes to focus, and even then I don't really feel like I'm seeing him. None of this feels real. I'm fine. A shiver shakes my entire body and my teeth chatter together.
Stay here. I'm going to find you some clean clothes.
He gets up and heads to the back of the house, calling over his shoulder.
There has to be something around here that will work.
It isn't until he walks out of the room I realize I left the test outside. It was lying next to me when John came out. God, I hope he didn't see it. He comes back a few minutes later, and by then my ass has started to feel numb from the cold. The tips of my fingers, too.
You're shivering,
he says, kneeling down in front of me and rubbing my hands between his.
We need to get you into some dry clothes.
I nod and let him help me stand. He kneels down to untie my shoes, then stands to face me. His eyes hold mine while he undoes the button on my pants. But I can't tell what he's thinking. If he saw the test and knows, or if he's just worried. I just don't know him well enough to be able to tell what the look he's giving me means. The sun is still low when we head out. We only have a little water and absolutely no food. Things were too crazy for me to think about grabbing some from that store before we left town. Not that it would matter. My stomach feels like it's been turned inside out, and I have serious doubts about my ability to keep anything down anyway.
How long do you think it will take us to get there?
John asks, staring up at the orange sky like it will answer him. If only it would. He never stops asking me questions, and I'm so sick of it I could scream. I'm not a gypsy, and I don't know the future, and I'm tired of John expecting me to solve all the problems in this messed up, shitty world. I'm barely keeping myself together, and I don't want to be responsible for him, too. What little bit of affection I felt for him this morning when he helped me get dry was left back at the house. Now I'm just annoyed. I'll just blame it on hormones. I don't know, I say, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. All day?
I can't wait to get a bath, he says. We really got lucky finding that hot spring, you know. I think it will turn out to be a nice break for all of us. Give us a new outlook on life.
A new outlook on life? I'm not sure that's even possible. He nods and smiles my way.
Yeah.
Since when did John become such an optimist? He was the one who wanted to end it all after his sister died. I mean, I didn't really blame him. She got taken by the same assholes who took Vivian and me, but by the time we got there, she was too bad off to be saved. John risked everything to get her out, but she was dead long before we left that casino. Before she threw herself from the helicopter. He sighs when I don't respond, and we go back to traveling in silence. I watch him out of the corner of my eye as we walk, trying to decide if I should tell him I'm pregnant. He was married before all this. Even had a baby. I know he'd be a good dad, if there is such a thing these days. But I don't want to face the implications of all this. I don't want to live with the one question everyone will be thinking when they find out I'm pregnant. Is John really the father? Probably not.
I don't know what you want from me, Hadley, he says out of nowhere, making me jump.
I pull my thoughts away from the Monte Carlo and focus on John, who's frowning at me, watching me like he's trying to read my mind. It makes my skin itch uncomfortably. There's nothing inside me that I want out in the light of day, especially right now. My brain is too full of nightmares and ghosts from the past.
You started all this, John continues. I know why you did, and I get it. But I'm tired of you treating me like shit one minute, then begging me to screw you the next. Either you want me or you don't.
He pauses, but his green eyes sweep over me. They're warm and inviting, but that only makes me more uncomfortable.
I fight the urge to run. I like you, Hadley.
I have no idea what to do with that. What does that even mean, John? You want to go steady? Get married? What? It's not like any of that shit exists anymore. It's not like we can have a real future. We're sleeping together when we can find a few minutes to ourselves, and let's face it, that's about as much as we can hope for these days. John stops walking and grabs my hand so hard I'm certain he'll leave a bruise. But any complaint I might have had dies on my lips when I see the desperation in his eyes.
That's bullshit, and you know it. Axel and Vivian have more than that. They're there for each other. Even when we're on the road for days and they can't find a single second to be alone, they're a couple, and everyone knows it. They're more than husband and wife, and it makes me jealous as hell because I'd love to have something like that. Especially now. We could be there for each other, lean on one another when everything is shit. But that's not what we do. You don't want a damn thing to do with me until you're ready to screw me, and it's pissing me off because I love you, Hadley.
His voice echoes across the silence, bouncing off the trees and rocks and emptiness until it feels like the words are a ball and the inside of my head is a pinball machine. He loves me. No guy has ever said that to me before, except maybe the almost baby daddy back in high school, and even then I knew he was just saying it to get in my pants. But John means it. I can see it in his eyes and the way he looks at me and every breath he takes in as he waits for me to respond. And I have no fucking clue how I feel about him. I'm lost, John. I take a deep breath, and it's so shaky I almost fall over. I don't know how I feel, or what I want, or even if I want to be here anymore. Hadley Lucas went into that casino in Vegas, but she didn't come out. I don't know who this is. He releases my arm and lets out a deep breath. His gaze drops to the ground and he shakes his head like he's just realized how lost we all are. It shouldn't be a surprise, though. Everything is gone. All the hopes and dreams we had for the future are pointless now. Like the ramblings of a lunatic. We're dirty and hungry and lost and scared, and that's probably the most we'll ever be able to hope for. Wanting more seems like a waste of time and just too much work when I'm already worn out. After a few seconds, John lets out another deep breath and lifts his gaze to mine.
Just tell me what you want from me. Right now. Not in the future, not tomorrow, not a year from now. Today. Everything I do pisses you off, but I can't read your mind. If there's something you want from me, just tell me.
That's a novel idea, isn't it? Actually telling you what I'm thinking. I laugh. I can't help it. John smiles just a little.
I'd love to know what you're thinking. I want to know you, Hadley.
The idea of John knowing what's really going on inside my head frightens me, and my legs start to shake. But I'm not sure if I have another option. If things keep going the way they are, I'll end up driving him away. Then I'll be alone. That scares me more than all the messed up shit going on inside me put together. I exhale, trying to blow some of the tension out of my body. It doesn't really work, but we're at a standstill. I just need to go for it. I want someone who is going to take care of me, John. I'm tired, and I'm not sure how much longer I can keep going like this. Tears fill my eyes, so I turn my face toward the sky. I don't want him to see how much I hurt. You keep looking to me to make all the decisions. What are we going to do, Hadley? How are we going to get back? I don't want someone depending on me to bring them through. I can barely get myself through one day. Hadley, John whispers. I tear my eyes away from the blue sky and force myself to focus on him. His mouth turns down and his green eyes shimmer. He takes a step forward, then reaches up to touch my cheek. It's gentle and nice, and for once the softness in his gaze doesn't piss me off.
I thought you wanted to be in charge. I thought you needed to be the one calling the shots, like it made you feel stronger. That's all. I can be that man for you. I can take care of you. I want to take care of you.
He hesitates, sucking in a small breath like he isn't sure whether or not he should say more.
I can take care of anything that comes along.
Tears fill my eyes until everything in front of me is distorted and I have to look away. He knows. If only that made all this easier to deal with. Let's get a move on, I say. This time when I start walking, I take his hand.
Chapter 11. Vivian. It has to be close to noon when we head out of town. The sky is overcast, so we aren't going to be able to depend on the sun to keep us going in the right direction. Luckily, Axel has a compass. We don't stick to the roads. We've tried before and it didn't work out. It's too hard to hide when we come across other groups, and we never know who we can trust. So the four of us cut through the town and head through an open field, then to the woods. It makes the walk more difficult, though, and I'm already exhausted. My legs feel like they're weighed down, and I'm not sure I'll be able to go all day like this. If we don't find a car, we're going to have to stop somewhere to rest. There's no doubt about it. 10 hours, I say, doing the math in my head as we trudge through the woods. We can't have more than 6 hours of daylight left. We'll stop if we have to, Parvati says, not slowing for even a second to look back at me. Her legs may be shorter than everyone else's, but she isn't having trouble keeping up. If anything, I have to work to keep up with her. The day drags on with very little change in scenery. Bare trees and fallen branches. Brown, shriveled leaves crunch under our feet as we walk. We don't pass any houses or other buildings other than an old crumbling barn out in the middle of a field. It's so surrounded by nothingness, I find myself wondering how in the world anyone ever got to the place. Then we're back in the woods, once again surrounded by trees. Occasionally, we catch sight of a small animal or bird, but the forest is shockingly empty and quiet. No zombies, though, so that's good. We've been walking for close to 4 hours before we finally come across a house. It's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a fence that doesn't look like it could keep a toddler out. The house looks like it's ready to crumble to pieces at any moment. Most of the windows are covered in boards, and the ones that aren't are cracked. The yard is littered with junk. Cars, old doors, washers, dryers, pretty much everything imaginable. It looks like something out of the show Hoarders. On top of everything else, there are at least 10 no trespassing signs. Hanging from trees, the fence, rusted-out cars. As if people are just dying to tear down this fence and steal the trash littering the yard. There's no way, I say, stopping 5 feet from the fence. This place isn't going to have anything that will be helpful. Angus spits on his way by me. When do you turn into such a snob? Just 'cause he ain't got money don't mean he ain't got something useful. He has trash, Angus. It's worth a shot, Parvati says, following Angus. Even Axel heads after them. Come on, it ain't gonna hurt. It will if he's alive and decides to shoot us so we don't steal his rusty washing machine, I mutter, following the others. These were the kind of people who would kill you over nothing before all this started. What do you think he's going to do now? No one answers, and they keep walking. I guess I've been outvoted. The front gate is barely hanging on. It creaks when Angus pushes it open, and I can't help looking over my shoulder. We haven't seen any zombies since the horde invaded the hot spring, but I know it won't last. I've been waiting for something to attack us since we started walking. It's coming. I know it is. We just have to be prepared. Angus knocks on the front door. "Are you serious?" I hiss. "Why would you knock?" "So he knows we're friendly. Don't want him shooting, now do we?" He has a point, but I'm not feeling any better about the situation. No one comes to the door, and no one shoots, so Angus knocks again. After another minute or so of silence, he pushes the door open. It creaks even louder than the gate did. Angus goes in, and Axel is right behind him. Parvati doesn't make a move to follow. "You staying out here?" I ask, pausing next to her. "Want to keep an eye on things." She doesn't even move her gaze from the forest in front of her. I'll yell if I see trouble. I look back and forth between the house and Parvati while I chew on my bottom lip. The idea of leaving her alone makes me nervous. We don't go anywhere by ourselves these days. You want me to stay? Parvati finally looks away from the woods, and her brown eyes hold mine. She's about a head shorter than I am, but the fierce expression on her face makes her seem bigger. Older, even. I'm good. She's probably right. From here, nothing would really be able to sneak up on her, and she's such a good shot with the bow, she'd be able to take a few zombies out before they got too close. Plus, I doubt we'll be inside for very long. "Okay," I say, turning to follow the brothers. "We'll keep it brief." I step inside the house, and the overwhelming stench almost knocks me down. I cover my nose as I glance around, but nothing about the smell sets off warning bells in my head. It isn't death. It's rotten food, urine, and animals of some kind. There's so much stuff crowded into the small space, it's hard to tell where the stink is coming from. But with as much trash as this guy has shoved in here, I'd be willing to bet it smelled like this long before the virus hit. The front room is stacked almost to the ceiling with old newspapers and magazines, making just standing in the room feel tight and confining, like being in a cave. One of the piles has toppled over, leaving the papers scattered across the room. I pick up one at random and flip it over. It's from January of 1980. I toss the newspaper aside and shake my head. "This is a waste of time." "Don't get your panties in a knot," Angus says. "I'm just looking. This dude may seem crazy, but it was people like this that was prepared. Most of the shit they kept was useless." He waves to a pile of plastic hangers, the kind you get when you buy a shirt at Walmart. But sometimes they'd have good stuff. Useful? Are you serious right now? Nothing in here is going to be useful unless we suddenly learn magazines are edible. Axel exhales but doesn't look at me. He's sifting through a box on the other side of the room. "Stop bitching and just look round so we can get the hell out of here." My mouth drops open, and Angus flashes me a triumphant grin. Axel heads into another room without even glancing my way. Shit. That's probably the first time he's taken his brother's side over mine since before the dead came back. He's always telling Angus to shut up these days. What the hell is going on with everyone? Angus follows his brother, but I turn the other way and head back outside. It stinks in the house, and despite what Angus says, there is no way in hell we're going to find anything useful. If they want to waste time digging through trash, that's their choice. I'm not going to. Parvati hasn't moved from her spot, and she doesn't look my way when I step outside. Find anything? Junk. But Angus is convinced we've hit a gold mine. I walk past her and head around to the side of the house. I'm going to check out back to prove Angus wrong if nothing else. Have fun with that. The yard is littered with garbage, and I have a hard time picking my way through it. It looks like this guy drove through neighborhoods on trash day and grabbed all the junk people put on their curbs. Old strollers, bikes, appliances, dog crates. You name it, he has it. It's all dirty and rusty. I don't see a single thing that would have been useful even if we did have electricity. It's all been out in the weather too long. I keep moving, though. I want to be able to tell Angus I looked through all this shit and didn't find a single treasure chest. Of course, even if we did find a chest full of treasure, it would be useless now. Who the hell cares about gold when we can't even find food half the time? When I reach the middle of the yard, I stop and look around, turning in a complete circle so I can take it all in. My gaze moves over the trash and rusty cars, and when my eyes land on the doors, I almost laugh. The grass is so long I almost missed it, but right next to an old pile of microwaves is a cellar. Well, shit. If there's something useful in here, I'm going to have to apologize to Angus. Axel comes around the corner just as I head for the doors. Found something? Maybe. There's a cellar over here. Looks like it goes under the house. Anything inside? Few cans of food. That's about it, Axel says, heading my way, wading through the trash and knee-high grass. He stumbles when his foot catches on something hidden by the tall weeds, and I take a step toward him. Be careful there. I know, Axel says, his tone sharp. He sounds like he's irritated with me. Why? I don't know. But I'm getting tired of everybody being so moody. We need to find a real place so we can all get some space and not be at each other's throats so much. I turn my back to him and pull my knife as I bend down to grab the door handle. Even though I'm slightly annoyed, I wait until Axel is by my side. It's possible whoever owns this place went down to the cellar to live or to die. The door is heavy, and I have to put all my weight into it so I can heave it open. It groans like it hasn't been moved in years. I hold my breath and stand off to the side, pulling the door toward me. Axel has his gun up and ready, but nothing comes charging at us, so that's good. I dig out my flashlight and shine it into the cellar, illuminating the stairs and the dirt floor below. Still, nothing moves. Toss something down. Axel picks up a rock and throws it into the cellar. It hits the ground and pings against something, echoing through the darkness. I hold my breath for a second time, but still nothing happens. Sounds clear, he says. Axel takes a step forward, and I'm right behind him, shining my flashlight on the stairs so he can see what he's doing. The steps are old, and the wood bows under our weight as we make our way down. The cellar itself is cement on all sides, except the floor, which is dirt. The room is dank and musty. Old spider webs fill every corner and run from beam to beam above our heads. When we reach the bottom, I take a few minutes to move my flashlight across the room. It isn't big, probably only 6 feet by 6 feet, but it's lined with shelves full of boxes. Point that over here, Axel says. I turn the beam his way as he takes a box off the shelf. It's sealed with tape, so he pulls out his knife and runs it down the middle, then jerks the box open the rest of the way. A big smile spreads across his face. Holy shit! What? What is it? I move closer, just as he holds up a brown package. MREs. Looks like there are about 10 in here. If all of them boxes have the same thing in them, we're looking at a hell of a lot of food. I pan the flashlight around again and count as I go. There has to be close to 100 boxes in here. Yep. Axel puts the open box down and grabs another. He rips it open, and it's more of the same. Problem is going to be getting them out of here. It ain't like we can drive the Sam's truck back this way. We're going to need to find something else. He's right, which sucks. But at the moment, I can only focus on one thing. I can't believe Angus was right, I mutter, shaking my head. Axel laughs as he heads to the stairs, still holding a box in his hands. Wait till he sees this. We find Angus and Parvati in the front yard, sitting on the hood of an old car, smoking. I've never seen Parvati smoke, but it doesn't look odd on her. Not with the bow in her lap and the bandana over her jagged haircut. It looks like she was born with it between her lips. If her friends and family could see her now, they'd never recognize her. "What you got?" Angus calls out. Axel holds up the box and grins. "You ain't gonna believe this." "You got something to say to me, Blondie?" Angus nudges me with his elbow and grins. "I'm not going to kiss your ass just because you were right, Angus," I say, but even I can't hold back my smile. "I was right? Is that what you said?" His grin gets bigger, and he puffs out his chest. "I could get used to that. Sounds good, especially coming out of your mouth." "Give it a rest, Angus." I roll my eyes, all the while grinning from ear to ear. You could have just as easily been wrong. How many piece of shit houses do you think have cellars full of food? Not many. Don't matter. We just need the one. I'm never going to hear the end of this. "That's about as good as it's going to get," Axel says, stepping away from the cellar door. The four of us stand in silence for a few seconds, looking down at the now covered door. It's so piled with trash, I'd never be able to find it if I didn't know it was there. Anyone passing through will walk right by it, unless they decide to dig through all this junk, that is. This will keep the food safe until we can get back for sure, which is the most we can do right now. Hopefully, we can find a car soon and come back. Parvati is the first to turn away. We better get a move on. It will be dark in about an hour, and we need to find some place to sleep before then. Axel grabs my hand and pulls me after her. Angus is right behind me. On the other side of the house, there's a beaten-down path that must have been used as a driveway. It isn't paved, and it's starting to look overgrown, but it's the only way to this house we can find. We decide to follow it so we can see where it leads. That way, we know how to get back. It ends up being about a 10-minute walk to the road. Axel drops my hand when we step out of the woods and pulls his backpack off. "Gonna leave a marker." He produces this same can of spray paint he used earlier, shaking it as he heads toward the end of the driveway. Just like before, the noise sends my heart into double time. I keep my eyes on the surrounding area while Axel sprays a neon orange ring around the trunk of a tree. He places it near the bottom, which makes it pretty inconspicuous. It's doubtful anyone passing by would notice it, and even if they did, they probably wouldn't give it a second look. It will help us find our way back to the house, though. When Axel's done, he shoves the can back into his pack and points down the street. "Let's head on down the road a ways, see if we can find the name of this street." Angus and Parvati take off, leading the way, and Axel grabs my hand before heading after them. Overhead, the sky is even grayer than it was a couple hours ago, and in the distance, it's so dark it almost looks black. It's getting late, so that could be why, but it's more likely we're going to get hit with a storm soon. A snowstorm, judging by the chill in the air. We walk for less than 10 minutes before we reach an intersection. Parvati and Angus stop below the sign to wait for us. "Emmerich Road and County Line Road," Angus calls out. "Gonna have to get us a local map and come back here." "We'll find it," Axel says confidently. Parvati licks her lips as she looks up and down the street. Her whole body is tense. I don't like being out in the open like this. "You hear something?" Angus asks, his head jerking up and his eyes roving the area. "No. It just makes me nervous." Her grip tightens on her bow. I can't argue with her. There's no cover on the road, and if someone did come up on us right now, we wouldn't be able to hide. which is why we usually avoid being out in the open like this. Let's head back into the woods. Axel pulls the compass out of his pocket and holds it in front of him, then points to our right. That way. We step off the road and head into the wooded area to our right. My body is lighter the second my feet crunch against leaves, but I've only taken 2 steps into the forest when the moans of the dead make me stop short. All the tension returns to my body, and Parvati freezes next to me. I pull my knife out while my gaze sweeps across the area, but I don't see shit. "You hear that?" Parvati whispers. "Yeah." Axel nods, and Angus stops walking. They're about a foot in front of us. Angus's shoulders stiffen as he pulls his own knife. None of us move. The wind blows, and a shiver runs through my body, but it's only partly from the cold. I strain my ears, listening for any indication the zombies are headed this way. Leaves rustle with the wind, tree branches click together. An animal scurries across the ground somewhere to my right, while a bird, not too far from us, takes off. No more moans, though. "Which way?" I say, as quietly as possible. Parvati notches an arrow and shakes her head. Axel looks over his shoulder, and his gray eyes meet mine, just as another moan breaks through the silence. "This way." Angus takes off running, jumping over branches as he charges through the forest. Only he's running toward the moans, not away from them. "Shit," Axel says, taking off after his brother. Parvati shakes her head, but she and I don't move. He has too much fun killing them. No kidding. I snort out a laugh, and I'm all ready to make a smart-ass comment when more moans break through the silence. This time, they're followed by a howl of pain. Parvati's head snaps toward the sound. Someone's in trouble. My heart rate picks up as I take off after the brothers, my fingers tightening around my knife. Parvati is right on my heels. We haven't seen someone outside our group in more than a week, and it seems crazy to run into another person out in the middle of nowhere like this. There's no way a zombie made that sound, though. It was human for sure. I run up behind Axel and Angus just as the horde comes into view. 7 of them. Their clothes are tattered and dirty, their skin torn. Black ooze pours from their eye sockets, noses, and ears. The putrid smell of decay hits me from 4 feet away, and my stomach jumps to my throat, but I don't slow. Only a few feet in front of them, a kid is running for his life. The boy stumbles through the forest on short legs, barely making progress, and the dead are closing in fast. At first, all I can see is the back of the kid's head. He has shaggy brown hair that's way too long, like he hasn't had a haircut in a year. When I get closer, though, I can make out his black backpack. It's weighed down by whatever's inside, and it's slowing him down. Axel reaches the horde first and takes the closest one out with his knife. The blade drives through the side of the zombie's skull, and the bastard falls. Angus kicks a second one in the back of the leg, sending him flailing to the ground. He doesn't die, but before he can get back up, Angus stabs him in the head. An arrow whirls by me, so close it would have scared the shit out of me if I didn't know Parvati was such a good shot, and slices through the skull of a third. I reach the dead just as Axel sinks his blade into another zombie's head. The foul-smelling monster in front of me makes my stomach lurch. I swing my knife forward, and the blade slices into his temple. The dead man falls to the ground, and with him out of the picture, only one zombie remains. A wiry, decaying man who probably didn't have much hair even when he was alive. Now, only a few stringy strands hang from his scalp. They flap in the breeze as he lurches forward, diving for the boy. He doesn't get his fingers into the kid, but he does succeed in knocking him down. They fall together, and the kid grunts. The zombie moans as he pulls himself across the ground on his hands and knees. Before he can get very far, Axel is on the dead man. He slams the heel of his boot against the zombie's skull, and the creature shrieks. Axel does it a second time, and the crack of bone splinters through the air. Black gunk oozes from the dead man's head, but he's still moving, still clawing at the ground and reaching toward the kid. Axel brings his boot down a third time, and the thing's skull collapses. The bastard finally slumps to the ground. The boy is panting when he scrambles forward, but something about the whole scene seems off. I blink and step closer, trying to get a good look at the kid, but it's a few seconds before reality hits me. The kid isn't a kid. He's a man, a dwarf to be exact. The man rolls onto his back and frowns at the zombie with the bashed-in head. When he looks up, his eyes slowly sweep over the four, making the hair on my scalp prickle. Why does it feel like he's passing judgment on us? Parvati and I look at each other, and her eyebrows shoot up. She shrugs. Axel doesn't move from his position in front of the man, and he doesn't say a word. He's probably as shocked as I am. But Angus lets out a little chuckle. "Shit," he mutters, shoving his dirty knife into its sheath. "We got ourselves a midget." The man gets to his feet and brushes the dirt off his pants. He doesn't even glance Angus's way. The correct term is dwarf, you ignorant prick. I press my lips together and try to hold back my smile, but it doesn't work. Parvati doesn't even try. It's the first smile I've seen on her face in weeks, and will probably be the last I'll see for a long time to come. I'm starting to think a part of her died when Trey did. Angus's face turns red, and the little vein on his forehead pops out. He takes a step toward the man, who hasn't moved an inch. "You little shit." Axel grabs his brother's arm and pulls him back. "Shut up, Angus." He studies the man, pursing his lips. "You bit?" The man jerks his head to the side to toss his shaggy brown hair out of his eyes. "No, I'm not bit." His tone is sharp, and his brown eyes even sharper. They pierce through Axel like they can see everything he's ever done. Angus spits, and the man's eyes snap down. He frowns as he stares at the speck of brown liquid shimmering on the leaf at his feet, and it isn't hard to tell what he's thinking. What he thinks of Angus, to be exact. "You got a big attitude for such a little man," Angus says with a grunt. The man looks up and narrows his eyes on Angus. Then he snorts. "Size doesn't matter, or haven't you heard?" "You alone?" Axel asks, ignoring his brother and the man's sarcastic remarks. The man nods slowly, and for the first time he looks uncertain. His gaze moves over us again, focusing on our weapons. He looks like he's trying to size us up, to decide whether or not we're going to use the weapons on him. When his gaze meets mine, he presses his lips together. "I haven't seen another person since before the dead came back," he finally says. Axel glances my way, then purses his lips again. When he looks back at the man in front of him, his face is softer, sympathetic. "Have you made it this far?" The man rolls his eyes so far back in his head, only the whites are visible. Angus was right. This guy does have a big attitude. "You mean because of my tiny little legs?" he says, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Determination and brains always win out over speed. Read The Tortoise and the Hare." His gaze moves to Angus, and he grins. "If you can read." "Son of a bitch," Angus mutters, stepping forward again. "Enough!" I shout. A bird caws above us, flying into the air, and I glance around nervously. No zombies. Not yet, anyway. You all have dicks, good for you. Let's not have a pissing contest right now. The man tears his eyes away from Angus and gives me an appreciative look, but I don't return it. He's getting on my nerves. There's no time for this bullshit. The sun is so low, there's barely any light penetrating the thick layer of clouds above us, and it's getting colder by the second. We need to get somewhere for the night, and fast. "What's your name?" Parvati asks. "They call me Tiny," he says flatly, still holding my gaze. When none of us moves, he sighs. "You four are no fun. Brady. My name is Brady." "You got a place round here?" Axel asks. Brady tilts his head. He hesitates, and I'm not sure if he's going to tell us. He's pretty clean, and he's alive. Seems like he probably has a decent place. Maybe he has room. Maybe he's the answer we've been looking for. Brady's eyes sweep over us again, and I hold my breath. If I could somehow make myself look less threatening to him, I would, but I have no idea what to do other than lay my weapons down at his feet. That's not going to help Angus appear any more appealing, though. "We're not going to hurt you, or steal your stuff," I say. "We're not looking for trouble, just someplace safe." His eyes move to Angus, and his mouth tightens. Then he exhales. "I lived in a gated community before all this started. It was small, only 20 houses, and well fortified. We wanted to keep the riffraff out." He jerks his head toward Angus, who swears under his breath. "When the dead started coming back, I took preemptive measures, went from house to house, and killed them before they returned, or when they were still slow." "You could reach their heads?" Angus sneers. He spits at Brady's feet again, barely missing the toe of his brown leather boot. Brady snorts and says, "Carrying around the ladder slowed me down, but I managed." "For real?" Angus's eyebrows pull together as his gray eyes narrow on the little man's face. Brady snorts again. "No, you buffoon. I used a gun like any normal person." Angus moves toward Brady, and Parvati lets out a sigh. I know what she's thinking. These two are worse than children. "Will you two shut up?" I say, stepping in front of Angus before he beats the shit out of the sarcastic man. I can't say I'd really blame Angus all that much, really, but we have more important things to worry about. I kneel down, so I'm eye level with Brady, and his brown eyes study mine. They are intense and intelligent. Don't miss a thing. No wonder he's survived. It takes more than physical strength to make it through this. Doesn't mean he couldn't use the help, though, and I think he's smart enough to know that. We could help him as much as he could help us. "You're telling me you have a gated community nearby? Cleared out?" Angus spits behind me, and when I cringe, the corner of Brady's mouth twitches. "I know what you're thinking, Blondie, and it ain't happening. There's no way in hell I'm living out the rest of my life next to this sack of shit." The corner of Brady's mouth turns up even more. "Oh, yes, I'm the sack of shit. I'm sure you're just a barrel of fun." I dig my nails into the palm of my hands. "Stop it! This is serious!" Axel swears and leans down next to me. "We got a group. Women, kids. We've been on the road for weeks now. Just lost more people this morning. It's rough out there, and we need a safe place real bad." Brady chews on his bottom lip while he studies Axel and me. "This group of yours, who would you say they identify with more, you three or him?" He jerks his head toward Angus. "Us," I say firmly, putting my hand on Axel's knee. Parvati steps closer to my side. With the fierce expression on her face, she reminds me of some kind of character in a video game. The unlikely heroine of the zombie apocalypse who saves humanity. Brady nods slowly, looking us over again. Far be it from me to deny anyone a safe place to live. I'd be more than happy to open my gates to you. It'll be nice to have the company. He grins like we're going to a dinner party, not hiding from zombies. Thanks, I mumble as I stand. This guy is different. I'm not sure how to take him. How far away is your place? We have to get our people tomorrow. We walked a good 15 miles today. Not far, 10 minutes or so. Brady grabs his backpack and slings it over his shoulder. We should get going, though. It's getting dark. Axel hasn't said much, and he watches every move Brady makes. It doesn't seem like he distrusts this guy, though. I think he's just trying to figure him out. That makes two of us. I'm Vivian. This is Parvarti. Then you have Axel and his brother Angus. Angus and Axel. Brady says the names like they taste funny. Then he shrugs. So where are your people? Axel shakes his head as if he's trying to clear it. Post office. Back in Millersville. Post office? Why a post office? Brady tilts his head, and his eyebrows shoot up. Needed a secure place, one that would have been shut down by the government early on and wouldn't be overrun with the dead or stink of rotted food. Post offices are secure. Just made sense. Smart. Brady frowns and looks over at Angus. You sure you two are related? Parvarti snorts, and I almost laugh. He may be a bit different, but it might be a nice change to have this guy around after all. Comic relief. That's something we could use more of for sure. What's that supposed to mean? Angus spits at him. Brady shrugs innocently, but his eyes sparkle. Just curious, that's all. Axel's mouth twitches. We got different dads. Half-brothers. That explains it. Brady's eyes get big, and he elbows Axel in the hip. Your dad must have been the smart one. Axel purses his lips, but the left side of his mouth pulls up even more than before. Wouldn't know. Angus starts walking, not even looking at Brady. Too bad he doesn't have a clue where we're going. Brady heads the opposite direction, calling over his shoulder to Angus. This way.
Chapter 12. Hadley. Snowflakes have just begun to fall when I stop in front of the sign that says Whispering Woods Hot Springs, 1 mile. Almost there. I can't believe we made it back. We should tear this down. I kick the post, but it barely moves. John runs his hand down his face, and for the first time, I notice the gray streaks in his hair, right above his ears and temples. They weren't there when we first met, I'm sure of it. I always thought the concept of stress causing your hair to gray was an old wives' tale, but I guess I was wrong. At this rate, I'm going to be totally gray before my 30th birthday.
Yeah, but we can deal with that later,
he says, blowing out a deep sigh.
I'm beat, and I know you have to be too. Let's just get back to camp and rest, maybe take a bath. We can worry about this in the morning. Who knows? Maybe the antibiotics have kicked in and Jake's feeling better. Maybe everyone is getting ready to head out. They might just be waiting for us to come back.
More than once we've discussed the possibility that Parv, Angus, and Darla never made it out of that town. Sure, they left us a message, but that doesn't mean shit. They could have gotten picked off by those assholes after they left the pharmacy, or they could have run into a horde. True, we haven't seen a single zombie since we started walking, but we all know that doesn't mean a thing. Sometimes they pop up out of nowhere after days of silence. Yeah, I murmur. We start walking again, and I find it hard to make my heavy legs move, so I distract myself by counting down the seconds until we get to the hot spring. We can cover a mile in about 20 minutes, so that's 1,200 seconds. 2 steps a second. That's 2,400 steps. It all seems a hell of a lot less daunting when I think about it that way. When we get ready to round the last bend, my heart soars until it feels like it's reached the moon. John grins my way, and I find myself returning it. It's probably the first genuine smile I've given him since we met. If my legs didn't weigh 1,000 pounds each, I'd start running. We turn the corner, and all the air leaves my lungs so fast I almost pass out. My legs stop moving at the exact second John's do. It's so sudden anyone watching us would probably think we'd run into an invisible wall. The Sam's truck isn't here.
"Where the hell is the truck?"
John asks. His words are quiet and barely register with me. "No," I mumble, lurching forward a small step. Then the reality of the situation hits me, and I feel like I've been shot, and my body jerks back. "No!" The scream rips its way out of me as I take off running. John's footsteps pound against the pavement at my back, and my lungs are still burning from the lack of air. But a horde of zombies couldn't stop me right now. It feels like the whole world is about to collapse, and I'm not even sure what I'm running to. It's not like the truck is suddenly going to appear if I get there faster. It's gone. There's no other way to look at it. I'm panting by the time I reach the entrance to the hot springs. John runs up behind me, and he's breathing just as heavily. But the truck is still gone. I bend over and put my hands on my knees as I suck in a mouthful of air, struggling to fill my lungs and calm my pounding heart. I don't know what to do, or what to say, or where to go from here. It's me and John, and the future feels so bleak and depressing. For a second I consider giving up, laying down in the middle of the snow-dotted road until I'm covered in a blanket of white. I could drift off, embrace the cold, and let it take me away from the hell I'm trapped in. No one would blame me. I've suffered enough.
"Overrun,"
John says, forcing me to look up. He's staring at the road, his eyebrows pulled down and a look of utter confusion on his face. That's when I see it. The message scrawled across the road in orange spray paint. H&J, got overrun, need fuel. Head back to the first town.
"What the hell does that mean?"
John asks, still staring at the words. My stomach jumps and I have to fight back the urge to puke as I squeeze my eyes shut again and say a silent prayer everyone made it out okay. A horde. Shit. Yeah. When the nausea has passed, mostly, I open my eyes, but neither one of us moves. I don't have the faintest clue what to do, and I doubt John does either. It's getting dark, and what had started as a few flurries has slowly picked up. A steady stream of little white flakes now falls from the sky, and I know without a doubt it's going to stick. The ground isn't warm enough to melt it, not with the constant temperature drop we've had. The other town was at least 20 miles from here, so there's no way in hell we'll be able to make it there tonight.
"We need to check it out,"
John says. "What?" I turn to face him, but he's staring at the trail. Thinking about going down there makes my stomach lurch.
"The hot spring. I want to know what happened."
Even though I'm not sure if I can face it, I nod slowly. Will we even be able to tell what happened? Do I want to know? I doubt it. Only, there isn't anywhere else for us to go. We can't stay here. Sleeping in one of those little changing houses may be our only option right now, as horrible as it sounds. I allow John to take my hand as we head down the trail and into the forest. Before we've gone 5 steps, I get a whiff of death, and the deeper we go, the more intense the smell becomes, until I'm forced to pull my shirt up over my nose. Still, it penetrates the fabric and makes my stomach twist uncomfortably. Saliva fills my mouth, and I do my best to take deep, soothing breaths, hoping to ward off the nausea. The rank scent of decay is something I'll never be able to get used to. When the hot spring finally comes into view, my legs give out. I slump onto a boulder, staring at the carnage below us. There are bodies everywhere, littering the stone floor, bobbing up and down in the water like dead fish, piled in masses that ooze black blood. It looks like a bomb went off.
Shit,
John mutters.
there are so many of them.
There's no way everyone made it out of this, I say. John exhales and starts walking again. I have to force my legs to cooperate so I can follow. They wobble when I go down the stairs, and my already uneasy stomach lurches from the smell. The stench is stronger than ever, and I'm not sure if it's because there are so many dead piled together like this, or if it has to do with my condition. I've heard pregnant women complain about their sense of smell being heightened. We reach the bottom and pick our way through the carnage. The area where the tents had been set up is clear, but almost every other inch of the ground is covered in death of some kind. Bodies or blood or other parts I don't even want to think about. Which one of our friends died here today?
Damn.
John stops walking and points toward 3 piles of rocks. My mind can't register what I'm looking at, though. They're just a bunch of stones, piled on top of one another. Sure, they weren't here before, but they don't seem very significant to me. This whole area is covered in rocks.
They're graves,
John says when I don't react. It feels like a slap in the face. 3 of them. I close my eyes when the world sways. The faces of our friends flash through my mind and I start to shake. We've lost more people. But who? Vivian? Axel? Parv? Of course, we don't even know if Parvati made it back here. Maybe she's gone too, along with Angus and Darla. Then there would be 6 dead instead of 3. 6 fewer people in our group. The losses just keep piling up, and with each person I'm forced to say goodbye to, I feel like the weight on my shoulders gets heavier. How will we be able to go on after this?
Hey.
John grabs me and pulls me against him. His arms are warm and strong. Reassuring.
It will be okay. Just look on the bright side.
There's a bright side? I say, rubbing my face against his jacket to wipe away the tears that have spilled over. Crying seems pointless these days.
Yeah. Parvati, Angus, and Darla made it out of that town.
I pull back and look up, holding his gaze. How do you know?
The note on the street. It was addressed to me and you. That's it. Which means they made it back before the rest of the group left.
Oh, I say, letting out a sigh. He's right, but it doesn't make me feel any better because it doesn't mean they're alive right now. They could have made it out of that town just to get killed here, or after they left the hot spring. If not, they'll die tomorrow, or next week, or next month. I don't know when it will happen for sure, but I know it's going to. It's just a fact of life now. We don't get to live. We don't get to start over from here. The world is gone, and so are all of the people we once knew and loved. Sure, we've made new friends, created a new family, but it's only temporary. Soon we'll lose them, just like we've lost everything else in this world. Snowflakes land on my face, leaving behind tiny drops of moisture. A strong wind sweeps over the hot spring, and the steam from the water warms it slightly before it gets to us. But it also brings a smell so revolting my stomach jumps to my throat. Squeezing my eyes shut, I try to focus on something other than the smell. I breathe in through my mouth, hoping to avoid the stench, but then I can taste it. It's thick and vile, like eating rotten meat. By the time the nausea has faded, I'm so beat I can hardly stand. I lean my head against John's chest and close my eyes. I'm tired. John's arms wrap around me, and he kisses the top of my head.
Let's lay down. We can talk about what to do next after we've gotten some rest.
We huddle together in the small shelter, trying to keep warm. The wind howls, rattling the walls around us. It's even more frigid than it was when we settled in a few hours ago, and even though I'm exhausted, I can't fall asleep. The chattering of my teeth fills the air with a clicking sound, and every inch of my body is covered in goosebumps. John's arms are wrapped around me, but I can't stop shivering. It's going to be a long night. Tell me about your wife, I say, trying to scoot closer to his warm body. It's impossible, though. If I got any closer, we'd become one person.
My wife?
He says uncertainly. He lets out a deep breath when I nod, and for a second I wonder if he's upset at me for asking. We've never spoken about her before, but I've been curious about her for a while. I know John how he is now, but I wonder what he was like before all this started, who he married and if they were happy, what his hopes and dreams for the future were before the whole world went to shit.
She was amazing,
John says, tightening his arms around me.
High maintenance and stubborn, funny and intelligent, beautiful and giving and loving. She was everything. And she was a phenomenal cook. Was going to culinary school when we got married. Then she got pregnant with Levi and she had to quit. She was so sick. One of those women who threw up 4 times a day the entire pregnancy. She swore she'd never have another baby, even after Levi was born.
Levi. I hadn't even known his son's name before now, and hearing it causes tears to collect in my throat and pool in my eyes. I blink them away and swallow, but the raw ache in my throat doesn't lessen. She wasn't happy to be a mom? I whisper.
Oh no, she loved being a mom, but she said one was enough. She just couldn't face going through that again. I always wanted another one, though.
The tightening in my throat increases until I think it will close. He's giving me the opportunity to tell him, but I can't say the words yet. Can't face the reality until I've given myself time to really let it sink in. Even though I can't see a thing through the thick darkness surrounding us, I twist my body until I'm facing John. You've never told me her name, I say. I don't think you've ever said it.
Oh. Carrie,
he whispers.
Her name was Carrie.
You don't talk about them, I say quietly. Maybe he just wants to forget. Maybe I'm wrong for asking.
No, I guess I don't. After they died, Megan and I were just so focused on moving forward, on surviving. I don't think we wanted to face the past and what we'd lost. She and Carrie had always been close, and when she died, it was real hard on Megan.
And you? I find his face in the dark and lay my palm against his cheek. He hasn't had the chance to shave in a few days, and his skin feels like a wire brush against mine. But there's something about it that's nice.
It was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through.
He moves his face against my hand, and I can hear him swallow in the darkness, like he's trying to swallow down his own tears.
You know what's haunted me the most, though? The thought that Levi turned. I left him in the bedroom, covered with a sheet. I couldn't make myself go back to check on them after the dead started coming back. But for the first couple days, that was all I could think about. Little Levi, turning into a zombie.
John's voice catches and he clears his throat.
He was only 14 months old.
I close my eyes when tears fill them, and one escapes. It freezes before it's halfway down my cheek. I brush the icicle away and scoot closer to John. I'm so sorry. He clears his throat again, but even when he talks, his voice is husky.
Right now, I have to cling to the hope that there can be something else. You know, I'll never stop loving Carrie, but I've found you, and that's helped me move forward. It can be the same with Levi, I think. He'll always be in my heart, but that doesn't mean I can't start over.
I hate how much he's begging me to tell him. Every word out of his mouth tonight sounds like a plea, and there's a part of me that wants to get it out there, to put part of the burden on someone else's shoulders. I'm not ready, though. There's too much uncertainty. Not just with the baby, but with the world this baby is coming into. We don't even know if he'll make it past the first day. That's something we haven't talked about, I say. What if babies aren't immune?
What do you mean?
Well, this virus is still in the air. It's not like it disappeared. It killed 85% of the population. Does that mean a baby only has 15% chance of being immune when it's born? John takes a deep breath and slowly blows it out.
I guess it'd be different if both the parents are immune.
How do you mean?
Well, take Nathan and Moira, for example. They were both immune, and Liz ended up being immune too. Then there's Winston. He was immune, and so was Jessica, so she must have inherited whatever made him immune to this thing. But his wife wasn't, and neither was his son.
So his son inherited whatever made his wife susceptible, I whisper, nodding slowly.
Exactly,
John says.
So for someone like Sophia, her baby would have a 50-50 chance. But if both the parents were immune...
There's a good chance the baby will be okay, I say.
Yeah.
His voice almost sounds like a breeze blowing through the shelter. I can't see him, but more than anything, I wish I could. Maybe if I could look into his green eyes right now, I'd be able to say the words.
Chapter 13. Vivian. We follow Brady, and less than 5 minutes into the walk, a steady snow has started to fall. The sharp wind cuts right through my clothes, and my entire body feels like it's coated in a layer of ice. I shiver, and Axel's eyes dart toward me. He frowns, and I do my best to keep my face expressionless so he doesn't worry. Above us, the sun has almost set, and the forest is covered in shadows. It makes me nervous, not knowing where we're headed, or if we can really trust the man in front of us. "Almost there," Brady calls over his shoulder. He walks faster than I would have thought, and he hasn't slowed his pace since we set out. He may be a bit different, but it's easy to see how he's made it this long. He's determined and strong. It's probably a result of having to work hard to prove himself his whole life. When the neighborhood finally comes into view, Angus spits and shakes his head. "You see this shit?" I blink, thinking it has to be a dream, but I can't make myself talk so I can respond to Angus. The fence surrounding the homes is at least 9 feet tall and made of iron, with brick columns every 6 feet or so. It would be tough for anyone to climb and impossible to squeeze through, even for a child. The gate is also iron and was probably electric before, but now there's a chain looped through it, secured with a lock. This place looks like it was designed to survive a zombie apocalypse. "Damn," Axel says. "This fence go all the way round?" Brady throws a grin our way. "It does." "How many houses did you say there were?" Parvati asks, her eyes moving over the fence like she's checking it for flaws. 20, and they're all large, so there's more than enough room for your people." 20 houses, and this guy is the only one left? My stomach tightens, and I squint into the dark neighborhood, looking for signs of life or a trap or something. This can't be right. All these houses, and one man survived the virus? It makes me break out into a sweat despite the freezing temperature. Without thinking, my hand tightens on my knife. I don't like this, and when my eyes meet Axel's, I can tell I'm not the only one. "You're the only survivor?" I ask nervously. "I am." Brady doesn't pause, and he doesn't seem to sense the hesitation in my voice. Good. I don't want him to know I'm on to him, just in case this isn't what he says it is. We shouldn't have told him where our people were. Not without coming here first. Not without finding out for sure this is safe. What if this is a trap? What if there are people lurking inside these fences, waiting to kill us? Then they'll know exactly where to find our friends, and the entire group will be taken totally by surprise. It will be our fault. Brady stops outside the gate and reaches down his shirt, pulling out a chain with a key looped through it. I had a few neighbors who left to be with family when things got bad, and a few more who are unaccounted for. I did find one woman whose husband had used her as a snack when he came back, and there was even one house at the end of the street where I found a couple who had committed suicide. Not sure if that was before or after the dead returned. I didn't know them, so it's hard to say. He doesn't take his eyes off the gate while he talks, but my eyes never stop moving. Brady undoes the lock, then pulls the chain free. He doesn't glance our way, and he's just as casual as he has been this whole time, but it doesn't ease my worry. When Brady pushes the gate open, he finally turns. He has a huge grin on his face as he sweeps his hand toward the entrance like he's offering us a mansion in paradise. "Welcome!" Angus grunts, but walks through the gate. The rest of us are more hesitant as we step inside. My hand is still on my knife, and Axel has his gun drawn. Parvati's eyes sweep the area as she notches an arrow. It's quiet, though. No lights on in any of the houses that we can see, and no sound except the rustling of trees. The thick snow would make it easy for people to sneak up on us, though. We stand shivering in the snow while Brady locks the gate. Angus is the only one who seems relaxed right now, but I'm not sure if it's because he doesn't suspect Brady of something, or he's confident we'll be able to take the smaller man on. Either way, I thought Angus was smarter than that. "This way," Brady says, taking off down the street. We follow, keeping a good 6 feet back. The deeper we get into the neighborhood, the more jittery I become. But everything around us is still and quiet. We pass massive 2-story homes that can't be more than a few years old, but no one jumps out or shoots at us, and the farther we walk, the more I'm able to relax. Maybe this guy is all right after all. Maybe he's telling the truth. There's a first time for everything. Brady leads us to the 5th house, totally oblivious to the tension pulsing through the rest of us. When he opens the door without even having to unlock it, Axel's body becomes visibly rigid. Still nothing happens. Parvati relaxes, then takes one final look over her shoulder before following Brady inside. Angus is behind her, calm and collected, leaving Axel and me on the doorstep. I hold my breath, waiting to see if something will happen, but the house stays silent. Maybe Brady is exactly what he says he is? "What do you think?" Axel asks, not looking my way. His gray eyes sweep the area, but even he seems less suspicious than a few seconds ago, more relaxed. Believe it or not, I think he may actually be a nice guy who wants to help. Axel grunts, reminding me of his brother, but he nods slowly. Yeah, weird. There can still be nice people in this world. We're here. He purses his lips, nodding, and finally his shoulders relax. Then he motions for me to go inside. Brady arches an eyebrow when Axel and I step into the foyer, but we don't acknowledge the look. His shoes are off, and Parvati has already removed hers as well. Angus has his lips puckered up like he's considering spitting in the man's face, and he hasn't moved to take off his boots. Thankfully, after a second, he lets out a big sigh and follows Parvati's lead. "Come on in," Brady says, heading through the house and leaving the four of us in the poorly lit entryway. "Give me a second to get some lights on, then I can get the coffee going and we can talk." I only have one boot off when the light above us flicks on. The suddenness startles me and I almost fall over. Angus swears and Parvati looks up, staring at the light like it's the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. Axel presses his lips together as his eyes dart around the now illuminated house. Still, nothing moves. Brady ducks his head out of the doorway to our right, grinning from ear to ear. "Coffee's this way." "You have electricity," I call out, yanking off my other boot. "A generator," Brady says, motioning for us to follow him. "I got one in town right after the power went out, before the zombies. I only run it a few hours a day, though. Need to be careful since finding fuel for it has been getting harder. With winter coming, I need to think ahead." He disappears into the next room, but none of us moves. Angus has his mouth hanging open, as if he thinks the little guy might be a hallucination. Holy shit, this guy for real? Axel's studying the house like he's trying to decide what to do. He's prepared, that's for sure. "You still don't trust him?" I ask. "Look at this place. This guy. He's different, but I don't really think he's got anybody hidden away ready to jump us. I'd like to think we can trust him, but you never know. Why's he so willing to let us all come live here if he's got all this? We're just going to use up his resources." "Because I'm not a fool," Brady says from behind us. We all turn to find him standing in the doorway with his hands shoved in his pockets. He smiles and shrugs. "Please, come into the kitchen. Sit down and we'll talk about all this. I promise you, I have no ulterior motives." Parvati squints toward Brady, but she's the first to follow. Angus goes next, shaking his head like he doesn't understand what's going on. I know the feeling. Then Axel takes my hand and pulls me forward, following his brother. The carpet is soft and thick under my feet. It's a luxury I'd almost forgotten, walking across soft carpet with no shoes on. We can't afford to take shoes off when we stop to rest anymore. Not these days. The kitchen is bright, with white cabinets and granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. Huge windows overlook the backyard, where there's a nice deck and a pool, even a hot tub. This guy had it all. Of course, now most of this is useless, pointless. He seems to know it, too. Brady stands on a stool, getting mugs out of the cabinet, and Parvati heads his way. Angus throws himself into a chair at the small kitchen table, and Axel and I follow. "Can I help you with anything?" Parvati says, stopping next to Brady. He looks at her out of the corner of his eye before turning his body to face her. "Thank you. I have some powdered creamer in the cabinet over there if you want to get it." Parvati moves to get the creamer without saying a word, and Brady watches her. His mouth turned down, his eyes on her every move. It makes me squirm until he looks my way. When my gaze meets his, the compassion in his eyes rings loud and clear. It's almost like he knows what we've been through. What must we look like to give ourselves away so fast? I glance down, taking in my appearance. My pants are ripped in several places and stained, dark brown splotches that can only be one thing: dried blood, the blood of our friends. My acrylic nails have grown out, and several have even broken off, leaving behind nail beds that look like someone has taken a cheese grater to them. The red has chipped off the few nails left, leaving only splotches of the polish behind. My companions aren't much better. Axel and Angus both have layers of dirt under their nails and holes in their clothes. Their skin is filthy, their faces streaked where sweat or snow has washed away the dirt. Parvati moves like a ghost through the kitchen, and her expression is as hollow as a cave. We look worn and tattered, almost beaten. It isn't a stretch from how I feel either. Once the coffee is poured and sitting in front of us, Brady pulls himself into the chair across from me. His eyes never stop moving over us, never stop taking us in. I've been doing okay on my own. I'm not going to deny it. I know you probably look at me and see someone who is at a huge disadvantage, but that isn't the case. I'm used to working hard and overcoming adversity. I'll be honest, I'm certain I could last a long time on my own. The fact of the matter is this: I'm lonely. He takes a sip and lets that sink in. Axel hasn't stopped pursing his lips, and Angus glares at Brady every time their eyes meet. But Parvati seems to be studying him just as much as he's studying all of us. "You got a good place here," Axel says. "All this fenced in, we could work with it, make it into something that would last us a long time. If we got enough food and supplies to make it through the winter, when spring comes we could grow us some stuff to eat. But the first thing we gotta do is get our people and supplies." "How many people do you have in your group?" Brady asks. It feels like they're negotiating a merger or something, but Axel is right. We've hit a jackpot with this place, and we'd be stupid to walk away from it, even if Brady is a little different. 16, Parvati says. I do the math in my head and realize she's counting John and Hadley. Hopefully, she's right. "We got 3 kids and 1 pregnant woman," Axel says. 2, if Parvati's right and Hadley shows up. But Axel doesn't know that. I'm not sure I'm going to tell him. Brady nods and takes another drink of his coffee. "So they're in Millersville? Why were you there on foot?" "We lost our only car. We got us a truck, but it ran out of gas. We're going to need a car first off, then fuel to fill up the truck. Then we can get our people and head back this way." "That's not a problem. I have fuel and cars. If everything goes well, it shouldn't take more than an hour to get to Millersville, get your friends, and make it back here." Brady's mouth twists into an ironic smile. "We all know how likely that is, though." "Which is why we gotta wait till morning," Axel says. "Don't want to run out there when it's dark." "We can head out first thing in the morning, then. In the meantime, you all can sleep in warm beds. I have 3 bedrooms. Not sure how the sleeping arrangements are." Brady looks back and forth between Parvati and Angus, frowning like he's trying to figure out if they fit together or not. "Rambo can have the bed." Angus nods his head toward Parvati. "I want to sleep on the couch. Keep watch." "No need to keep watch," Brady says. "No zombies have gotten through the fence. I doubt they could." "It ain't the zombies I'm keeping watch for," Angus snaps. Brady sets his mug down and gives Angus a confused look. "I'm sorry? Who were you looking for if not zombies?" I can't believe he hasn't considered that someone passing by might decide they want this place. "People," I say slowly, hoping it will sink in. "You got a good thing here, and people are going to decide they want it." Axel leans across the table, closer to Brady. "A safe place is hard to come by, and here you got fences and houses, even a generator. Anybody shady passes this place, and you could be in trouble. It's something we got a plan for." Brady exhales and sits back, his eyes wide. "I hadn't thought of that, but I should have. What do you suggest?" "Them fences are good, but we'd do better to put some barbed wire at the tops, like they got in prisons." Angus rubs his chin as he thinks, not glaring at Brady for the first time since we set foot in the house. "We gotta set up an emergency plan. Don't want to be caught with our pants round our ankles like back in the shelter." "Shelter?" Brady asks. We had a good place when all this first started, I said. An underground fallout shelter in the Mojave Desert. It's a long story I really don't want to get into right now. But basically, some very evil men decided we didn't deserve to live. They let zombies in, killed some of our people, set fire on the lower level. It was bad. Brady lets out a deep breath and pinches the bridge of his nose. There are so many things I never thought about. I was focused on food and water, zombies, not on people. I guess it's a good thing I ran into you. I ain't gonna lie, Axel says. I doubt we'll make it through winter without trouble. Brady exhales, and silence falls over the group. He seems to be thinking it all through, maybe going over worst-case scenarios. I hope he is, because we're going to need him to be on board with all this if we want to survive. The silence stretches out, and before I know it, I feel a yawn creeping up on me. I can't hold it in, and even though I cover my mouth when it stretches wide, the gesture is catching. Parvati yawns next, extending her arms above her head as she does it. Then Angus and Axel. Brady is last, and he hops out of his chair before the yawn has even run its course. The second he's done, he says, "On that note, I think I'm going to show you to your rooms, then turn in. I had an exhausting day, and I'm sure you'd all like to get clean. I'll keep the generator on for 20 more minutes so you have a chance to shower, but then you'll have to rely on blankets to keep you warm." Brady turns to the living room, motioning for us to follow him, and I get to my feet at the same time Parvati does. Axel stands too, but Angus doesn't move. "Gonna drink me some more coffee, then check out that couch." I head after Brady, but stop in front of the fireplace in the little study off the kitchen, staring up at the picture over the mantel. Brady is dressed in a gray tux, and the smiling woman at his side is wearing a white wedding dress. She's pretty, blonde, with hair piled on top of her head and blue eyes. But she isn't a dwarf. "Christine, my wife," Brady says from behind me. He comes over to stand at my side, but doesn't take his eyes off the picture. She died fast. One day she was fine, and we were talking about how the virus might just pass us by. Then she woke with a fever. By the next morning, she was gone. I sat by her bed for almost an entire day, trying to decide what to do with myself. By the time I decided to bury her and got the hole dug, she'd come back. "What did you do with her?" Parvati asks, making me jump. I didn't even know she was behind me. "I put a bullet in her head, then buried her. I buried them all." I turned to face Brady, who's still staring up at the picture of his wife. "What do you mean? Everyone who lived in this neighborhood?"